Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. Thankfully, gamers are here to make a difference.
I'm Sarah Coe, and my kids are, I have 3 kids who are all Seattle Children's patients. My son Luca is medically complex. You know, just to see him kind of brighten up a little bit when that cart rolled in.
Spanning from our first push into hospitals with our go-kart, our quest now encompasses our newest program, SavePoint, which will help impact even more lives. SavePoint offers toys and prizes to kids via high-tech vending machines in hospitals, rewarding patients as they reach treatment milestones and fostering a sense of accomplishment.
Most of us gaming specialists are lifelong gamers. My first impression of seeing these go-karts is just the huge potential this has to bring gaming to families in the hospital that didn't think that gaming was going to be possible.
With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually for kids receiving care. Not only in the US and Canada, but go-karts have been deployed worldwide.
Bigger than Seattle Children's, almost every therapeutic gaming program in the country's backbone is the Gamers Outreach cart. Many patients say it helps them feel like they're at home. Like I said, it's a cool piece of tech that you can customize in a situation where a lot of what is happening to them is not up to them.
We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners, and we're just getting started. One day, we want to look back and ask ourselves, remember when hospitals didn't have video games? We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up.
good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you may be. You might be where Quan is, and currently it's 5:30 in the morning, and like a madman he's here. You might be where Lestri is on the other side of the world, and it's very much firmly in the middle of your evening. And I appreciate you all very much for dropping by. So thank you. Thank you firstly for everyone who has popped in already this morning. We are on for one hell of a marathon. 36 hours, at least, over the next 3 days. We take on the FM24 Hexagon Speedrun Challenge. I should have probably come up with a shorter, more catchy name than that, but you know, that's not my strengths. My strength is playing a game very, very nerdily, and bringing a little bit of chaos on stream. And I can promise there will be much chaos over the next 4 days, because this is all about charity, specifically Gamers Outreach. Now they're a charity, they're US based, who basically work to help hospitalized children get access to video games whilst they're in the care of the hospital. It's all about bringing that sense of normalcy, that sense of excitement and joy and adventure and fun. And thank you very much for the donation. Now I'm trying to see if I can then see this nice and easily. It does seem to take a little while to come up on my dashboard over here, but I will be explaining a little bit more about kind of all the various incentives and rewards that will happen as we go through the next 3 days. So yeah, Gamers Outreach, it's all about video game support within hospitals, bringing that sense of normalcy, which for those that were around during Christmas time, when I did the 3-day stream, then you'll know that being able to ensure that people just have the outlets to be themselves and do the things they normally do, maintain those routines is very important. So whilst I don't have a personal connection to the charity itself, what they do is amazing, and I am very, very, very delighted. That's a bad sentence. I am delighted to be able to do this. So let's head on over to the browser for the moment, just kind of give you a little bit of a brief overview. Now, some of you will have seen the intro scene that covered a couple of videos, and we will have them coming through over the course of the next 36 hours. But essentially, you can look at it as two main lines of support. One is the provision of physical hardware within hospitals themselves, including these lovely go-karts, which are quite cool. They are basically portable gaming units. Now, when I did this, that didn't want to work for me. That might be my ad blocker stopping that. But essentially, it's fully kitted out. So you've got your consoles, you've got a selection of games, you've got controllers, so that whilst they're in the hospital bed or just generally around the ward, they're able to still engage with games and fun and play. And then on the second side, they have the Player 2, which is all about volunteer support, making sure that, you know, there are people around to help them learn how to play, or if they already know how to play against, so that you've got that competitive element. And the volunteers, from what I can gather, are you know, they're not sweaty like us. They're not there to go in and beat the kids one-on-one. It's all about support rather than the competition side of things itself. You know, maybe a little bit of an edge there. And that's what we'll be raising money for. So if you head on over to the link that is stickied over, or pinned is the term, isn't it? Up at the top of the chat boxes over on Twitch and on YouTube, you can help donate to that cause. And during the course of that cause, we're going to hit certain milestones today. So we have a goal at $100. Obviously, they're an American-based organization, and so we will be using dollars as the metric, because I couldn't work out a way to do it otherwise on Tiltify. There might be a way, who knows. You should know I'm a bit of a Luddite by now. So $100, and then at every interval that ends in a 00, we will be doing the Fire and Spice Challenge. That involves these lovely hot sauces supplied by South Devon Chili Farm. I say supplied by my wallet. But yeah, so we have 7 sauces that will be gradually increasing in heat over the course of the challenge. We start off with Cherry Blonde, which is which is apparently, it's 2 chilies worth of heat. It's around, I think I was saying it's around about 1,000 Scoville. And then we work up all the way to the end, which is the Reaper chili sauce, Carolina Reaper. That is 2.2 million Scovilles. There's a little part of me that's hoping that we don't quite make it to $700. That's a lie. I want us to blow the target out of the water. There was no need to hold back. Obviously, only donate if you can afford to. Just need to be clear on that. I don't want anyone to feel obliged to. You are still here for the fun, and that works regardless. Now, we do have one other element. So with the donations, if you donate $10, you are able to spin the Wheel of Chaos. The Wheel of Chaos has a series of different things that could potentially change the shape of the next 3 days. We will probably reset the wheel every 6-hour session. But for example, we could have something along the lines of, let's see, Eskimo. I don't know if you get that sound through because I think I've got it disabled, but you get a lovely little fanfare there. A memo from the owner. I've been thinking a lot recently about Eskimos. They look cozy. Put on some more clothes. So there's some of the average will end up getting more layers and more layers. And if you think that we're going to be doing that hot sauce, that's going to make it a lot more uncomfortable. We've got things like it forces us to drop players or sell players, or it halves our transfer budget. There will be elements that will be just around the stream itself. Maybe I have to shut up for 5 minutes. Maybe I have to mime. Maybe I have to sing. We'll just have a whole load of chaos that's in there over the course. So for $10, you can activate the Wheel of Chaos. There is no limit there. There are no cooldowns, but there will be some. I will talk a little bit about admin in due course. Now the other donation. So at every $100, we do the chili sauce. At every interval that finishes with a 50, so at $150, $250, $350, $450, $550, and $650, the beard is going. Every 51, we are going to shave off more of the beard. We'll start with one sideburn. We'll bring off another sideburn. We'll eventually reveal the chin, and then we'll slowly work up until I am as fresh as a baby's bottom. Now, I won't be as fresh as a baby's bottom. I will just, let's put that out very, very clear right on the top. I have not been without a beard for well over a decade. So there is absolutely no chance that the skin underneath this beard is going to be baby bottom smooth. It's definitely not going to be baby bottom smooth. I can unfortunately assure you of that. And thank you very much for the donation. So let's also do that as well. I need to work out how I can see these donations coming up, because once they come in, that seems to have been a little bit transparent. That wasn't the plan. And then we've got a little bit more as well. So FMGNG, thank you very much. He has spun the Wheel of Chaos, so we will do that in a second. And thank you as well, the Pie Guy 73. What an absolute gentleman you are. That is incentive number 3 as well. Every single donor is going to find themselves up on the wall of awesome. Every single person, even if you want to donate anonymously, I will still add this up here with the words anon across it, because I respect your desire for a little bit of privacy and not wanting to put that out publicly, but at the same time you are still bloody awesome and you deserve to be up here. So let's get these up here now. We've got a beautiful FMGNG. We've got the Pie Guy. Specifically, the 73rd Pie Guy. Thank you very, very much, gents. What a fabulous, fabulous way to start. So, let's catch up a little bit with chat, then we'll spin the wheel, then we'll introduce the actual challenge itself, and hopefully we should be then pretty much right on time to actually start the challenge properly at 11 AM, which is fabulous. So welcome in, Wayne. Thank you very much. You've never seen me without a hat on. This is a monumental where were you when it happened moment. Good luck with the stream. Thank you very much indeed. Since I've shaved the hair off, I have been very, very deliberate in making sure that my head has been covered, because it makes me feel weird seeing myself without long hair. but I couldn't quite bring myself to shave it off again before this. Maybe if we blow through the target, we can have that shaved off as well. Welcome in, Koratiba. Lovely to see you. I hope you're doing well. It is crazy early for you as well. What on earth is this time? Go back to sleep. FMG&G, welcome in. Thank you very much. Lovely to see you. Welcome in, Jackan1904 as well. Great to see you. So DM Basis is here. Oh, DM Basis, what a beautiful sight this is. How are you feeling after last night? A good draw for Rangers. I mean, is it a good... I know that you want to win your home games, right? But still, a draw against difficult opposition, playing with 10 men for most of the game. Got to be happy with that result, surely? So the Pie Guy, obviously, welcome on in. Letry, welcome in as well. Not to be confused with Lestry. Letry is in here as well. Lovely to see you, my dude. This is Unhinged. It is going to be Unhinged for sure. Nickname 123T21 is in. Good morning. How are you doing? How are you doing, sir? Lovely to see you. It's going. The beard is going, Quan. That is, you know, sometimes when I think of what we can do for this event, I've got to appreciate that those that are the recipients, you know, being in hospital is it's an isolating experience. And I was trying to think, what can I do without having to put myself in hospital? And the scariest thing I could think of was losing the beard. Which probably says a lot about how privileged and fortunate I am. I mean, there are scarier things I could, yeah, but you know what I mean. Once he's clean shaven, Musterman will be in his hot boy summer era. I will be in my Gollum era. Once the beard is gone, I'll be all shriveled and old. It'll be wonderful. I do have legs as well. I know. I'm shocked by it. So DM Basis is on mobile whilst at work, so we'll try and be as active as possible, but might be mostly lurking. That is fabulous. It's wonderful to have you in regardless, my dude. Marin is here. Lovely to see you. RJ's here as well. Can't stay for long because work, but wanted to drop by. No worries at all. I appreciate you for dropping in. And there's a good chance that any point during the day you have free over the next 3 days, I'm probably going to be live. I mean, because realistically, I've set myself a target of 12 hours per day. And that's to get through 6 continents. Well, 5 continents and a World Cup. And I don't actually know whether that's going to be logistically possible. So it might end up being longer than 12 hours a day as well. We'll just have to see. So DM Basis, it's a solid result given the circumstances. Rangers with their draw yesterday. If we can grab a goal in Spain, then it opens the tie right up. Absolutely. Absolutely. Zachary is in. It's good afternoon from Hong Kong. Welcome in. Lovely to see you, my dude. You didn't realise it's a multi-day thing. Indeed, the next 3 days. So the Gamers. Let's talk a little bit more about Gamers Outreach. So the Gamers for Giving is an annual event, and they host this massive LAN party with various different games going on over in America. And there are going to be literally thousands upon thousands of people there. And then there are a number of streamers across the world who will be getting involved in raising money in a slightly less sociable manner. So there's this absolutely massive weekend. Starts today over in America, finishes on Sunday, so 11th, 12th, 13th. And it only felt right to match them up. If they're going to go all day, we can go all day as well. Right, I need to ask you a question, RJ. Did the sound come through, or did you only get the GIF? An important question because I've had some issues with that. It was going all weird. No sound. No. Okay. Right. That's a shame. That is frustrating. So it came through on my end. Right. I'm going to try that. I don't know if that's necessarily going to work. It was this way, the sound was definitely coming through, but there was some weird crackling stuff going on. So hopefully that can work beyond that. But let's not worry about that for the moment. Let's spin the wheel. Let's spin the wheel and see what our very, very first set of circumstances are that we're going to have to deal with during the course of this. It's an It's a hoax. We've received a memo from the owner. You don't even know which club we're at the moment. Don't believe the lies. Say it's global warming, but some days are cold. It's a hoax. A conspiracy cooked up by Big Cooling to sell you air conditioners and central heating. I'm not falling for it. I know their game. It's cold. Wear more clothes. Right, let's see. So, as part of this, I've placed an order with classic football shirts. The order was meant to arrive Tuesday to Thursday, and it hasn't arrived yet.
Honestly,
which is fabulous.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Did that work that time? I saw a lovely little thing come up down on my end. Hey, fabulous. So we have a soundboard, guys. We have a soundboard. There is no.
You are an ostrich. Well, your head must be in the sand.
We are going to end up.
Champions League, man.
That was my next question.
Dilly dong, come on.
I know this is going to happen all the way through. It should be fun though. At least.
Seagulls follow the trawler. It's because they think sardines will be thrown into the sea. Thank you.
Gotta love a little bit of Eric. Gotta love a little bit of Eric. Right, let's head on over to the game itself.
Do I not like that?
I was questioning whether to include that one. A bit early in the morning for
European
swearing.
champion, so I'm not one of the bottle. I think I'm a special one.
He is a special one. He is a special one. You think I've made them too cheap? Quite possibly. But also, I want you guys to get involved.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
I mean, I recognise that there's probably going to be a lot of people coming and going over the next 3 days that haven't been around for long, and I want it to be accessible to as many people as possible. So let's talk about the challenge. Let's talk about the challenge and what we've got going on here.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
A fair description of what the next 3 days is going to be. So welcome to the Hexagon Challenge. We are going to be aiming to win the major club continental competition in Asia, in Africa, in South America, North America, Europe, and then the World Cup. We've got 6 hours for each continent, so we're going to take over a team that is already in that competition for that season. We're going to use instant result for a lot of league games, and then we're going to play the actual games in the continental competition itself. We'll be starting in Asia. We've taken over at Sanfrecce Hiroshima, even, who will be taking part in the AFC Champions Trophy? Champions? I can't remember the names of all of them. It's the AFC, it's just AFC Champions League. AFC Champions League. They are one of 4 Japanese teams that could make it, but by the point that we'd move forwards into this save to start everything off, the other 3 had recently changed their managers. So Sanfrecce Hiroshima is the team that we're going to be taking over. We're going to instant result through league games, play the Champions League itself, and then once that's done, we retire the manager and we take over with an entirely new personality over in the next continent. That does mean there's a chance that we fail. We might get knocked out in the group stage of the Champions League and only end up playing 6 matches. And we just have to mark that up. That's us done. We failed. We didn't make the chance. We still move on to the next continent either way. So the aim is hopefully to come away with all 6 trophies. That might be a little bit ambitious though. We may well win some leagues along the way as well. And part of it is, but in the run up to this, we had a opportunity for early donors to be a part of the game world. So we have a few wonder kids in the database, snuck in around at various clubs. We have a couple of wonder coaches as well, also in the same way. We're going to have a look at them on the Sunday evening. But one of the other redeems was the possibility to set the managers that we're going to use. And the beautiful Lestri has done that very thing. Starting off with Bob Catter, who's going to be taking over Sanfrecce Hiroshima. So Bob Catter, for those of you that don't know, Bob Catter, for those of you who don't know, should be one of the soundboards. Let's get that done.
I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. You know, but I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
Bob Catter is an Australian politician that's been an MP for 50 plus years, but he's taken a little turn. He's decided that at the ripe old age, well, I was going to say the ripe old age of 75. I mean, he should actually be 79 in the game, but the game won't allow you to have someone born before 1949. Bob Catter is born in 1945. He is literally too old for this game. What a gentleman. So he's going to be our manager in charge, and Lester has given us some little snippets of information to work with. So we popped out, and I'm just going to go and grab them there. We're going to be playing a 4-5-1. We have to use a no-nonsense centre-back and a ball-winning midfielder. So we're going for violence. We're going to start off this challenge with violence. His priority attributes are determination, aggression, eccentricity. And so his determination is what's going to be his main attribute as a coach. He's a Brisbane Roar fan, and he's going to be taking over here. So we're going to stick to that 4-5-1, have to have a no-nonsense centre-back, have to have a ball-winning midfielder. And somehow we've also got to win, which is going to be the challenge for sure, especially when we don't have much time to adjust to the team. So the J1 League is a summer league. It runs from, I think it's February until late October, November time. But the Champions League is a winter cup. It starts in August and it goes through till May. We've started when the Champions League starts. There's some qualifying rounds. Sanfrecce Hiroshima don't have to worry about that. We'll be heading into the competition in September. But that does mean there are 12 games left of the league, and they are currently in 4th. 6 points, just 6 points off top spot, but a vastly inferior goal difference. So there's a small chance that we could actually win the league. There's also a small chance that maybe if we end up dropping out of the qualification places, that our spell in charge of Sanfrecce Hiroshima could only be 12 games, which is a little bit of a worry. So that's something that we might have to deal with. Welcome in, Silver. Lovely to see you, my dude. It's utter woke nonsense, I say, my good sir. It is outside. It's disgraceful. What on earth they have above against people who are 76 years and older? Unreasonable. So George says, okay, so it does realise when I'm on games, just not when I'm on Roblox, apparently. Fair enough. So George is having some issues with his graphics card, but looks like the diagnosis is coming to pass. No-nonsense players can be deceptive playmakers. Deepline Playmaker recently did a video on that. Indeed, they can be very, very good for getting the ball forwards very direct manner. So let's see. So we need to go with a 4-5-1. Why is it saying have I got two? Oh, that's interesting. We've got two. Not load. Let's go into manage. No, I know how to play this game. I know where the buttons are. Oh, there's one other thing that I do need to talk about. Welcome in, by the way, Iron. Lovely to see you, my dude. I'm doing well. How are you? Yes. So, the other element here is we don't have the time to do data-led recruitment. There is not a single hope in the world that I can start analysing and going through and creating filters and all that malarkey. So we are going to be playing a relatively normal approach to Football Manager. And we do have a specialised skin made for it specifically. It is very basic. It's not the most complete thing out there. It will work at 1920 by 1080. And it's just a very, very simplified version with a little bit of Gamers Forgiving branding in there as well. So we will be using attributes, which is arguably going to be much harder for me because I'm not used to them. So we'll see. So Johnny asked, welcome in by the way, Johnny. Lovely to see you, my dude. Do we have various leagues loaded or just one for each continental speed run for optimal speed? A mixture of the two. So we take a look here at the leagues. We have a handful in various continents. We've only got South Africa. It's the only one in the vanilla game for Africa. Over for North America, we have both Mexico and United States. For South America, we have both Argentina and Brazil. And then for Europe, we have all of the big five. We will put this out to vote. So as we get to the end of the first continent, we will take a look around to see which teams have qualified for the continental competition we're going to next. And that will then go to vote for all you guys over here on YouTube and on Twitch as to who we take over in the very next session. So there is no like pre-planning element to this either. You guys get, I say you get a choice. I will choose the short list. So unfortunately, you know, if maybe a team like, oh, I don't know, why can't I think of teams right now? If a team like Southampton somehow miraculously got themselves into the Champions League, I'm probably going to push them by the wayside, not include them in the vote, because we want to be as competitive as we can. We don't have the luxury of spending more than a season and building up a team to compete accordingly. So Johnny, the last trophy isn't the Club World Cup because of where it falls in the cycle. It's the World Cup. So we're starting in August 2024. That will mean that we will get right up until the 2030 World Cup as we finish our 5th season. And that's probably going to be a free-for-all when it comes to country votes there. So yeah, that's going to be the plan. Right, we want to play a 4-5-1 as outlined by Lestry. We are though going to use probably a reasonable amount of the meta because we don't have the luxury again of being able to do things. Bear me one moment. There's the door. That's probably the shirt. Spare me 1 second. And we're back. Apologies about that. So Iron, is this skin with attributes? It is indeed with attributes. It's a scary, scary world. Vitos92, welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. Lovely to see you, my dude. Sounds good. Looking forward to it. Hopefully should be fun. It's a home invasion. We've got the shirts. It's taken classic football shirts a day too long. But they have thankfully arrived before I need to put them on, which is good. We've got some interesting collections in there. I mean, it was a case of let's just go down at the clearance, find the most obscure ones for cheap that we could possibly get, and we do have some very, very obscure teams, which will be cool. Right, so let's think about this in terms of what the meta is. We know that generally speaking, the meta, you're looking at a 4-2-3-1 or a 4-4-2 variant, either be that the 4-2-4 or the 4 Brazilian box. So if you're thinking of a 4-2-3-1, you're looking at something like this. You have, generally speaking, inverted forwards on support, an attacking forward, an advanced forward or a pressing forward there, an attacking midfielder on attack. So we're not going to be doing that with these guys because we don't have those roles. But I do think the idea of inverted wingers on support there should be absolutely fine. One of these two can be on attack. They can be the de facto attacking midfielder. And then it would normally be 2 defensive midfielders on support. We don't have a defensive midfielder in this role. So we'll have a supporting a central midfielder and a defensive midfielder. We will make this guy the ball-winning midfielder. So that's the ball-winning midfielder that we need to add in. Well, it might be on the left, it might be on the right. And then, generally speaking, you're looking at fullbacks on attack, ball-playing defenders. Now, we don't know right yet whether we've got the players to perform this, so we're going to have to adapt it a little bit more down the line. But we would then be looking, generally speaking, you're looking at narrow, shorter direction, higher tempo. I think it's focus, play, and underlaps, pass into space, low crosses, run at defense, counter press, counter, distribute quickly, roll out. And then it's all of these, get stuck in and step up more. So I think that's the meta, right? I don't know exactly what we're going to do as we move with the team. So let's start taking a look through the players. So Lestry has posted Kata's last question to the Prime Minister in question time for an idea of his vibe. I wish I could do an accent. It would be, but we'll have to go for it. So Mr. Kata, Prime Minister, your completion of the Great Inland Way cuts 1,800 kilometres off the round trip to Melbourne, but there are only intermittent connections to Cairns Paradise Coast tourism, and it's 13% of Australia's farm produce. A tunnel would have rescued 400,000 people trapped last month, resulting in 4 deaths. Brisbane's population is 1.2 million. Its Olympics got $62 billion. Brisbane Tunnel is $36 billion. North Queensland gets nothing. Prime Minister, please give North Queensland a version of the Upper Herbert, the Seymour Gairloch Bridge, the 1 kilometre bridle tunnel, and Queensland governments past and present a kick in the head. He's a great advocate for his state, to be fair. I mean, those crocodiles in North Queensland, man. He is a mad catter indeed. Beautiful stuff there. Beautiful. Iron, going to support you, my friend. You're going to use the skin in my stream too. You absolute gentleman. Thank you very much. That is some press. That is indeed. Right. Let's have a look at our goalkeeper choices. There is Goro Kawanami. Okay reflexes, okay agility, not great at positioning. They're the main things I'm looking at there. Osaka appears to be the starter. His reflexes are a little bit better, one better, less agile, better positioning, good handling. Lacks eccentricity, awful first touch. Okay composure. So if we compare the two of them on attributes, so like Osaka definitely has the better of the goalkeeping attributes. Better concentration, better bravery. Yeah, Osaka is the starter, but he is no sweeper keeper. So I think that changes that to a defender. Let's have a look at right backs. Right back, we've got Shiotani potentially, a 35-year-old. 7 caps for Japan. He is slow. He's okay. He's a centre back. He is a centre back, not a full back. Someone that could play there if needs be. Okay at passing and dribbling, but doesn't do crossing or movement off the ball. Which would mean potentially that Shuto Nakano is also a centre back. Oh, that's weird. He's a centre back that can play at wing back, but not at right back. Okay, so he's not an option at right back. Our right back option is only Shiotani. That's always a good sign. Let's see if we maybe have someone that we could retrain there. Left back options, we've got Takaki Shichi. Takaki Shichi is a very pretty man. 30-year-old fullback. He's good acceleration, not great pace, not great movement. He can cross. He can do the defensive stuff. He seems fine. No, not bad. Not necessarily good. But should be all right. Crudmo gave a shout out to Crudmo. Welcome in, Crudmo. Crudmo has seen that it's a charity stream and he's gone, I need to call out myself. Lovely to see you, my dude. Lovely to see you. So, Abdurrahman, welcome in, my dude. Big fan of the channel. I love your videos. Have you thought about doing tactics-focused content? Diving into the data side like you do with players? I think it'd be really interesting. I mean, Abdurrahman, I suggest checking out some of the tactical zone stuff. We've got the tactic recreation stuff with Tuchel, with Strike with Anselmi, where we do dive into the data around tactics, and we do in some of the most recent Moneyball Clinic as well, so definitely worth checking out. So Higashi is, again, okay acceleration, not so great when it comes to pace or stamina, not great in terms of mental positioning off the ball, but otherwise, can't mark at all. So I think we can say that Shichi is our starting left back. That's nice and easy to work with. What are all the numbers I can see on the player profiles? I know, it's madness, isn't it? It's madness. I am cheating. So we've got Hayato Araki. Hayato Araki has one massive advantage, is he is able to jump. That is exciting. That is exciting. We have ourselves a set piece target. He can tackle, he can mark, he can pass, he can head. His first touch is really good. His positioning's decent. I like Araki. He is right-footed. I'm guessing that he could quite legitimately be a ball-playing defender there. Now, Jelani Sumiyoshi. Jelani Sumiyoshi is also slow, okay jumping reach, okay heading, good at the defensive stuff, good positioning, good passing. He's a solid player. He's a solid player. He's not as good as Araki, but certainly at the moment looks to be worth a starting spot. Taichi Yamasaki. Taichi Yamasaki cannot jump. 5 jumping reach. He is not going to be used as a centre-back. His passing is excellent. He could be trained to be somewhere else on the pitch. He can't cross, so he can't be a right-back. But that feels like there is defensive midfielder possibility there. Sho Sasaki, another slow player. Again, another right-footed defender. Better in the air than the previous gentleman. Not as good at tackling. Can cross. He can cross. He's slow, but he can cross. That could be a consideration. Something. So, well, going back to Shiatani, who we looked at as a right back to begin with, he's solid. So I'm thinking that makes it Sumiyoshi at left centre back. Potentially, was it Shuta Sasaki who could cross? 34-year-old ball-playing defender. So Sasaki potentially at right back. Martinez 32. What an amazing name you have. Welcome on in. Lovely to see you. I'll be honest, I read that. I'm thinking of Martinez 23 and thinking it's an Emi Martinez reference. You've still got an amazing name. But not as amazing anymore, I'm afraid to say. Thank you for the follow. I still very much appreciate it. Right, defensive midfielders. Defensive midfielders, potentially. We're looking at Taishi Matsumoto. Taishi Matsumoto can pass. Good first touch. Tackling's okay. Lacks aggression. Now, part of the Bobcatter approach is we do want aggression in our defensive midfield. Well, in our team if we can get it. Certainly for the ball-winning midfielder, but elsewhere would be good too. Matsumoto. Not so great at positioning. Better at the marking. Nothing particularly special with Matsumoto there. Aoyama. Aoyama is a 38-year-old deep-lying playmaker, and he's got aggression. I do like the sound of that already. His positioning is bad. His off the ball's kind of okay. He can't dribble. He can touch though. So let's call it on Aoyama. Not necessarily great, but not necessarily bad. Gakuto Notsuda looks better to me. He's a player that would play deep. Tackling, good passing, good first touch. Again, not great physical profile. Kawamura looks a little bit raw compared to the others that we've seen so far. Not necessarily sure that he would be a starter. Mitsuta can score. Good movement can score. Not the greatest physically again, but Mitsuta, I do feel like could potentially be in that spot there. So Martinez, I love your videos and streams. Bless you, thank you very much. Sadly, you don't have much free time to be able to watch the streams. Have you considered making stream highlights and uploading them to your channel? I reckon this may be a lot of work, but still I'm sure I'm not the only one who would watch them. So the reason I upload the live VODs over on YouTube is because this is not a good experience. This setup and everything, I don't find that to be a good experience as a video, like with the cut highlights. As someone that doesn't enjoy that approach myself, I couldn't then edit and create something in a way that I would be happy with and feel would be a good product to put out, I'm afraid. So I appreciate the idea, but I don't feel that with the input that we'd be getting to then for the output, I don't think it's the way that I'm likely to go, I'm afraid. So Kashiwa has good acceleration, rubbish pace. He can cross. He's 37 years old. Natural fitness is great. He can pass. At the moment, it looks like Kashiwa could be playing out on the left. But then we've got our foreign players. Our foreign players include Nassim Ben Khalifa. Nassim Ben Khalifa is kind of worse than Mitsuto, I think, and would probably be more sensible for that role. He is described as a deep lying forward, so I suppose we could play him up front. That might make sense, more sense in fact. Okay, I was looking at him as a midfielder, but maybe as a forward that makes more sense. Ezekiel is a false 9. He is kind of okay. I expected the foreign players were going to be like the answer to everything. This is better. This is better. Marcos Jr. He's quick. He's agile. Got great flair. Great bravery. Does all the things that I like to see. Can play off the left. Is right-footed. That's what I want. Games when he's not suspended. How long is he suspended for? Just the next match. Then he would be a good option. Up front, we've got potentially Vieira, 36 years old, good in the air. That's what I like. And Kato, 26 years old, also good in the air. Well, good at jumping, not necessarily good at heading. So we have some options there. Do we have no left-footed? So Ezekiel can play with both feet. So Ezekiel there. We're potentially looking at, who was the first that we saw was Taishi Matsumoto. Taishi Matsumoto doesn't have aggression. Clicked on him again. Hiroya Matsumoto does. So Hiroya Matsumoto, Taishi Matsumoto, and then Vieira potentially in that role there. What we'd want from certain elements here is, I think we say sit narrower on both of these guys so that we can try and flood that forward area. We'll say get further forward as well. Standard. My preferred thing with fullbacks is to ask them to dribble less and cut inside with the ball, so they're less likely to give it away. I think we go with a plain central defender here. That should be cool as well. So cool. Let's see. Mustermann, it turns out, is actually the established. Oh, what have I missed there? What have I missed there? Oh, loads of stuff. Maybe we can find someone who can balance on a needle. That would be nice. San Francesi managing. That's how I'm going with it. That's how I'm pronouncing it. I don't think I've seen a player with 20 balance yet, but I hope we find them. That would be nice. That would be nice. Any players on 30? We've got like 3. And they're all rubbish. Attributes, what are these shenanigans? Welcome in, Adam. I know it's
we are in Champions
disgrace.
League, man.
That was my next
Dilly
question.
dilly dong, come on.
I mean, I'm going to have to advance within the first 3, most definitely. Most definitely. We're not far off a 4-2-3-1 Gegenpress, Adam. We've got to do the things that we got to do to get through this. Right, we're going to accept the vision. We do have a transfer window open at the moment. We won't see the benefits, I don't think, of the youth intake. And that was the setting up the save, unemployed man takes over. So from a transfer perspective, we have no transfer budget and barely any wage budget. So I doubt we've got the time to assess the players to really make a fair choice there when we've got to scout crazily. We will. It's a fringe player. Araki was a player that we were going to have in there, so we will. Nope, we're not going to rock the boat. We're not going to rock the boat. Where is he? He can be our leader. We'll just confirm as it is. Meeting frequency should be on Nether. That's fine. We'll just go through and end it. I know we will have certain press conferences to do. All of them otherwise are disabled. There are, however, some situations where we might undisable it, re-enable it would probably be a better term. So how much of a donation for Musterman to go full meta with a 4222? We're going to get there by the end of this for sure. But we'd probably be doing it now if it wasn't for the 451 that we've got to stick to. Is that the in-game editor you can see in the top right corner? It is not. It is not, I'm afraid to say. That would have allowed me to do more crazy things with the Wheel of Chaos as well. And talking of the Wheel of Chaos, I did see that we had a little redeem come in. Thank you very much for the donation, Musterman fan. $15, that is absolutely incredible. And because that's absolutely incredible, I believe that takes us over, or it takes us above or at $100, which means we've got to do the first challenge. And the first challenge is Fire and Spice. Let's head on over and do that. I've also, at the same time, I need to then update the graphics. So I need to do a little bit of a thing here where I need to download the next one over. Oh, so that is absolutely incredible. We're going to be doing the Cherry Bomb, which is Cherry Bomb is quite a mild pepper, around 1,000 Scoville units, 2,000 Scoville units allegedly. So hopefully not too painful. Right, I've got that bit updated there. Let's go and let me remember to press continue on everything as much as we possibly can. Let's get this cracking along. Oh, I don't want to do that. I'll stop with the inductions. That's going to catch me out. Oh, that's a good start. There's a fabulous start. Nassim Ben Khalifa is out injured early on. Beautiful stuff. Can I work out how to open? I can indeed. And it's a very, very wide pour there. This is Cherry Bomb chili sauce. All of them have been supplied by South Devon, or bought from South Devon Chili Farm. We will probably regret going too high on this, but we will fill that chip up as much as I can, and I'll let it drip onto the table. That's a good sign. And I can tell you that if that's mild, if that's the least spicy of them, I'm in trouble. I am absolutely in trouble. That has got... There's a really nice sweetness to it. A really, really nice sweetness that kind of comes through at the end. There's a little bit of vinegar to it as well. But there's a real ting right at the top of the tongue at the moment. I can feel a little bit of warmth just like gliding down my throat at the moment. Certainly that doesn't fill me with confidence. If that's the mildest, that's just 2,000 Scoville units. I think this is going to be a very, very bad idea. It's brilliant. So, Conquer's Melch hopes I've got the milk at the ready. I do. I have bought 16 pints of milk specifically for the next 2 days. Because I think I'm going to need it. So let me, we've got an offer for, oh right, is that for a manager? Were they looking to replace me already? Beautiful stuff. Yeah, so our first game is against Albirex Nagata. They're the team above us. We are likely to be, we're going to be instant resulting the first, oh my word. They're already coming through. So we're not going to do injections. We do have some positions that are clearly quite weak, but with no transfer budget and limited time, we're just going to have to embrace what's there. I should check the youth setup actually, shouldn't I? There are 2 players they reckon can come forwards. We've got another slow winger, right-footed. We've got a striker that can only play as a striker. We've got lots of strikers. So none of those are particularly great. We have another striker in the reserves, 31 years old. There's the spice burps coming in. There we go. That's a good sign. That is a good sign. Right, we're talking about older players. So we've got Zico being mentioned. That's fair. Muir, who is still playing, isn't he? It's crazy. Have you seen that Mad Scientist is working on his 85, 86 database? I can't remember exactly which database it is. Thank you guys, by the way, very much for the donations. That is absolutely sensational. We've got $10. Another $10 from Adam. Oh, you absolute gentleman. We have from Mufasa Fit as well. What an absolute star you are. And he's gone to spin the wheel of chaos. So let's do that in a moment. We're going to just run through this bit first. We're going to see what players we can bring in. Marcos Jr. out. Kashiwa in. Let's pick without restriction the bench. Let's see how badly this goes. This is probably going to be a good marker for where we are roughly in terms of things, and it's a 2-1 win. It's a 2-1 win.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Kokus Melch, what a gentleman you are. Thank you very, very much for the Prime subscription. That's 4 months. You absolute madman. You absolute madman. We've come away with another injury, but we have won the first game. We've had 42% possession, but like 19 shots. That's a good sign. I am going to hold fire on the Mufasa. So I will be spinning the wheel in a moment, but I do see that there is an ad break going on. So I'll wait until that ad break's finished. One, in case you're currently in that ad break, that would be especially unfair. And then we'll do that there. So I do apologize, guys, for being very behind on the chat. So if there is anything that I've missed, do feel free to add it again. There's no problem with repeating yourself on stream. That's all absolutely fine. The Spice Burps are my favorite 90s punk band. What that would be amazing. How much donation for a spoonful of mayonnaise? That would have to be the whole lot. I think you'd have to donate right up to $700. Like not even up to $700. Just actually $700 outright. That's the only way I'm doing mayonnaise. I will draw the line. I will draw the line at mayonnaise. More injuries. This is absolutely brutal right off the start here. So you just donated, lol. Don't mind the wheel, but do it for fun for the chat. I will be doing the wheel in a moment, Mufasa. That is absolutely awesome of you. Thank you very much. You are a gentleman. Extra class is the best league on FM. That is a fine statement. So I haven't done the Polish league, not probably since maybe FM24. Generally speaking, I tend to prefer I tend to prefer bigger leagues but lower divisions. So your Championship, your League One, your League 2, your Serie B, Serie C, those kind of things. I just like that, being able to have that progression within the same country to then being right near the top. But yeah, it has been fun. It's been, I say, a long while since I've done it, but it is fun. So this is all up to our staff sorting out staffing. So I suppose that's kind of okay. We are going to get lots of messages there. And cool, marvelous. Right, we have the break is over. So let's head on over to the Wheel of Chaos. That's this one here. That is this one here. So let's give it a spin and see what's going to happen. If it's going to be another shirt one, I'm going to question whether the wheel is actually working. It is going to be another shirt one. Okay, there we go. We've received a memo from the owner. I've been thinking a lot recently about Eskimos. They look cozy. Put on more clothes. I suppose. suppose we might as well see what the deal is with these classic football shirts. Let's see what we've got here. This is a Cameroon international home shirt. What we're going with next. I most definitely should have not put on a NFL jersey as the second layer, because now we're going to be putting on things that are smaller than what we've got. Cool. We're only 24 minutes into this challenge so far, and we're already up to 3 layers, which bodes well. And then I think we hide the choice, and that just unticks it. It does just untick it. Fabulous. Sorry, I have to work out some of the logistics stuff whilst we're going through here as well, which means that I can reuse stuff if I need to. Beautiful. Fabulous, fabulous stuff. So you're a Legia fan, Martinez. Nice, nice. So Crodmo thinks I look like Brian Blessed with his current hair-beard combo. What's a famous thing that Brian Blessed has said? Because I can think of his voice. I can't think of something he's actually like famously said though. So DM Bassist is wearing St. Pauli away shirt today. Nice choice. Nice. We have no goalkeepers. Oh, is the other goalkeeper back from injury? We're just showing us one injury there. Or is that the same goalkeeper who's now... Is that a reserve goalkeeper? It's the reserve goalkeeper who's injured. Okay. We're missing a senior goalkeeper and a reserve goalkeeper, but we do have one goalkeeper left, so that's fine. I can't... How does he say Gordon's a lot? Let me... I do not have time for looking stuff up. Let's look it up anyway. Surely the phrase... Gordon's alive! That's my best attempt at some Brian Blessed. I do apologise to your ears for that. So a friend of mine gifted a St. Pauli third kit, but it's in the wash. I'll be honest, it took me a moment. My immediate response when I read DM Basis's message was, oh, that's cool. Like, you know, because we had the conversation about it. And then I get confused very, very easily. Unbeatable Banzuki. That's a statement. I look like Mick Foley, apparently. Now, I know that Mick Foley is wrestling. I know nothing about wrestling, though, so that's about as far as we go. I don't have time. You've got 12 hours. I mean, yeah, but it's all the other stuff that we need to do in those 12 hours. So there's a charity shop in Glasgow, has a full rail of football shirts. I picked up the 16-17 St. Pauli away and the Germany home shirt when I was there. I'll be going back though. I'll be going back through soon. Fair enough. I mean, that's got to be the joy of charity shopping, isn't it? All the lovely little bits that you can pick up. So we're worried that we don't have strength. We're all fine. We're all fine. I thought that was very productive. Thank you very much. I'm glad that one of you for some reason was happy. That's all good. It's not bad. I'll take that. I will take that. So Johnson, welcome in, Johnson. Lovely to see you, my dude. How's it going? Your big problem in your Hanover save is that your first and second choice keepers are on international duty. The third choice, Johannes Schenk, is going to have to step in. He hasn't played a game in 4 years. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, we're only in game number 2. And we are already pretty much without any players at all. So I feel your pain. Here comes a grey player on the bench. Karamure's going to be... We've got Marcus Jr. back. Marcus Jr. is back from his suspension, so he can pop in there. Defence midfielder. Let's run with that and we'll see how it goes. Simulate. So we jumped up to third after winning the first game. Second game, we have won 3-2. Evidently, I need to sort out the instant result bit here because it doesn't actually tell us the score. But 3-2, they did score in the 93rd minute to cut it back. That gives us 4-point lead over Albirex Niigata. We're level on points now with Cereza Osaka. Our goal difference is into double figures. It's a pretty decent start for our first two games, right? Right, let's pop these guys on a rest. We can head all the way forwards, I think, until the next game against top-placed Kashiwa Reysol. But we are at home, so at least we can be reasonably grateful about that. Shit, I do look a bit like Mick Foley, actually. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, so I'm gonna pretend that it's a good thing. Is that the alien unbeatable? So Crudmo. Right, Coffee Smelsh is quoting Crudmo. As is that the alien from Naboo in episode 1? Right, yeah, the head Gungan that Jar Jar Binks is scared of when they meet him underwater. Right, okay, now I follow. So Johnson says, you don't know why the DFB Pokal quarter-final has been scheduled in the middle of an international break. That seems harsh. That seems very, very harsh. So George has described Mick Foley as a crazy son of a bitch that jumps off hell in a cell onto an announcer's table and crazy stuff like that. Fair enough. I don't know what hell in a cell means. So you might need to explain that one as well, I'm afraid. Oh, it's not just my eyes that mean I can't see the instant result. No, it's not just your eyes. So everything's obviously had to be put together relatively quickly. Trying to create a skin, even when I'm just using some of the bases that I've got elsewhere. There are a lot. I mean, no, I'm never going to be on this page, but I still wanted to kind of set things up in vaguely the same style as the other pages that we've done. So it's just me being a bit dumb, really, doing stuff that I don't necessarily have the capacity for. We've got a loan offer for Shuto Nakano.
Well, your head must be in the sand.
You're an ostrich. You're an ostrich. We are going to reject that offer because we need all the players that we can get. Here we go. Up against top of the table. Let me see this. Top of the table, right? So we have to get through. There's the playoffs. In September it starts. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games to get through there. And then it goes to a second round. That could be potentially 8 games. Quarterfinal, 10 games. Semi-finals, 12 games. Double-legged final. So up to 14 games potentially. 2 an hour. Okay, no, we can't play the game. We can't. We're going to have to instant result all of these. Maybe if we can get ahead as we go through, we'll have an opportunity. We've beaten them. Awesome. 1-0. That brings us within 2 points of that and another injury. Bob Catter might be the greatest Australian manager in Japan of all time. I'm willing to go on that out on a limb and say it. Our next game is against Yokohama F. Marinos. They are down in 9th position. They've had an awful season. You expect them to be amongst the front runners, but it's not gone well. They sacked their manager before we got to the 1st of August because they would have been one of the potential teams to take over. So Mufasa, with your Peterborough save, you got promoted from League One. Currently top of Championship on points with Southampton, Leicester and Burnley. Fantastic. I'm doing so good because I was able to sign 1 free transfer Chelsea goalkeeper, then 3 loans from them and 2 loans from Liverpool, and picked up a free transfer here and there. We're in debt though. That's something I'll wait to fix once in the Premier.
Maybe 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. But I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
Such wise words from Bob Catter. Such wise words from Bob Catter. Beautiful. You picked up on the cue, Leslie. You gentlemen. Doing fantastic, Mufasa. Doing fantastic. But yeah, gonna have to be careful if you get into the Premier League, though. Being able to serve that debt should surely be easy. So Johnson, now you're currently in 2031 April. I would have still thought that it should have been that late into the cup competition. You would have thought it would have been postponed unless there was no option for it, potentially. So George, Mick Foley is a WWE legend for all the risks he took, never even thinking about his body, he'd just do it. Fair enough. That sounds not good, but I get entertaining but dumb. So Cox so much weird. Are both teams playing European football? Could be rescheduled due to Conference League weeks being different, if I remember correct. That's the only thing I can think of. But it has to be a situation where it can't have been rescheduled somehow. Adam says, sorry, I didn't know what it was going to be, and curiosity got the better. Don't apologise, Adam. They are there to be redeemed. They are there. All of them are there to be redeemed. So Hell in a Cell is a 20-foot tall cage. Of course. So 20 foot. That's quite a drop. That's quite something to jump from. That is quite something to jump from. Sir Johnson says, it's just me playing in Europe. Should still be a winnable game versus Heidenheim, but even if I lose, I won't mind it, as I'm in the Conference League quarters and a point off first place in the league. I mean, I suppose if you can win the league and the Conference League, that is fine consolation for sure. Is Bob Catter better than Kevin Muscat? I think everyone's better than Kevin Muscat, to be fair. I mean, no shade on Kevin Muscat, but everyone is better than Kevin Muscat. I'm willing to die on that hill, potentially. Somewhere Ange is angrily staring at the ground after that statement about Bob. I mean, let's be fair. I mean, it's a pretty rough season for Ange, because he's probably gone from being the greatest Australian manager of all time to now being a footnote. He's probably not even the greatest Greek manager in the Premier League now, and he's the only one. Bless him. So Astronomer, what is this Hexagon challenge? Welcome in, Astronomer. We are currently raising money for the Gamers Outreach. They're a US-based charity who work to provide hospitalized children with access to video games so they can have a sense of adventure and normalcy whilst going through difficult times. You've got a lovely little donate link up in the top right-hand corner, which will tell you a little bit more, as well as how to donate. And as part of it, that means I'm going to be streaming 12 hours for the next 3 days, 11 a.m. till 11 p.m. British Summer Time, Friday the 11th, Saturday the 12th, Sunday the 13th. And in those 36 hours, we are completing the Hexagon Challenge. That is the major club continental competitions in Asia, the AFC Champions League, in Africa, the CAF Champions League, in South America, the Copa Libertadores, in North America, the CONCACAF Champions Cup, in Europe, the Champions League, and the World Cup in 36 hours. It's not going to be possible. I'm pretty certain it's impossible, but we're going to give it a try anyway. And Marcus Jr. had come back from injury, immediately ends up out with injury. He pops onto the out there. We have goalkeeper is fine. That guards Kawanami is not meant to be the starter, is he? Was it Osaka's? No, Kawanami. Which one was the one that had really bad first touch? Sako was the one who had really bad first touch. Is probably the better goalkeeper. Yes, he is. He's the one with positioning. So he comes back into the starting lineup there. And let's give that a little bit of simulation. Let's see how we go. Have you won in China? I mean, that's a fair point. It's a 2-2 draw away from home against Yokohama, and that means Kashiwa Race will jump back ahead of us with 8 games remaining in the league. Susaki is the next one out injured. It's only 2 days though, which should be all right, I suppose. We do have... So Shirtani will come in because we've only got 3 days between games. Player's out injured, so he's going to come on there. Let's move forwards to the next one. Damn, that didn't work. Unfortunately not. It didn't, no. So Ange has been Spursed. Indeed. It took a little while, but they finally managed to get their Spursy hands into him, bless him. Can we have no further use of normalcy, please? Can we have its approved non-American equivalent normality? Many thanks. No, Crodmo. John Sir, thanks. Also, next league games have been scheduled to Friday, so only 2 days of rest and 2 players still on international. That is horrible. Horrible. Also, next week I'm playing Conference League on Thursday, Bundesliga on Saturday. I swear the DFL have something against you. It feels like it. It feels like it for sure. Yeah, no, it's no. I do deny the Crodmo. I absolutely deny the Crodmo because we've told you before. If we feed the Crodmo, it only encourages you to be more Crodmo. We need to just rein that back a little. Yes, and there. Right, I need to get you guys on the wall of awesome. I am definitely going to need prompting to remind myself for doing various elements here. We need to get Mufasa and Adam on the wall. Adam's already on the wall once, but as the gentleman that he is, who has done it again, let's get him up there. Let's have a lovely little bit of Mufasa fit and some Adam. Beautiful stuff. Does that transfer through onto the wall? Even better. Now I do realise that as I speak, whilst I'm facing the wall, that it's not necessarily particularly audible. So I do apologise for that. I will try and get better in that regard as well. I have just discovered that the marker is going through to the wall, which is brilliant. I'm going to look forward to cleaning that up on the Monday. So when do you play Tokyo Verdy? If you throw the game, I'll donate another tenner. Do we have... We took over with only 12 games left. So do we play them? We do. We've got a game on the 20th of October. 20th of October. It's right in between our 2 Champions League games here against... Okay, let's have a look at our Champions League group. We have got the Iron Brew Rangers. Amazingly not from Scotland. They're the Hong Kong Rangers there. Iron Brew Rangers there. We've got Hyundai Motors, Yeonbuk from South Korea. That seems like quite a harsh draw as well. And then we've got North Korea and South Korea in the same group. We've got the Royamyong Sports Group. That feels like games that would be quite interesting to watch for sure. Very tricky. Cool. He has legs, indeed. They're not real legs though. They're fake. I have to put them on specifically for that moment. Why have we got our injury situation is such that we've got loads of grayed out players offered to us for this game. But I think we are kind of okay with those lot there. Oh, it's a cup game. This is a cup game, right? Let's chuck some players in that I'm not particularly fussed about in that regard. Let's rest Ezekiel. Let's rest you. And that'll do. There must be at least one under 21. Is that why we've got grayed out players? We've got grayed out players so that we can actually fulfill the criteria. Oh dear. Crodmo isn't on the Wall of Awesome. Crodmo is the Wall of Awesome. Well, you know how to get on the Wall of Awesome, Crodmo. Donations, any donation. You don't need to redeem a specific reward for it. Every single donation will get you on to the Wall of Awesome. So a 2-all draw in the cup. That means it's a first leg. That's okay. We haven't added a game to our calendar as a result of that. So that's not as bad as we thought. We've got a second leg, which will be at home. And that's, in fact, our next game. Oh, right, okay, cool. Back-to-back games. Beautiful. Chaser, welcome in, my dude. Seems weird not seeing you use your own skin. It is indeed weird. It feels weird not using my skin. I'm not used to these numbers. Weird stuff. Is Believe on the Wall of Awesome? Not yet. That should definitely get up there at some point. Need a proper poster with some tape on it, just to get that feeling. Utter woke nonsense. It is. Iron Brew Rangers. Didn't realise you owned a football club. It feels like it, doesn't it? Product placement. It is. I suppose. Like Iron Brew is a very, very acquired taste. It's all right. It's fine. Are Iron Brew Rangers better or worse than Red Bull? In so much as it's still a drinks product sponsoring a whole team, and that feels a bit iffy. But it's not Red Bull, so that makes it okay. I think maybe. I'm not convinced myself, to be honest. Right, our goalkeeper is now. We cannot catch a break. We cannot catch a break whatsoever when it comes to injuries at the moment and absence. Right, we want Matsumoto and Matsumoto in the team, right? Was it? Karamio is on the bench. Shisaki should come back in at right back. Araki, that's our starting lineup there. Our goalkeeper is now on international duty, so we don't have him available. Matsumoto, not Aoyama. Who was the attacking midfielder that we wanted? Mitsuta. Got Ezekiel back in, Kashawa there. Junior is still not quite available. Then our target forward is Vieira. Have our grayed out goalkeeper there. We've got 2 defenders on the bench, 2 defensive midfielders, an attacking midfielder of some sort, and a striker. And that's going to tell us we need a 21-year-old in the lineup. Yep. And that 21-year-old is going to be the striker again. Let's swap those all round. Cool. And then we've got a little bit of a gap until the next game, so that should be absolutely fine. And we are through 2-0. So that's 4-2 on aggregate. Marvellous stuff. And we've come through the game without an injury. How about that? We've got a player suspended, but I can live with that. I can live with that. So that would be you back in there, you back in there. Head on over to the next game. It's a home game against Vissel Kobe. And then we finally have our first proper game coming up in the Champions League. And it's against Iron Brew Rangers. Another drinks club buying a club. Shameful. Exactly. The rules in Japan are broken. Okay, that's good to know. Is that not the way with almost every non-European league? I have a feeling that when it comes to North America, I might choose a larger proportion of Mexican clubs than American ones that we could possibly look at, purely because of the rules. I have a feeling that trying to do MLS rules is going to absolutely crazy. So, thank you, Crudmo. Firstly, you wanted the Wheel of Awesome, not the wall. You want to be on the Wheel of Awesome, please, not the wall. You want to be on the Wheel of Awesome. You want me just to add a thing that says Crudmo, and if it spins, it can land on Crudmo. Correct. Unfortunately, yeah, sure, we can add Crudmo to. Yes, sure, absolutely. Injuries and absences being used as an excuse by an Australian coach in Japan. Where have I heard that before? Shh. There's more, in fact, though. Ayama's out. The goalkeeper is out. This is very, very unfortunate. Yamasaki will come in. No, Shiotani will come in. Marcos Jr. is still a little way away. Hopefully we'll get a grayed out goalkeeper for the bench, and we'll see how that goes. So Dean Base had to go do actual work. The audacity of it. I've clearly come back to a joke that you probably haven't. There are Iron Brew Rangers. Iron Brew Rangers are a legitimate team. A legitimate team. Crazy. Hong Kong, indeed. So Mufasa says, if I may ask, where are you streaming from? I'm streaming from my living room. UK, Mufasa. I'm the outskirts, the far outskirts of London. Right, Araki drops onto the bench. We don't get given a grayed out goalkeeper, so we put Notsuda on the bench. No, don't do that one. I want that one. And then, yep, so Vissel Kobe in 7th. The team of Andre Iniesta. Formerly Andre Iniesta. So Astronomo, Canada's also not that bad to try, though Mexico's probably the best choice. Yeah, the problem with Canada is none of those Canadian teams are realistically going to win the competition. So yeah, I kind of already ruled them out in that regard. A 2-0 win. We go back into top. Alberix Nagata are in good form as well. So what's happened with Kashiwa? Kashiwa beat us and then lost. Or did they draw with us? Who knows what the result was? I don't, that's for sure. Yeah, we've got a 2-point lead with 7 games to go. That's quite nice. We seem to be getting some results very much falling in our favour, but it is super, super tight at the top. Absolutely crazy how tight it is. Thank you so much for the donation. Bless you very much. That's incredible. Incredible. I can't see it properly, but we're already up to $150. And that is DM Bassist coming in. He's redeemed the Wheel of Chaos twice. We're going to head on in and do that. So we're adding Crudmo as an option on the wheel of thing, and then we're spinning it twice. So I'm not really sure what happens here. A memo from Crudmo. Let's give it a spin. Let's give it a spin. If you get Crudmo DM Basis, can you keep him? Absolutely. Absolutely. So our first thing is, this is the best one possible, I think. A memo from the owner. Sailing is such a beautiful pastime. Just you and the sea. Calm, serene, luxurious. Have you thought about buying a yacht? It's to say that our owner has bought himself a yacht and our transfer budget has been halved. However, our transfer budget is negative, so I think that actually, technically, that's made it better. We'll double it. We will double how much we need to raise before we can consider. Right, so Crudmo, you are now property of DM Bassist. Those are the rules. We just have to go with it. Beautiful stuff. Immense. Oh, I didn't get these. I need to now take these off. I need Super Yacht comes off there. Crudmo comes off for future spins. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Your very own DILF on this, the day of DILFs. It is the day of DILFs indeed. And to get your DILF early on in the day as well, you get a whole day's usage out of him. Incredible. So Mufasa, do I ever set up individual training or do you leave that to the assistant manager? So Mufasa, for a challenge like this where time is of the essence, I leave that up to the assistant manager. But as you will see through things like the currently AC Milan, Darmstadt, IFK Merriam series, I will set it up myself depending on what I want to do. But usually it's narrative based, so I'll be looking around a specific idea rather than trying to min-max anything. Right, here's our team. We have a handful of players on the bench. Let's see, can we put Tanaka on there? We can indeed. We can add our reserve players in. That's cool. We should hopefully have Araki back. We do, so he can come into the starting lineup. Marcos Jr. is almost back, but he's suspended for this as well. I think that's good. We head into our first game. How about that? Abolitionists hate this trick. They do indeed. I've got a gig to play tonight. Can I head up after? You are very graceful, DM basis to allow him away with that. We are going to say this is a match we should be winning. We're going to say I have faith. And here we go. Our first game of the stream. Look at Bob Catter there with his beautiful hat. Look at our 4-5-1. This is going to be a thing of beauty. We've lost just one game when we've left it up to the AI. Let's see how bad it goes once I'm finally in charge. So Chromo, Adam, you did not ask to clip that. I think it needs to be recorded. Absolutely. Good work, Adam. Good work. Right, let's head to TV. Let's zoom in. Let's do that. We're going to go on to key highlights. Going to push that speed up a little. Is that going to be too much? Chichi with the corner. Sends it in. Dujardin heads it behind. Remy Dujardin. What a great name. Oh, that's a satisfying name to say. Right, Chichi with the corner again. This time sends it in and it's Dujardin who gets it away. But only as far as Chichi. Chichi doesn't really do anything particularly inspiring. Araki back to Matsumoto. What a highlight that was. So in the opening 5 minutes, a couple of chances. We haven't actually seen our chances. We've seen corners that have come since then. Mitsuta. A nice free kick routine where we just pass it between the players. Kashiwa down the left. Sends the cross in. Ezekiel's the target, but they get it away. Araki loses out to Ibrahim. A chance now for Iron Brew Rangers to counter-attack. Dujardin. Forward to Ibrahim. Ibrahim turns. Ibrahim drives, but Matsumoto is there. He plays it to Kashiwa. Kashiwa out wide to Shichi on the left. Plays inside to Vieira. Vieira plays it to Mitsuda. It's run through. Ezekiel, he's in behind. Can Ezekiel score? It's a great save by Lo Suikui. What a save. What a save. Crummo, will you paint me like one of your fancy French Warhammer figures? This is going in one hell of a direction. I'm here for it. I love this.
I'm European champion, so I'm not one of the bottle. I think I'm a special one.
So Astronomo, indeed, Bob Catter is our manager character. What a legend. What a legend he is, purely for his sound bites. Maybe not so much for his politics. From the sounds of things, he's not awful, but just a little bit confusing. Oh, welcome in, Mr. Teeny. Greetings from Denmark. How are you doing, sir? How is the meetup? So for those that don't know, Mr. Teeny, D-Boy Plays, The Mad Scientist, I imagine there might be a couple of others there as well, have all decided to head, well, I say all decided to head to Denmark. The Mad Scientist lives in Denmark, so I don't think he's necessarily this, you know what I mean. How's it going, my dude? Lovely to see you. So in fact, they're on a train right now to meet Mad. Beautiful, beautiful. That pie guy, it is indeed Iron Brew Rangers. What an incredible team name. We've had 14 shots, by the way. No goals so far. Let's let this play out and then maybe shout some choice words in our players' ears. Here's Mitsuta out to Araki. Araki back to Sasaki. Sasaki down the right-hand side. Sasaki, can he get the cross in? He does indeed. Kashiwa is the target. Kashiwa off the bar. Oh, false to Araki. We finally got to see a highlight and it was so close. So close. Cool. I'm not happy that we haven't scored. We're going up to a positive mentality. We are... Cool. We'll leave it with that for the time being and see whether they respond in the first sort of like 10-15 minutes or so. We've got another free kick. It's Shichi once again. He plays it to Ezekiel. Ezekiel turns into trouble, then back to Shichi, who doesn't have an alley to run into because we faffed around with the ball in that spot there. Matsumoto also faffing around with the ball. Beautiful, beautiful stuff here. Just keep on going backwards, lads. Shichi, make a pass. He does. Vieira to Mitsuta. Nice and quick. There's the shot, and it's a good save from the keeper. See what happens when we move the ball a little bit quicker. Speaking of which, I am going to move that highlight speed up a bit. Right, here's the cross in, headed behind. It's going to be another corner. Another corner. So Chromo, right, you might have your last non-deep fried meal before I go to live in Scotland. Surely you want to have your first of your forever deep fried meals. Need to prep that stomach for what DM Basis is about to do to you. And by that I mean feeding you deep fried food, just to be clear. Nothing else. Right, here's Shichi. Shichi into Vieira. Vieira finds Kashiwa. Kashiwa, that's a penalty, ref. That's a penalty, ref. It is a penalty. It is surely a penalty. VAR are checking. VAR have confirmed. I have no idea who our penalty taker is. Our penalty taker is... Remy Dujardin's off. Our penalty taker is Mitsu. Or just one part of the beard. But we have a break coming up in sort of 15 minutes or so. So that is more than enough time. More than enough time for us to get this sorted out. Let me, though, sort out the next little graphic that needs to appear down at the bottom. And then let's get this beard gone. Or one part of the beard gone. Now, Crudmo knows something that you guys don't know. Which is that for all my preparation, I have a cupboard full of snacks and things over there so that I can sustain myself throughout. I've got my wall going, we've got the spices sorted, we've got everything fine. Everything's in control, everything is normal and wonderful. I've got myself a bin that is specifically small and useful that I can sit it in my lap whilst I shave my beard. What I haven't got is a mirror. So I'm going to be using the camera as my mirror, which means it's reversed. So this is definitely going to go wrong, which is marvelous. Before we start though, let's just set holiday through in the game up till the next bit, and let's give it a go. So we're going to sport. Wait a second. Is it the left sideburn? It's the left sideburn that's coming off first. It's the left sideburn coming off first. So let's do this. You can tell that I have no idea where my face is. I'm not going to use the camera. I am not going to use that camera. I am going to use my phone, I think. Let's see if I can use the camera on here reversed, because I have absolutely no coordination. That's better. That is much better for me. Not so good for you. So let's get that camera down and out of the way a little bit. Oh, wow, cheeks are a weird thing to see. Get lovely bits up there. Into the bin. And we're doing just about swapping over the hands. I would very much appreciate being able to use my stronger hand as we do this. This is a man that is not used to shaving. You can tell that quite clearly. No word of a lie. I have had most of my face covered for well over a decade, and this feels genuinely so weird. Yeah, we've got a line there. That'll do. Beautiful. Hope you enjoy the sound of knocking. My word. My word. Someone crop his card. That's a fair point. Thank you very much. Let's get them out the... I mean, I know you can't read it from there, but my expired provisional license, I definitely want to get that off camera. Welcome to the 6. We have a very, very weird beard for a time being. Now, this will be something... If I want us to get the full... If we can get to $700 by the end of this process, that would be absolutely incredible. But also, there is something quite funny if I'm also stuck with this for the rest of eternity. So I'm kind of caught between a rock and a hard place in that regard. This is the prime entertainment your TV license pays for. Absolutely. Absolutely. You will return for a partially beardless Musterman. Indeed. I mean, don't let DM Basis see me this way. Don't let DM Basis... Let's get rid of the other half before DM Basis is back. That would be the goal. Right, Marcos Jr. is good for the bench. So we bring him in there. Tanaka needs to be on the bench as well. It's not coming into the starting lineup though. So Ben Khalifa, let's bring him on for Kashiwa. Got a defensive midfielder. We've got a couple of defensive players. Higashi should be on the bench really. So that'll be Tamasaki out. Something like that. Something like that is what we're going with. And hopefully with Marcos Jr. back over in the next coming weeks as well, we will have some options. It's a 3-0 win. That's massive, massive win over Kawasaki Frontale. That gives us a little bit of breathing room. We have played a game more than those around us. Massive, massive result. And that's going to be a week until we play Jubilee Iwata. Let's head on there. So Must You Know, welcome in, my dude. Lovely to see you. I was just joined and I'm about to cut his beard. What's happening? So part of this is a stream for charity over the next 3 days, 36 hours. And when we hit certain milestones, the beard is coming off. So next time, when we hit $200, I'm astonished. We're at $150 already, which is crazy. When we hit $200, we'll be doing the next step in the Spice Challenge, moving up to, I think it's around 5,000 Scoville units with a jalapeno sauce. And then when we hit $250, more of the beard comes off. $300, more hot sauce. $350, more beard. $400, more hot sauce. $450, more beard. Well, there won't be any beard left. It'll be more moustache coming off at that point. $500, more hot sauce. $550, goodbye soul patch. $600, the beard is gone. Maybe. No, $600, the beard is almost gone. $650, I can't remember exactly. I can't remember. 600's more hot sauce. $650, the beard is gone. $700 is Carolina Reaper hot sauce. That's just under 2.5 million Scoville units. Over the next 3 days as well. So there is no rush. There is no rush, but that's what we're aiming for. And if we reach $1,000, he'll shave his nipples live on stream just for Cameron. Indeed. By the way, welcome in, Cameron. I do apologise for not saying hello properly. Off, you said. Your top, not the beard. Oh, you don't want to see that. There was something more hideous than seeing the bare face of my cheek. And that is most definitely my upper torso. Hideous thing. A hideous thing. Right, another injury. Another injury means Shiatani comes back in. We're going to give Marcos Jr. his start. Mitsuta. Otherwise, I think they're all good. Against Jubilo Iwata, a win would be pretty important here. And we've drawn, unfortunately. That draw means that Osaka can close to within 1 point. If they win their game in hand, Nagata would be 3 points behind if they win their game in hand. Big points dropped there. Just to make matters more difficult now, we do have the Champions League game coming up against Roy Am Yang. Oh, and then it's a semi-final, so that's okay. We've got a little bit of a gap. That's okay. So it looks like it might be a little bit of a wait until the next league game. We get a chance maybe to get some players back. Should be quite nice. Oh my, thank you so much for the donation. That is absolutely incredible. You are an absolute star, Medical Car. How are things going so far? Best of luck with the rest of the Hexagon Challenge. I really do appreciate it. We're going okay. We're going okay. We do have the advantage of the Japanese season ending before the Champions League does, so we shouldn't have too many league games holding us up in this early bit, but we're doing all right. We've won our first Champions League game. We've taken ourselves from 4th in the league with 12 games remaining up to first. So we are making progress. We might have a surprise league trophy to add before we even get to our first competition, which is great. Absolutely incredible. So Adam, you couldn't get it all. I do apologize. Hopefully the next bit, now that I know with the phone, I'll be able to actually shave a little bit quicker. A little bit quicker. I am going mad. I can't speak. Thus Zarathustra spake. Right, our next game is coming up. We have an ad break coming up in a few moments, so let's actually have that ad break now. Let me refill my drink. And when we come back, we will head into the game against Roy Om Yong. So I will see you guys in about 3-4 minutes.
Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually. We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners. We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up.
Right, welcome back. And I have some more Wall of Awesome to add up as well. I am a little bit behind on these. I do need reminding. Definitely, hopefully by Sunday I'll have remembered every single element. But until then, we don't know. So we need to get the bassist on the Wall of Awesome. We need to get Crudmo on the Wall of Awesome. And we need to get the medical car on as well. Absolutely fantastic, guys. Thank you very, very much for your donations so far. We're at $150 and we're technically only just over an hour in, which is incredible. Absolutely incredible. So let's head on over now. We've got to get into a game. By the way, Drew, welcome in. Thank you very much. I do apologise that I didn't catch that earlier. As always, I'm behind on chat. As always, I am indeed. But yes, the beard is going to go slowly but surely. We will become beardless. Dim Bassist is back as well. Beautiful, wonderful timing there. Johnny rightly points out that none of the kids seem to be playing FM in that video. I suppose it makes sense. It probably wouldn't help their recovery. It wouldn't, would it? I mean, you don't want to put the kids under that kind of stress. Not in that situation. Dear Lord, no. Dear Lord, no. Right, so Adam says, if the marker is going through to the wall, would it not be better to write on the notes first and then pop them up, but then the marker leaves a stain on the post-it note underneath? And, you know, I can wash a wall afterwards, right? So hopefully, that should be... it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Nothing to worry about, potentially. Marker leaves notes on, proceeds to write on the wall rather than on the post-it notes first. I mean, we should, in fact, why don't I just write direct onto the wall? If it's going to end up there, why bother with the post-it notes at all? I think you guys have come up with a solution. Now, the medical car is right. We are currently playing in North Korea. Perfectly normal, perfectly reasonable. Nothing to see here whatsoever. Sherbs, welcome in, my dude. Lovely to see you. I hope you're doing well. And El Rebohito 12, thank you very much for the follow. Really, really appreciate it. And I just heard them. We've got to go. We've got to go this one through. Here's Matsumoto with the corner. It's Araki's header rising. That would have been nice. That would have been a lovely goal. He came from deep. Beautiful, powerful header, unfortunately off the bar. Mid-suitor now to Araki. That's it. That is incredible. Mr. Grizzly P, thank you very much for the donation as well. We'll get you up onto the wheel of awesome, the wall of awesome after this game. No, I appreciate it so much. And just to be very, very clear, like, I will be asking for donations during the course of the stream, but if you can't, please don't feel obliged. I appreciate like coming in and supporting as we go through the process as well is absolutely awesome. What you can provide is absolutely amazing as well, but there is zero obligation whatsoever. There we go, 2-0 up. Marcos Jr. collects. Beautiful finish across the face of Richol Song. It is 2-0. 2-0. All hail the great Marshal Kim Jong-un, indeed. Indeed. Johnny Trotter, there are so many empty seats. How did the dear leader not find 40,000 to watch? You don't need to. You just need to make sure that the camera only shows a very, very small proportion of the crowd and makes it look full. So it might look like they're empty, but there's that one corner there that's absolutely jam-packed so that as far as the public outseeing world knows, they're going to claim it was full. Right, we've got to be happy with that. I say that, we're also going to tell them they can do better. We do have Araki on a yellow card, so we're going to bring him off. And that means we're going to bring on Shuti Nakano. Don't want players getting suspended unnecessarily. Right, let's see. Let's see how we get on into the second half. Proper Chelsea dagger. I see what you did there. Dimbe says, next time do your charity stream when it's payday. That's a fair shout. I will let Gamers Outreach know. I'll say, look, man, this is just poor planning on our behalf. A Sojong Hook is in behind Saka with a great save. A great save. That was massive. And apparently another one there that we don't get to see the chance, but we do get to see the corner, which surely means this is going to be a goal. Park Jun-sung sends it in. Matsumoto gets there first. Another cross comes in as Sako claims, and we're all good. We are all good. Right. So the jam-packed corner has the Hiroshima fans. Don't need to know that. Sojong Hook is in behind again. Park Yong-gwan, and it's 2-1. It's 2-1. This is worrying. Let's start to be more attacking. Do we bring Shuto Nakano off? He can't jump. Neither can Yamasaki. Sasaki can, so let's put Sasaki in there. Let's just swap them around and put him into a less worrying place on the pitch. We're going to bring on Kawamura and Kato. Not that I know enough about any of these players I'm bringing on or subbing off at the moment. Probably would help to be more familiar with what I'm doing, let's be fair. So Crodmo says, what stretch goal should we set? Over $700 for Crodmo to come to your house on Sunday and we do that stream together. Oh my, I love you, Crodmo. I love you, my dude, but there is no way whatsoever that I am going to host a single soul on Sunday. By that point, I'm going to be such a miserable bum. For sure. Park Yong-gwan sounds iffy. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I will be mindful, I think. So Matsumoto gives it away. Park Hwang-chon comes forward. Can this be a late equaliser? Park Hwang-chon from the angle. And it is a goal kick. I thought that went out for a throw-in for a moment there. We had done a reasonable job of kind of stemming the tide after they scored that one goal, and we do just enough. We've done it. That's 2 wins so far now. That puts us in a good spot. I think, one more win? Like 10 points has got to be enough to see us through, right? Iron Brew Rangers have beaten Jeonbu. That's a surprise. That is a surprise to see Jeonbuk Hyundai Motors lose. We play them next. Well, we play. They are our next Champions League opponent. We don't play them for a little while yet. So that comes through. Oh, the Tokyo Verdy game is no longer in between our Champions League ones. Interesting. So let's give these guys a little bit of a rest. Head on over to the next game. It's going to be... Oh, it's because of that, the League Cup. That makes sense. Oh, welcome in, Dodgy Gamer. Lovely to see you, my dude. How you going? How's it going? And Rich is here. Welcome in, my dude. Why are the donation options in US dollars? It is an American charity. It's an American event. So they are the donation options. I couldn't find a way via Tiltify to change it. And I suppose it does kind of make it... Like, if that's how they're processing on that end, it kind of makes sense. And everyone's already answered for us. You'll do the stream for me then. That works. That definitely works. Not sure if they have said, but I think it's a US charity. Also, the charity is over in the US. Indeed. Iron Brewer massive. Everywhere we go. Iron Brewer massive. Adam, thank you for yet another donation. You are an absolute gentleman. And that does remind me, we need to go on over and add some names to that wall of awesome. The wall may well become entirely populated with Adam. So let's head on over. Let's get Mr. Grizzly P up there. I've specifically chosen this corner as well so that I can take the painting down if needs be. Let's pop one over that side. Let's pop one over here. Mr. Grizzly P. And an Adam. Absolutely sensational stuff, guys. Absolutely sensational. We are now up to, I can't even see on my lovely little thing. We're up to $175. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Thank you very much, guys. It is very, very much appreciated. Right, let's pop back to, that's far too much on my face for the time being. I do apologise. We've got some new youth. We've got a deep line forward that's not good enough to help us straight away. And as we won't be playing any seasons with this club after this, sadly that doesn't make much difference to us in the scheme of things. So you just noticed the German flag on the sleeve ending of the Cameroon shirt. Oh, is that because of that's because of the FM shirt underneath? Right, okay, okay. So is that because you had the red, the yellow, and then you could see a little bit of the black peeking through? Or is there a hidden one on the back or something that I've missed? Adam, we are about to do the wheel as well. Don't worry, don't worry. We're gonna get some wheel goodness in a second. Let's head on over. Do the Wheel of Awesome. Right, here is the Wheel of Awesome. Oh my word, let me stop talking. It's not the Wheel of Awesome, it's the Wheel of Chaos. It's a family affair. We've received a memo from the owner. I don't care that he's the star. No one hits on my daughter. We need to sell our star player. So, because the transfer window is currently closed, that does mean that we need to drop him before then as well. And the best way of working out our key player is here. Our star player is Marcus Jr., the player who we've been... So I think he's played like 2 games for us and he's scored in both those games. But he has been injured a lot. So maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Oh, it's not on loan. Oh, he's already leaving. I suppose that's okay, isn't it? How have they offered a contract for 10 months away? Oh, there we go. There we go. I need to make sure that that's sorted out on the wheel there as well. Do we get away with that, or do we have to sell someone else? I think let's pop that down as a let's just pop that here. Do we sell someone else? I'll just chuck a poll out. This is going to be a poll out over on Twitch alone, I'm afraid, guys. But nice simple one. Do we have to sell someone else as a result of him having a transfer already agreed? Or do we get away with it? So can we sell DMB? Oh, what's with the inter-Scottish fighting right now? Disgraceful, disgraceful. You are above the law. Well, there goes the season. No, we're all good, but it does mean Junior is now out of the squad. Kashari comes in. Any of those guys can move on to the bench. Oh, we need a young player up front, don't we? Something like that should be fine. Must have been Darren Bent, Steve Bruce, according to the rumours, of course. There's been many of those rumours around. I can't remember, was it Lee Hendry and John Gregory at some point? I think there was what I know there's been many Villa-related ones at times. So we've lost the first leg there, which is not the worst thing in the world. Matsumoto is going to be suspended, so we can bring in Karamura. Bring in Karamura. Let's try Ben Khalifa out on the left. Let's make sure Natsuda is in there. So our next game is again the second leg, which is quite nice. We get them both kind of grouped together, which is all good. It never said if it was a good star or a dead star. I mean, I get you, Dan Basis. You definitely feeling very bullied. He's already leaving for Le Havre. It appears that way. How come he removed Crodmo from the wheel? I thought every time Crodmo came up on the wheel, Crodmo would have to do something, like give out free hugs or make a video call. Crodmo, everything comes off the wheel after they get hit, but we'll be refreshing the wheel, whether that's on daily or whether it's at the end of each 6-hour session kind of thing. I'm not entirely certain. We'll see how it goes, generally speaking. So we don't end up with repeat redeems during the course of at least one spell here. And part of the reason is because one of the redeems is a milk amnesty, we'll say. A milk ban. It's a milk ban is actually a more accurate term there, which is essentially so that only comes in place for the next hot sauce that I do, which I want to kind of be on that list available at various points throughout. Right, Shishumi is still out. That's going to be Ohashi in. Let's hop to this game. We need to overturn a 2-goal deficit. I'm not feeling confident there. So maybe the transfer was pre-arranged. That's quite possible. That's quite possible. It went to extra time. We did it. We got it back. We got it to 2-0. And then Namtahi ruins our dreams in extra time. I don't care. It's not our dreams. I'm not particularly interested in the Louvain Cup. We will survive. I mean, I say we'll survive. Look at how exhausted all those players are. Maybe we won't survive. Right, next game. There it is, Adam. It's the game against Tokyo Verdy coming up. Objective met by default. It does look that way. So currently the poll is saying we don't need to sell someone else. We've got 7-4 in favour of no. So did I use the real world in the game setup? No, I set it up as original. Because we were going to be starting in 2024 anyway. And then moving forwards, because we're lining it up so the very, very last stage of the challenge is going to be the World Cup. So we had to make sure that the previous season ended before the 2030 World Cup without needing like major holidaying in between during a session. So that's started in original world. DMB says, I'm not sure we should be celebrating slavery in an American charity stream though. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. The less said, the better. It's just Ouija's. They're just a contentious bunch. I mean, I'm a fan of contention. Bring me more contention for sure. The Ouija's. It's a love-hate relationship consisting of primarily hate in a loving form. Of course. Use the intake kid. He's not good enough though, man. He's clearly not good. Oh, for this. Yeah, okay. I see what you mean. Sorry. I'm slow. You know I'm slow. You've had to... You for some reason, you keep on coming back, despite the fact I'm clearly very, very slow. We have... Yay, he's back. So he can come in for Shio Sasaki. Sasaki comes back in at right back. I'll get there eventually. Adam. Zaha Moyes at Man United was another one. Was that what happened for Zaha? Fair enough. A milk ban is fun. It is, isn't it? It won't be. I found that first sauce spicy. I know that I'm going to have to do others. Surely we are what? Let me click refresh on there. We at 175. So we're $25 away from the next hot sauce. And if I found the first one spicy, I hope that we get that up before we have to worry about the milk issue coming up. Right, Tanaka is not available. That's okay. We've got our goalkeeper back. So let's head into that one there. Sumiyoshi is coming back from injury. That's fine. And we've dropped points. We've drawn. That's big. We missed a penalty as well. We missed a penalty. We deserve to play well. A draw against Tokyo Verdy. They've dropped down to 16th, in danger of relegation, with 4 games remaining. We're now behind Kashiwa Reysol. They're level on points. They're ahead of us on goal difference. Let's get these guys rested up, and then we head into the next Champions League game. It's a home game against Jeonbuk Hyundai Motors. Should be good. Should be good. Verdi get battered everywhere they go, but not here. Not here. Well, it's lunchtime for Adam. No worries. We will let you know. We will let you know indeed. He's going to Greg's for a pasty. They do the best ones after all. I mean, can you say that to a Cornish man? Can you suggest to a Cornish man that Greg's pasties are better than like traditional homemade ones? It's a bold take. A bold take indeed. So we've got the results in for Do We Sell Someone Else? It has finished 7-4. We are safe. We are safe. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much, guys. Welcome in, Dan Daven. Lovely to see you, my dude. Thank you for the follow, AfroChuck87. I hope you're well. So who do I support? DM Bassist has given us the answer there. I am an Aston Villa fan for all my sins. Aston Villa fan for all my sins. So we've got to make sure that I remember not to put Marcus Jr. into the lineup at any stage. So I think that's that there. We're going to start on attacking. We've moved it up to positive in both of the games that we've played so far. I want to see what happens if we start with a more attacking mentality, and maybe we end up dropping it down a little bit. We'll see. This is a match we should be winning. I have faith. I have faith. I trust you to make the difference. Bob Catter. Oh, I do love that hat. DMB suggests you can, and he gets very upset as a result. I'm just fortunate that he'd left by then. You are very, very fortunate for sure. So have I met Prince William at any Villa matches? I haven't, Dan. I don't get to go to many Villa games. I live quite a way away from Birmingham and don't drive, unfortunately. Nor do I earn enough to be able to afford the joys of the British train system. So it's been a long time since I've been to a Villa game. I've never seen Prince William there either, unfortunately. So do I think Villa can turn it around in the second leg against PSG? A good question, Rich. I think that their late goal last night didn't make any difference as Hernandez is in behind. Hernandez rattles the post. It was some bad defending, and that should have been... Did we rattle the... No, they did rattle the post. That should have been 1-0, surely. We've been fortunate. We've had a couple of shots over in the area, but we haven't had a highlight so far. Is that going to change now? Not with play like that. It's okay, though. We gather the ball. Here is Shichi. And we're going to be behind. Sumiyoshi gets it away only as far as Moon Son Min. Choi Chul Soon down the line. Moon Son Min is 3. He sends the cross in. That's awful. Awful defending. So attacking, I think, was a bad idea. We're going to drop down. We're going to demand some more. But we've only seen 2 highlights in this game so far. They've both been for Jeonbuk. And we have been... That's not even a case of a low cross coming in and our defenders ignoring it. We'd ignored the play long before then. That is bad. That is bad. So do I think Villa can turn it around the second leg? I think that if we'd lost by 1 goal, we would still be going into that second leg thinking that we want to win by 2 goals in normal time. I think now it's exactly the same. We're still going in with that mentality. We'd love to win by 5 or 6 goals. That'd be brilliant, right? Sure, a 2-0 win or a 2-goal win would only get us through to extra time. But I think that from a mentality standpoint, it doesn't change anything. Can we do it? Yes. Will we do it? Will it require a lot to fall our way? And I think no. I think that we can be delighted that we've got as far as we have. It's been a phenomenal campaign. It's been really exciting. It's a wonderful moment taking the lead. That was something I didn't really expect. Brilliant. and then we can hopefully concentrate on the league, maybe sneak back into the Champions League again. If not, try and consolidate a spot in the UEFA Cup and hopefully continue to build from there. Yeah, well, no he wasn't. No, he wasn't offside. Let it stand, ref. Don't be a spoil sport. Don't be a spoil sport. You're not. So how close was this? Shichi with the cross. That's miles onside. Miles onside. What was that VAR nonsense all about in the first place? Completely unnecessary. Since we changed to a positive mentality, we have very much been in the ascendancy. So I think that is the sweet point for this. I am going to look at making changes because of the players booked. So that's going to be Shiatani on and Kawamura on. Let's see how we go into the second half. Or David Cameron, or is it West Ham he follows? Poor lad can't remember. Bless him. It's hard to remember which team you support. It's understandable, right? So you live 2 hours south of Birmingham. Nice, Dan. Nice. The Pie Guy, do I support a more local team? I don't. I mean, I've moved a lot over the years. So it's very difficult to really have that much of a local connection. It's Park Jin-sung. Here's Amano. Amano back to Boateng. Boateng, can they do something here? It's a shot from distance. It never really threatening. It's been all Jean-Book in the second half. Let's demand a little bit more. Let's drop back down to positive. Let's see if we can get some control. But did that change happen in time? Here comes Amano to Jong Tae-wook. Jong Tae-wook plays it to Boateng. Park Jin-suk. Boateng again. Plays a lovely ball in behind him. Moon Seon-min is in. And that's 2-1. Nana Boateng with a glorious pass. And we're going to face our first defeat of the season, it looks. Our first defeat of this save. Now, ball comes back to Boateng. We try and close him out, and he just plays it through. Takes 3 players out of play. Moon Seon-min, who did wonderfully to get the assist earlier on, gets the goal. Bugger. So last 10 minutes, we're bringing on Kashiwa, we're bringing on Higashi, and we're bringing on Notsuda. What still constitutes a 4-5-1? We're sticking to the 4-5-1 as I think this still constitutes a 4-5-1. Let's put him on defence midfield. We're going with that argument. I'm not even making an argument. I'm just going to do it. It's absolutely fine. So, Sinister Mephisto, welcome in. ASMR. What was the ASMR moment? I missed it. I do apologise. You remembered that Rich Son. That was hilarious about David Cameron not remembering who he supported. Indeed. He was your local councillor when he used to live near Chopping Norton. There we go. Kashiwa sends the cross in. Can't beat the near man. It's back to Kashiwa. His pass is poor. And a chance now for Jean-Book to come away with Han Kyo-won. Han Kyo-won keeps on going. Han Kyo-won sends it back to Boateng. Amano. That's game over. Bugger. I mean, Rich, I always got the impression. I mean, look, I'm no David Cameron fan. Let's be fair about that. I always got the impression that Aston Villa for him was like that kind of thing where you need to support a team as a kid. At school, you've got to pick a team, right? And he's never really cared particularly much about football, but the question comes up all the time, so he's kind of got to be like, boom, Notsuda pulls one back in injury time. Is there a chance of... No, there's not. There's not a chance of equalising there. We were poor. That result was very much what we deserved. That's a shame. We probably need a win and a draw out of those last 2 games. Oh my, that now means we are all level on 6 goals there. 6 goals, 6 points. Matsumoto's picked up a booking as well. So let's get these guys rested. We've got the game against Osaka. Then we've got a week and a bit until the home game against North Korea's finest. So Rich used to work with someone who used to work for David Cameron. Apparently the bloke is thick, completely reliant on advisors. I mean, again, I'm very, very worried that I'm defending Cameron twice in a stream. Yes, you want your MPs to be smart. You want your prime ministers to be smart, but also I kind of want them to be good at delegating to experts. He wasn't good at delegating to experts. I mean, the whole issue with the government was we've had enough of experts mentality. That was concerning at best. But yeah, like I'd much rather a prime minister that has to rely on his advisors than, you know, someone that thinks that they know it all and tries to rule on a cult of personality, naming no names whatsoever. Of course, no names. Right, who's been playing badly? Ben Khalifa has been pretty damn ass for us, as has Matsumoto. There's the problem, or there's a problem. I have the Matsumotos the wrong way round. That was less than ideal. And let's move that back down to positive. I think positive was probably where we were best at. That's absolutely fine. So doing bases, that was the first song you learned on bass. I'm guessing that was Seven Nation Army, right? That Seven Nation Army, a great choice. We edge it. We win 2-1. A late Osaka goal could have been an issue. And Kashiwa Reysol have just lost. So with 3 games remaining, we have a 3-point lead and we are ahead on goal difference. It might be happening. It's so yo-yo this season. We took over in 4th though, so that's fantastic situation to be in. Thank you, by the way, very much for the donation. That is absolutely incredible. Really, really appreciate it. Catch 22. $50 is mental. I appreciate you so much. So here's hoping this mega stream stunt doesn't land you in the hospital. It might well do, but the good thing is that, okay, I'm not a kid, that's for sure, but they do have some outreach in the UK, so maybe I just need to make sure I end up in the right hospital. You are an absolute star. Let's start by, we've got a few things that we need to do here as a result of that. The very first thing, Catch 22, is we need to get you up on the Wall of Awesome. So the Wall of Awesome has a new arrival. We're going to pop that there. No, we're not. That's over Mustafa a bit. That's unfair. Let's pop him there. And we've got a bit of Catch 22. Beautiful stuff. Right, that's step 1. Step 2 is I need to get myself... Oh! Step number 2 is tortilla chip time. And so, source number 2 is a jalapeno chili sauce. That should be roughly about 5,000. No, is this? Yes, that's about 5,000 Scoville units. Let's give this a go. Let's get some paper towel action going on first, because this was the first sauce was quite runny. This sauce seems to be a little bit thinner. That's thicker even. So we've got it as a A nice glob. I don't want to spill it, so I'm kind of being kind of careful there. A fair block on these. So, this is hot sauce number 2. Hot sauce number 2 is very, very, very reasonable. Again, all of these are from South Devon Chili Farm. This is no sponsorship element to it at all. I've bought these sauces. Maybe if I can work out a way to transport already open sauces, we could send them out afterwards. Because if I'm reacting as I am currently to the second mildest sauce of them in the event, then we might have some struggle going on as we get further in. For those that don't know, for those that have just joined the stream, we are doing, this is the Gamers for Giving 2025 streamathon. As part of it, I'm going to be streaming for 12 hours for each of the next 3 days. So 12 hours today, 12 hours tomorrow, 12 hours on Sunday. And we do have various incentives going on during the course of this stream. We will have the beard will be being shaved off at various intervals. Once we hit certain milestones, more of the beard is taken off. We also have a hot sauce challenge as well. 7 sauces, increasing in spiciness up until we touch one with a Carolina Reaper. That's 2.2 million Scoville units. And that'll be sauce number 7. This is sauce number 2. And I think you can tell by my slightly beardless face now that I'm struggling with it. I'm struggling with it. Now you can head on over to the link that is pinned either over on YouTube in the top right, or even over on Twitch on the top right as well, to donate. During that donation, you can also activate the Wheel of Chaos. The Wheel of Chaos adds an element of randomness. Maybe it will impact things that we have to do within the save itself. Maybe it will impact what we have to do tactically. Maybe it will impact what we have to do with staff management. Maybe it will be something outside of the game itself and will impact the stream. Maybe I have to mime. Maybe I can't have milk with after my hot sauces. Various things that will impact. So there are lots of different ways you can get involved. Obviously, no obligation. You do not have to donate. If you can't, please don't force yourself into a situation where you are spending money when you might not necessarily be able to do so. So please be sensible. And there we go. We are currently, this is our first continent. We are doing all 5 domestic major continental trophies and the World Cup over those 3 days, which gives us 6 hours for each of them. We will be instant resulting league games and playing our Champions League games, because the Champions League is the bit that matters. And because the Champions League is the bit that matters, we're playing this game. So I do apologise. Let me catch up a little bit with chat as much as I possibly can. I'm also trying to catch my breath as well, because there is definitely dealing with that spice is lingering. It is definitely lingering. The thing is right. So I love spicy food. My body does not, which is where the challenge part of it comes in ultimately. So Money by Pink Floyd was DM bassist second. Beautiful. Gary, thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream, my dude? Welcome in raiders. Very, very much appreciate it. We are just starting as part of the, well, I say just starting. We're 2 hours in to the 3-day streamathon. So absolutely trying to pace ourselves, but struggling a little. It's all good. We are playing, this is like only our 4th game or so, as Sojong Kyuk is in behind again. What is the issue on that left-hand side? What is the issue on that left-hand side? Can we please mark these guys? We might need to drop the lines a little bit, I think. Maybe our lack of pace is being exposed. There's a lot of pace in North Korea, evidently. So yeah, we were saying Money by Pink Floyd, DM bassist's 2nd ever song learnt on the bass. A fine choice. A fine choice. Here's the corner, sending it in. Sasaki gets his header off the woodwork. They manage to clear the balls. Kim Song-myun gets the header away. We do need to win this game. Out of all of the games that remain, this should be our easiest one. And rattles off the post again. And they clear. This is the easiest one that remains. I think we need at least 4 points. Maybe 6 with us all being tied on 6 points at the moment. To be able to progress to the next round. And if we start off this challenge with a failure, that would be bad. If we start with we might start this challenge off with a fail. I don't think we're not guaranteed to win any of the continental competitions. Pardon me. Oh, far too nice and like happy and delightful. Lovely. Wonderful. Now, we've got just the one change left. We are still creating chances. We are still kind of in a good space in terms of momentum. Shiichi has now got himself booked, so let's put a little bit of ease off tackles on him there. So Araki coming forwards, feeds Ezekiel. He's inside to Kato. Kato takes aim from distance, just wide. Just wide. It's a free butterfly sample. The best type of butterfly. Ogashiwa with the corners. Outswinger. Into that near post. That was close. That was close. Oh my. Oh my. Root FM is in. Welcome in, Root 1. How you doing, my dude? How's everything going? Congratulations on the little milestone yesterday. Fabulous work. Hope you're doing well as Aoki takes aim. It's off the intersection of bar and post. And we get it clear. Just 5 minutes left to go before we get our first trophy. Just over 2 hours into the challenge, which could be amazing. Absolutely incredible if this comes to pass. Here we go. Mitsuta plays it across to Ben Khalifa, but the pass wasn't good enough, and Kaneko comes away with it. Kaneko down the line. Higashi steps in just on as a substitute. Plays it safe inside. Notsuda finds Ayama. Notsuda once more to Ben Khalifa. Ben Khalifa's decided to go on it on the way out. Finds Higashi. Higashi with a cross to Mitsuda. Off the post. Tato hit. Knocks it in. But that's surely offside as well. He looked to be far advanced of play, but VAR will take a look at this. We'll take a look at this. And VAR will disallow it. Fair and reasonable decision. So Root's doing okay. Can't stop smiling. You never know, I might stream tonight. Fabulous. Absolutely do it. Absolutely do it. Just 4 minutes, just 3 minutes, just 2, just 1 minute to go. We're into the last 30 seconds. Ezekiel gathers, plays it back to Ayama. Here's Araki. Araki's just nice and patient. We feed Kato. Khalifa coming forwards to Ayama. Now Higashi is over on the left. He turns back inside, plays the ball over the top. Ezekiel with the cross. Kato! Just wide. Doesn't matter if it's just wide. Doesn't matter if it's just wide because we don't get a trophy. Have I done some bad math? No, we've won the league. We've won the league. Sasaki back to Matsumoto. Picked up a yellow card already. Araki out to Nakano. All the positions where we're struggling are the ones that are booked. We should have probably put them on ease off tackles before the game. That's a nice passing. Mitsuta, can he get the cross? Vieira. That'll do nicely. That takes us above them. We don't have to worry about what other teams are doing anyway, if that's the case. Nakano sends the cross into Kashiwa. He can't get there, but Shishi feeds Mitsuta. Oh, just just beyond the reach of the keeper, but also beyond the post. Also beyond the post. That's a great first half. A great first half. Let's get on some ease off tackle malarkey going on here. And let's head into the second half. And a goal early on in the second half for us would be good. There's Ezekiel. Like that. Exactly like that. We don't know if 12 points is going to be enough. But they're not really creating much at the moment. Oh, I say that. They've had their 2 chances since we've scored from the looks of things. So let's start to make those changes. Those changes are going to be not Suda on. We'll swap Ayama back there. And Ben Khalifa is going to come on for Kashiwa. And Katu coming on up front. We've had another chance, but we're offside. So yeah, it's kind of the game's been killed off by that goal right at the first moment in the second half, which is understandable. Kim Jun-soo, thank you, by the way, so much for the donation. You are an absolute star. Once again, Adam, like, oh my God. I kind of feel like I need to ban you for... it's all for a great cause. And I'm certainly not going to stop you from raising money for a great cause. But also, yeah, damn you. Damn you. Right, the ball is yellow. It is indeed. Never eat yellow snow. Watch out where them huskies go, and don't you eat that yellow snow. We haven't talked about Frank Zappa yet, to be fair. We're through. We're through. Qualify for the second round. Let's see what the... Do we have... Are we playing them in the second round? What? No. That's a nonsense, right? That's a nonsense. What kind of setup is that? What kind of setup is that? Disgraceful. Disgraceful. I mean, it's good, but also disgraceful. And those games don't come through until February now. So let's head on over to where the transfer window opens. Is it clearly marked up here? Transfer window opens in January, which is super. We can move all the way. Can we move all the way through there? We probably need to set up friendlies at some point. Actually, no. The assistant manager, I think, should be on that. I won't have kept taking that responsibility off them. So we'll head into the... Oh, Petrescu has just been sacked. Right, okay. Let's head on over and sort out those rewards for Adam. So you need to head off now, but one last donation. Adding in the customary goal, a man would definitely have scored. Hope the rest of the streams go well. I'll try and drop in later if I can. No worries. Have a phenomenal weekend. Sounds absolutely awesome. I'm sure you'll have fun. And if you are still about, we are going to head on over and do the rewards. And the rewards that start with, let's head on over and sort out a lovely little spin of the wheel. Lovely little spin of the wheel, and we can see what's going to change. So we've got ego check from the looks of it. A memo from the owner. Can you believe he cut ahead of me in the canteen? Who does he think he is? This is my club. This is my canteen. He needs to be put in his place. So we need to drop our star player for the next game. That is not the star player that we've already agreed to sell. We will have to pick whoever is going to be the next star player in that basis, and it'll be for the next game that we do. So we can't get away with that. Need to unselect that, and I also need to stand up. I need to stand up. The Wall of Awesome is kind of becoming the Wall of Adam. Because Adam is an exceptionally generous human being. A lovely, lovely gentleman of a man. And we need to I kind of have to be mindful of not just having like I could have an Adam cluster. That's out of frame, so let's have an Adam cluster. I put that, the top of it's under, but we get a nice little spot here where we can say Adam on the break FM. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. That also gets us up to $235. So we're $15 away from removing more of the beard as well. Crazy, crazy stuff. So DM Basis, Asian Champions League is split east and west until the final, isn't it? It is indeed, I believe so. But still, I would have thought that there was a little element of like you wouldn't be able to play the same teams that you've played in the group stage at the very least, right? Rich, so you ask, just curious, when you've managed Villa, any issues with Carlos Conza as a centre-back pairing? For me, they just cannot play together. I get the lines, all other combos are fine. I mean, those lines are aren't those lines just essentially a summary of their average rating when they play together? Now, generally speaking, from what I recall, the only time I've played with Villa during this cycle has been not the World Cup over the Christmas period, and Carlos is out injured for a significant part, and we then sold him in the first summer, so the first opportunity we got. So I never really had much chance, and also like this challenge here, there wasn't that much tactical thought to the games because we were going through at a reasonable pace, so wasn't watching it in great detail to be able to necessarily make much of an assumption there either, sadly. So, oh god, one of the cats is screeching. It's not even time for his lunch yet. I mean, it's always time for his lunch. If you are considering denying your cat feeding at any moment, whether it's the time they're meant to be fed or not, that is just pure cruelty. You should understand that cats are wayfish and enigmatic, and the idea of your constrained lunchtime systems is clearly an affront to their hedonistic way of being. Feed him. Just feed him. Right, Adam 17, the sequel to Mickey 17. Is Mickey 17 good? I haven't seen it, but I am a big fan of Boon Jong-hoon, so like it's something I've got to go and see at some point. I say go and see, I mean it's already been released, so it's already been out in cinemas. I will probably have it come to me, e.g. I will get it on Amazon or whatever. Which, yes, that is what the lines show. It's true they're always terrible together. House Konza, however, is dead solid. I can see that makes sense. I've always been a fan, where possible, of players on their stronger foot side, so I can certainly see why House would work in that regards. Oh, GNG. Oh, GNG, you absolute gentleman. Thank you very much, sir. We've got some stuff to do then. We've got some stuff to do because GNG has just donated $15, and that means we've hit the 250 mark, and that means let's get some more of the beard gone. Before we get some more of the beard gone, I just need to do a lovely little bit of admin over there to update the little milestones that appear down in the bottom left. Then I need to hop on over to the wall. So let's do that. Do we create an FMGNG cluster as well? I like the idea of an FMGNG cluster. It is visible, that's good. FMGNG, you absolute diamond. So that's step one. Step two. Let's get ourselves the bucket. The bucket of shaving. It's just a bin. Just a very, very standard bin. And let's get ourselves the camera up on my phone so that I can actually see what I'm doing as we go. You're getting a side-on view. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Feels very, very weird. That face is raw. This is a face that has not seen sunlight for a long, long time. Or parts of the face that have not seen sunlight for a very long time. I think we're good. I did miss. I've missed the bucket quite a bit, but you know, it's not the worst bits that we've got there. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This is my face. You haven't even seen my chins yet, but this is my face. It's a sight for sure. The sight for sure. I mean, it's not the neatest. That's goes by the wayside. Oh dear. Oh my. So DM Baser said, once you've fed the cat, get a picture of him in Discord. Absolutely. Johnny Trotter says Mickey 17 was okay. An interesting idea, but seemed to be lacking a little something in execution. Fair enough. So we're already over 1/3 of the way to the 700 target. It looks promising. It's incredible. You guys are absolutely sensational. $250 is I'm remarkably grateful. And as will Gamers Outreach be, obviously ultimately we're looking to get as much as we possibly can for the charity. And I was saying to Quadmo earlier that I have no idea where to gauge like what I should be putting down as the targets and the milestones and stuff like that. And there was always the worry that 700 was going to be too high and every $50 was going to be there. And you guys have come out swinging. Incredible work. Someone somewhere is really enjoying this content. They shouldn't be. You could be making money from this. We've moved on from Mick Foley. Who's Kerry King? All these people I don't know. Is that another wrestling reference? Or is it just a person? A person with a notable... Oh! Okay. Yeah, no, I'm being an idiot. I do apologise. He is indeed. I was so far down the rabbit hole of it must be wrestling related, I didn't even think. Right, Marion, welcome back. You just had a quick interview to do. I hope it went well. You came back to this. Indeed. We are. Oh. Yeah. I feel weird. I keep on catching a glimpse of myself up in the OBS there, and it's a unsettling experience. So $1,000 and Musterman dials me in for a Zoom call. Double stream podcast expose. Apparently. We just need to get you streaming. That's all we need to do, Quadmo, is we need to get your streams up and running, and then we can do the whole stream together thing. And what I can do is I can palm everyone off to you whilst I'm on a lunch break. Be perfect. Can we see your face close up again, please? I need to take a screenshot for WhatsApp. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of opportunities that you'll get to see my face. That said, we do have. Oh, Lestry's going in crazy. He's picked up two Wheels of Chaos. Absolutely incredible, sir. A $25 donation coming for us. We're up to 275, which is phenomenal. Let's get this man on the Wheel of Awesome. And if we're getting him on the wall of awesome, that does mean, there you go, Quadmo. You've got a little bit of face close-up and some jazz hands. I hope you caught it in that time, because you're not getting any more. Let's get ourselves... We've got a Lestry spot over on the left here. Let's make this the... Are we going to spread Lestry out wide? I think we're going to spread Lestry out wide. Let's make sure that we've got Lestry all over. Beautiful. Beautiful, sir. Cool. There we go. And let's pop on over to the browser. So Lestry did that for Quadmo's purpose. You got it. Oh no. Oh no. Let's see. Right, we've got the spin the wheel. Let's pop on over and see what happens from here on inwards. Let's move that up a bit. Our next one is it's another memo from the owner. Cow juice. It's cow juice. Weirdo. So I don't mind this coming up right now. That's okay. No milk allowed after the next spice challenge. Our next one up is a Peruvian hey chili sauce. The third on our one. I'm hoping to not need milk this early on. I've struggled with the first two, but I think that's not the worst time to get it. I'm very worried about it being the last couple, and it could still be as well. That option can come back. The owner keeps butting in. He does, and he butts in once more as well. A memo from the owner. An eye for an eye only ends up making the whole world blind. I think it was Pitbull that said that. He's right. We need to drop the 3 players with the highest aggression for the next match. So in our next match, we can't have our key player or the 3 with the highest aggression. Nope, I didn't untick the thingy what's it, did I? Where is that? Give peace a chance. Let's untick that one. We're through until, so this is marvelous. How long is Ayama out? For 2 to 4 weeks. He's going to 12th second. He's going to miss that game. That's fine. So let's assume that Ayama isn't an option there. Matsumoto or Kawamura. It'll be Kawamura potentially in. Let's have a look at who would be our star player out of these remaining. Has he gone? No, Marcus Jr. is still here. Let's try the do we have a sell now button? He's agreed to leave, right, Marcus Jr.? 10th of the 6th, we can't offer him a new contract. But there isn't a sell now option. That's a bit of a shame. So we need to work out who our next best player is. And that's probably going to be Vieira. Because he did score a crazy number of goals. 20 goals for us last season. 8 of them in continental competition. And then we need to look at our 3 most aggressive. So that's going to be Kawashima's at 6. He's not. 7. 9. Mitsuta leading the way at the moment. Mitsuma and Matsumoto on 9. Shichi is definitely up there, as is Sasaki. Cool. So that it's our defense. The entirety of our defense needs to go. Shishaki, Sasaki, Araki. No offensiveness there with the keepers. That would give us Higashi. Actually, is Higashi ahead of Shichi? That's okay. Shichi comes in because Higashi is a 13. Yamasaki is a 6. We don't have any other centre-backs. We do have Nakano, so we go... When's he leaving? He's going to be leaving before that game comes up. That's marvellous. We might be wrong. Ah, okay. Thank you, Johnny Trotter. All apologies. Right, so Hassan says, you came here upon the suggestion of Deep Line Playmaker in his latest video and had the chance to look at a few of your videos. I'll be waiting for your videos from now on. Wish you all a good day. Welcome in, Hassan. That's great to hear. I hope you enjoy the videos. If you're free over the next couple of days as well, we're going to be streaming a lot over the next few days for this charity challenge as well. Bob Catton must be talking about the blossoms blooming. He's recognised that his proclivity for aggression might need to be kept himself, and he needs to rein it in. If he only keeps coming in, you won't have 11 players for the next game. There's the possibility of like the goalkeeper being dropped as well. We've got a lot that could possibly go wrong. So is the window open for sell now? That's true. It probably opens. Might not actually technically open for a little bit. So there we go. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Chaka2. Welcome in. I'm going to be streaming for probably another 9 hours today. Then 12 hours
Sometimes
tomorrow.
maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
It's a classic. And then 12 hours on Sunday as well. So we're going to be here for a long time. A long time. Right, so let's see. The window's going to open in a second. And then we're going to spend as much money as we possibly can. Or is it just the free transfer window? And the normal window? There's different windows. I always love things that can add some confusion. Still don't have a sell now option, unfortunately, but okay, that's not the worst thing. We halved our transfer budget as a part of another ring.
Honestly,
as well. So we get.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
So if we get, we've only got 3.75 million that we can actually spend. Let's see what we've got out and about. We could do, ideally, with some defenders and some wingers. Wingers are a particularly important thing. So we're not going to want to spend all our money. And we don't have a great amount of time to look into everything. So let's have a look at Stefan Diarra here. 15, 14, 14, 12. Stephanie Diarra looks like an amazing player. He's injury prone though, which is a concern. Any other? 2.9 million feels like too much to spend if we've got 3.75 available to us. Do we have any Japanese players at our beck and call? Not necessarily. So centre backs, Ominami, 14, 12, 14, 17. A little bit on the slow side potentially, but seems to be all right. I like the look of Ominami, but 2.4 million is very, very high. So there's a picture of Tortoise and Pet Chat. Beautiful stuff. You might need the French window to open to sell to the Harbour. The French window should be open in January 2025. No apology, DM Basis. It's lovely, beautiful timing. So we're here for both a long time and a good time. We are here for a long time and a time of moderately questionable enjoyment. You've not forgotten Crud Mode, just haven't been out to the parents for a wee while. That's fair enough. Oh, I thought Crud Mode was asking for your Tortoise on thing as well, to be fair.
Honestly, I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Welcome in, Friggers. I hope you're doing well. We need... Masahito Ono is out for... Let's do it here. 3 months. That's not going to be a consideration. A left-footed centre-back. We don't have any of them. He's also slow, but he is able to jump. He can header. Marking isn't great. Positioning's pretty poor as well. Probably not the option we're looking at. Ikeda. Tackling's good, heading's good, jumping's good. Positioning's not great. Pace isn't great, but he seems solid. He's cheap. Let's try and bring in Ikeda if we can. £2,000, that's kind of okay, but let's see if we can get him down. Transfer. It's a release clause as well. That's marvelous. We've got a Japanese winger here. He's slow. That's not particularly encouraging. What about Tomeda? Tomeda is also slow. Okay at dribbling. Akimoto, right-footed, even slower yet. Slow Japanese wingers appears to be the common theme. Toya Izumi. Good acceleration, awful pace. Keita Nakamura. Bad pace as well. Oscar Clemente is definitely not Japanese. Willian, Serginho. Let's do a position search. Midfielder left, accomplished. Position or midfielder right, accomplished. Nationality is Japanese. So let's have a look at those that aren't on the transfer list. Kuramura is there. Matsubara feels like very square jaw, but could be worth up to 6.8 million. Doesn't fill me with confidence there. Araraki. Could be 10, could be 9, could be up to 14 or 13. Not particularly great, but not particularly bad by what we've seen so far. We've looked at Kurokawa before, haven't we? Maybe not. Acceleration, dribbling, left-footed. Kurokawa. Was he just really slow? He's not really slow, he's just a little slow. Our wingers are slow already anyway. I think I'm going to be quite happy to... For a depth option, that's fine.
We are in Champions League, man.
That was my next
Dilly
question.
din, dilly dong, come on.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Gotta love a little bit of dilly ding, dilly dong. Come on. Dilly ding, dilly dong. Come on. 12 to 15's okay. We looked at Morishita before, haven't we? Kawaguchi. Nakajima, perhaps. So search on the attributes pace, then I would say. Indeed, that's a reasonable suggestion, Nellis. Part of the reason I want to do this is because I don't know how revealed attributes are going to be. So if you have a player that they don't have any information on, and you then search, say, pace of 13 or whatever, they won't come up at all. If you've got zero information on it, it will exclude them. Whereas I'd like to at least see what we know, maybe then send a scout out potentially. But Nakajima, acceleration 14 is great. Could be affordable, so we will do the scouting malarkey there. Takagi, 12 and 12 is kind of okay. I think Oshi has a lot of flexibility, not particularly quick there. Suga, again, pace is a restriction. Tsuyoshi, good acceleration, questionable pace, okay, dribbling, sorry, crossing. Let's have a look at Katayama as a possible target forward who can do everything else. I think the last person we look at is a Kubu. That's the answer. 12, 13. Transfer value is affordable. Let's see. He's decided to leave at the end of his contract and discussions can start immediately. Cool, that's fine. Let's do it that way then. I don't need that. Important player. And then see if we can do a buy now afterwards. 8.5 million. 8,500 even. We'll say 9,000. We don't want to waste too much time on this elements there. And welcome in, Raiders. Thank you very much, Relaya Gegenpressing. How was your stream? Lovely to see you guys in. We are in the we're at the start of a charity stream. Over the next 3 days, we're going to be spending 12 hours each day trying to complete the Hexagon speedrun. That is the 5 major continental club competitions, all the Champions Leagues around the world, finished up with the World Cup. It's an obscene challenge that I'm not necessarily sure we've got the time to be able to do it, but we're going to try anyway. We are going to try anyway. So welcome on in, guys. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're around for a long time as well. We could have something quite fun going on today. Right, we are looking for transfers. We've got a few players that we've identified. Once we've got them in, we will perhaps look to move forwards until the next part of the next game in the competition that we are focusing on. Rio Tanada needs to be... He's out of contract. Marcus Jr., we're unregistering. No, there's no restriction on him in terms of his... Okay, that's fine. We'll register him. We've got 3 players that we're looking to bring in, so we don't need to add in anyone else, I don't think. Potentially. So didn't Ranieri use that phrase at Leicester when he was unhappy with the effort players were making in training? Oh, bless you. Bless you very much. That is absolutely fabulous. An incredible $25 from the Big Marv. The Big Marv likes bums. And I mean, I can't disagree with that now, can I? I can't disagree with that. But it does mean... Hey Marv, how you doing, my dude? How you doing? That means we've got the $300 up. The $300 up means we need to take a little bit of spice in. We're not allowed any milk after this either. We're going up to the AG chili, which allegedly is about 40,000 Scoville units. That is roughly 8 times hotter than the last one that I struggled with. This is going to bode well. Before I grab my sauce, let me grab a flannel. A flannel is probably going to be the most important addition that we get here. So, step 1. Flannel. Step 2. Base. Step 3. Let's get the Big Marv up here. Let's get the Big Marv onto the wall of awesome. Because Marv is awesome. Marv is most definitely awesome. Let's... The Big Marv. Absolutely sensational, you star, sir. You absolute star. And I do also see that you have added the reward in the dugout, so I will be giving you a bit of a pester a little bit later as we grab some details. You get to choose which continent you will be the manager in, whether you're going to be over in Europe or in Africa. No, Africa's won't be because we won't be able to get that sorted out in time, unfortunately. Whether you will be in Europe, whether you'll be in South America, whether you'll be in North America, or whether you're going to take over at the World Cup. The teams, we don't know. That's going to go to vote. But we will certainly be doing that in a moment. I need to get my chip. One chip. One Peruvian hot sauce, and that is very liquid. Let's give that a good shake up now. That looks more together. So these are meant to be fresh RG chilies from Peru. As we say, we are looking at about 40,000 Scoville. I am stalling. I am stalling. We are not going to have as much chili sauce on this one as we have with the last. We're learning our lesson. So we should have... We've got a nice decent dab on there. I don't want to spill it everywhere. Let's give it a try. Okay. Interesting. There is no milk. There is most definitely no milk, but I am going to call upon the wonders of Pepsi. So let me mute the mic as I open it. That's... I think that's not as bad as the last one. I mean, definitely got a kick to it, and I can feel it. I can feel it very much at the top of my mouth as well as on the tongue. And it does feel like it's spreading a little bit to the sides now, but it doesn't feel as intense as the jalapeno one does, which is weird because jalapeno isn't exactly the most intense thing you've ever had. But yeah, that's quite nice. There's a small amount of sweetness, but not necessarily much. A 2-month injury for a youth player, that's no major deal. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. So yeah, there's a small bit of sweetness, but it's not like fruity. It's not like a distinct flavor of sweetness, just a general hint of sweetness. So we've got Daiju Sasaki coming in. That's good. That adds some depth. Let's register him. We'll do the welcoming bit. That's all cool. Squad number can be absolutely anything. None of that matters. Kishimoto, that's not a... We've signed a youth player. Okay, so we've got youth players coming in. Youth signings are left up to the managers respectively. We're not going to fuss around too much on that. So that doesn't impact our only allowed half the budget element. So how will you feel if he dies? Happy, I should hope. Happy. You should feel like you've put me out of the misery of the 3 days worth of streaming. You've saved me. It'd be beautiful. So yeah, it's more of an afterburn. It's not. Actually, no, it's not. It's not increased afterwards, lulling you into a false sense of security. I feel surprisingly okay. So Marv is confirmed for next week. Fantastic. Let's make sure. Let's add these all up to. I don't want to worry about. I do worry about that though. Oh dear. So we're going to have no defenders, but that's not that important, is it really? We can sort that stuff out. So for the friendlies, we'll just quick pick an instant result. We'll move on through them as quickly as we possibly can. We're just here because we want to get these sorted. Tatsu Matsumoto. So Taishi Matsumoto has been okay for us. He wants... what's his wage at the moment? 4,000. We'll let them walk away. We don't care that much. Wait a second, do we care that much? His contract expires in 6 days. Okay, maybe I did care a bit more than I put down as being a thing. Oops. Oh well. We don't need defenders. We take the Ange approach. We might have no players left by the end of this. Let's see what happens. We've got a new centre-back. That's great. That's a left-footed centre-back. Comes in for a relatively low fee. So that adds us some depth. We've made a bid on a 19-year-old poacher. That's cool by me. So we're still waiting on the news on a Kubo. We will then try and buy now if he... But it depends if he's expiring in a few days' time or if he's expiring in like 6 months. Mitsuta contract is until... Yeah, we're just going to reject outright on players essentially. Even if the offers are quite good. Kato doesn't want to leave, that's fine. Bid on a youth player, that's absolutely fine as well. Training's not really a big concern. Got a testimonial that we're not going to take any control of. Stop bidding on my man. Transfer. There isn't an unavailable, is there? There isn't an unavailable. So realistically, we are now... Oh. Well, what are we? We're 3.5 hours in. We want to get the... So if we can get this finished in about 2 hours for this section, that would be really, really good going. And if we get ourselves a little bit ahead, then that gives us some freedom for the second half, where we're going to... The second half of today, we're going to be heading over to Africa, which means it's going to be South Africa specifically. Yamasaki is a defender that we've not been playing. He could play in midfield. That was the guy we could play in midfield. Okay. That helps a huge amount. So if we can look at maybe having Yamasaki higher up, that would be grand. I would really, really like news to come through. We've lost out on... What's his name? Who did he sign for? I missed that news. Akubo is going to play for Vissel Kobe. You bastard. You bastard. You bastard. Very expensive centre-back. 2.4 out of the 3.75. 3.75. We've got 3 million to spend, but Uminami seems to be okay. Let's give him a try, bring him in, and then see if we can get a couple more free transfers when that opens up in a moment. So we'll use free transfers to kind of bulk out the squad. We've picked up, if we can pick up a few players there. There's another bid in for Ominami, another bid for Ominami, as soon as we went for them. So you missed the start. So how are you doing each transition from continent to continent? Starting a new save, inputting a new manager in the new continent. It's so not starting a new save, but it will be a new manager for each continent indeed. You're right there. So there is a redeem available over on the Tiltify website as well, where you can be the manager profile. We need a manager profile for each. We have Bob Catter for this one, as redeemed by Lestry earlier on in the week. And then we've got it open for days 2 and days 3 tomorrow. So because I'm having to do that, that's also a problem. Right, we now don't have a striker either. Okay, we've got no squad for the second half of the season. Brilliant. Brilliant. Yep, so that's how we've ended up with Bob Catter. And we will have the opportunity there as well. Big Marv is going to be one of the characters as well. Ikeda gets registered. Someone didn't read the player's future plans. Indeed we didn't, because time is a really, really precious element with this over the next few days. We will not say anything there. We will not say anything there either. We'll suggest it. I will offer you 3,000, and you will say 8, and I will say 6, and you will say no. Okay, there we go. So, as I said, we're going to improve the squad anyway with free transfers in a moment. So, when it comes through to 31st, we'll let them all expire, and we will just go crazy on it. Absolutely crazy. Half the squad are aged 34. They are indeed. They are absolute. I mean, we knew there was an old squad. What has essentially kind of made this weird is because the Japanese league is a summer league and the Champions League is a winter competition. So we've got this weird thing where it's split across 2 seasons for us. So it does make it a really, really odd situation. I thought, that's all right. We'll take over in August. It's midway through the season. We get this nice little break. But I didn't think about the impact of contracts potentially on it. Might as well just clear them. Auto number. Oh, Marcus Jr. Our star player at least is still here, but we aren't getting rid of him just yet. Can we sell him now? Maybe we can see if there's the sell now option on there. I mean, who needs players? Who needs players? I will be intrigued to see what kind of impact that has on what we can register in the second half of the competition. Because if we're only able to make a small number of changes, we might have maybe only a squad of 10, 15 players potentially for the later rounds. Let's get this through until the next day. That's when the contracts expire on this day, so they should all be available as of tomorrow, right? I'm playing 4D FM. It's not about the statistics. Turns out not about the players either. Indeed. So our transfer situation, we've got on Imani. There we go. So 1, 2, 3. We've got 4 centre backs plus 1 potentially to come in. We've got a right back. A wing back potentially as well. Are they? So he's out of contract, but he's not. That's what the issue is. Out of contract, but isn't leaving until later on down the line. Fine, that makes a bit more sense. So we've got the wingers there. We need central midfielders. We need right backs and goalkeepers potentially. Director of football, tell me about free transfer goalkeepers. Tell me about free transfer right backs. Tell me about free transfer defensive midfielders. Free transfer central midfielders. Free transfer strikers. And I think that's all right. I think that's okay so far. Goalkeepers, 32 and Japanese. Let's give him a contract. He wants to come in as first choice. We will lie to you. That's absolutely fine. But with me, he might end up being first choice. We don't know. So I'm guessing that Alyanov is Uzbeki. He is Uzbekistan. Beautiful. Whereas Shirai is not. Shirai is Japanese. Let's see what they're doing there. He wants money. That's about as much information as he's willing to give. And a big-ish contract. Let's say 7.25. Come on. They drive a hard bargain here. Defensive midfielders. Yuri Lara is Brazilian. Guatemala is Chilean. Andrade. Santi Cazorla, perhaps? Oh, come on. We've got to put a bid in, even if there is absolutely no chance of us signing him. Santi Cazorla can be the answer. Santi Cazorla can absolutely be our answer. I am concerned about the lack of Japanese options in more advanced plate positions though. Let's try some more of these until we find some Japanese players. That's not... Was that on transfer rather than by... Yeah, that wasn't on free transfer. Let's make sure that I'm clicking free transfer before doing it. There we go. Koki Morita. Koki Morita can pass. That's what we need. You don't need to worry too much about, you know, actual quality. 3.2, 3.3. Yeah, there we go. So, sorry, bear me one moment. It's all vibes indeed. Welcome in, Draw. Lovely to see you, my dude. How are you? Legendary Musterman FM. Oh, that is far too grandiose a claim. Far too grandiose a claim indeed. But I am doing well. Thank you very much, my dude. How's your week been? Are you looking forward to the weekend? Box to box. Nothing much coming up there. Advanced Playmaker. So I think the further we go forwards, the less likely we are to find Japanese options, it appears to be. Mazzala, we've not got anything. Carolero. Carolero is the last of that there. Any surprise Japanese players, people that have picked it up as a second nationality? Doesn't appear to be the way. Is that Gary Medals' brother? Would be my guess there. And let's look for strikers. Just any striker should be fine. We can always change what type of role they're playing depending on who we can get, if there are some Japanese options there. Pressing forwards doesn't look that way, so let's clear that out. We've put some bids in for a few players at least. We can head on through, try and catch them as much as possible, and address after once we've got them in. See which players we get, which players join someone else, essentially. So Zekebeat says there's this custom view I use and I think you should try it. It's called ZKS2. Thank you very much for the recommendation, Zekebeat. So at the moment, well, you should know if you followed me before, that is, you should know that I don't really do views because I focus on the profile, whereas we're doing something a little bit different here. I'm not that fussed about views personally. I do appreciate the offer though. You know, we are ultimately just basically trying to blitz through without really trying to analyze much of what we're doing. It's a very, very weird way of playing, given the time constraints we're under. A bid for Yamasaki, and we say no. Yamasaki, we need to move into midfield. That does remind me. Andy Delort, what question is Santi Cazorla the answer to? Santi Cazorla is the answer to what would be the most fun signing we can make. And it definitely would be. Santi is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming to town. The Santi Cazorla player unveiling will be worth it on its own. That's a feature that the future FMs need to add, right? Future FMs need to add a player unveiling moment, because we have got a 40-year-old Santi Cazorla about to arrive. Thing of beauty. A thing of beauty. So how bad is it? 8 acceleration, 7 pace, 7 stamina. Passing though is absolutely sensational. And I think what we look to do then is we say, make you a ball winner. you a playmaker, and that playmaking role is obviously going to be taken by Cazorla. Could play as an advanced playmaker. Let's try him as an advanced playmaker. No. Let's keep him as a deep line playmaker. Given his lack of legs, that's what I was going to go for. He has no legs. Santi Cazorla is registered. That brings our squad up to 15 players. We've got enough players to register for the league. Right, chat, you should all give your top reasons why the big Marv should get into FM. You absolutely should. You absolutely should give those suggestions. This is minimum squad of 18 players for the Champions League, and we can only register 15 at the moment. Let's see. All of those guys in. Right, those guys get us to the 18 that we need to register. I hope that we get to sign the other players and register them before. I hope it's not like a one-time registration thing. But that would be quite funny if it is. So Thonny Anderson is there in the suggestions. Former Coritiba stinker player. Fair enough. Why was he that bad? What was especially bad about them? Right, no more gaming time sinks. Story-driven games you can be in and out in 24 hours playtime. Yeah, FM is definitely a story-driven game. Just a very, very, very long story-driven game. One that doesn't necessarily end. Right, we can let those go. We can say high in the cup, low. Let's not risk pissing them off too much. Let's see if that does anything for their morale, potentially. We've got the Fuji Xerox Super Cup. Another competition we're not particularly bothered by. The Never-Ending Tale, indeed. He just missed every chance and was really slow. Sounds like my kind of player. I'm definitely up for that. No, stop bidding on my players. Ominami, we're still waiting on him to get back to us, aren't we? We are. That would be our big signing. That kind of... With the injury that we got to Iraqi at centre-back, we need a really, really good centre-back. Lucas Vargas. Cool. Ezekiel needs to stay. Oh, we've got Ominami. Right, there's our big signing. Our big signing. Takumi Ominami. He's a centre back, can jump. That's basically the main criteria there. Let's say hello to him. That's fine. Improved offer for Morita is needed. Koki Morita wants a better offer. Let's try see what he wants. 4.3. We say 4.2. Hopefully that means he's coming and joining us. He is indeed. There's some depth in midfield. Register Morita as well. Say hello. Then, yeah, we've just got a few days until the Champions League starts up as well. Can we register those Champions League players? Cannot be confirmed outside the squad registration window. Doesn't say that there's another registration window up until the next game. This could be fun. This could be very, very fun. You could do mini challenges in 24 hours playtime in FM. Save a team from relegation. We're in the relegation zone at Christmas, for example. That's a fair point. That is a very, very good point. Chichi's going to be out for that key game. Marvellous. I think we might be doing really well for time here, guys. Not because we're doing really well for time, but because we're about to get knocked out in the second round of the Champions League Cup because we have no players. Oh, marvellous stuff. Right, Shirai has... Was that a player we were looking at? No, it wasn't. That's okay. Sakushibashi. Fitness test. This is the Super Cup. We're not that worried about this. We can in fact just say quick pick. Quick pick means that we have 4 fake players on the bench. Perfectly reasonable. Players that aren't fit starting. Ben Khalifa is not a target forward. Let's put him on as a advanced forward. Or is he? Jumping reach 12, heading 13. Let's try him as a deep lying forward. We need to drop Marcus Jr. can't be in the team. So that can be Matsumura on the bench. Another fake player there. Auto squad number. How bad is this going to be? How bad is this? You could manage Watford and probably will have been sacked within 24 hours anyway. That is very true. That's only true. We've won another trophy. Another trophy, and that's a pretty solid win as well. 3-0 over Nagoya Grampus. There we go. Dragan Stojkovic as a legend of the team. Oh, please tell us we get to register some of these Champions League players. Oh, don't rob me of the chance to play Santi Cazorla. Santi Cazorla would be the most amazing part of this ever. Cazorla is the oldest ever player at 40 years and 57 days in the Fuji Xerox Super Cup, and the youngest goal scorer. Cool, we'll run with that. They're saying unregistered. No. Kushabiki rejected us, so we also don't have a substitute goalkeeper at the moment. Director of football, free transfer, goalkeeper. Let's go with Fujita then. He wants to be a backup. We're not even going to negotiate. We'll tell us what you want and we'll say yes. So Cromwell, besides Musterman is doing a 36-hour stream over this weekend, and he's going to win all 5 continental trophies and the World Cup in that time. That practically completes the whole game. We're going to win the fucking Asian Champions League. I love your optimism, guys. I love your optimism. I wish I shared it. Or you could be like TM Bassist and restart every 5 minutes. Convenient crashes, just to see as a new idea comes up. You just specialise in single season challenges. You are in season 4 with Santander though. That's cool. How's it going? Explain to Big Marv why I should get into FM. He's a Watford fan, so that angle is limited. I mean, no, surely that's the best angle because it's the one environment where Watford can be good. That can be the opportunity to launch Watford into the stratosphere and escape from the reality of football. So the save is going too well. 1 League 2 at Tanta and have finished 4th and 5th. Bloody hell, that is going too well. Fabulous stuff. Fabulous stuff. They weren't offering enough money. They need to off. Cool. Right, we might be selling Ben Khalifa as well. So we have how few players? We don't have Ominami. We don't have Morita. So that would mean Yamasaki on here. Araki is 2 weeks away. We can't bring Marcos Jr. into the squad. That's part of the rules we've got. So we've got Sotoru, Uchida, Pedrinho. We've got a bench with 3 strikers. We have none of the youth players available. So this is a challenging situation right now. Right, Pedrinho has just been signed by our youth team. Uchida doesn't look particularly good. Satoru can do some aerial stuff, but isn't necessarily great. I'm thinking we start Pedrinho up front, just so that we've got Ben Khalifa as an option to play in a position that isn't striker coming off the bench. This is going to be absolutely brutal. Awesome. This is no longer Dan Petrescu's John book. I believe in you guys. I believe that you can go out there and make a difference. So putting his managerial mastery to the test here. We are going to struggle. It reminds you of the Cornish. Limited. Ouch. Ouch. Welcome back, Hung Min. Koratiba's right. Who needs reserves? Who needs reserves? I hope we'll have a Vietnamese player in this speedrun. I mean, it's probably unlikely Hung Min, I'll be honest. I don't expect there's going to be much in the way of transfer activity going on. And as we've started in Asia, I imagine it's going to come down to whether we inherit one in a youth intake potentially. Right, we had the chances to begin with early on. Momentum has been in our favour, but the first opportunity came. The first highlight came John Book's way. It's grouped there, shots outside the area, not necessarily playing particularly well. And let's move things up to positive mentality, as we've had two near post chances for John Book. Here's Kom Shung Sub. Back to Petrosek, to Amano. We're trying to apply pressure. We're doing it quite badly, but Yamasaki steps in, feeds the ball forward to Santi Cazorla. Ezekiel runs into nowhere, loses out with the ball. Here's Amano across to Park Jin-seok. Out to Kim Sung-sub. Jim Shin-su now. Petrosek. Hong Jong-ho. Out to Liu Huan Hernandez. To Moon Son Min. Moon Son Min had a great game against us at this place last time round. He's faded Hernandez. It's another assist for Moon Son Min. It's a lovely ball. A lovely, lovely ball. So Johnny Trotter also proving how well named the Wheel of Chaos is. It is certainly chaotic. Play all out attack, win it in the first 60, then slacken off and use no subs that you don't have anyway. Did you know that Lelujo holds the Guinness World Record for the longest continuous game of Football Manager? Something like 50 hours, I think. I believe so indeed. That was only like a year and a bit ago that he did that. Right, here's Pedrinho. The defender has missed it, and now Pedrinho has a chance to come away. He finds Higashi. Higashi into Cazorla. What magic does Cazorla have up his sleeve? A backwards pass to the defender. Two backwards passes to the defenders. What is this magic? This magic is incredible. Here's Higashi into Notsuda. I love that we've got loads of defensive players booked as well. Higashi's going to take it down. No, he's not. He finds Sasaki. Pedrinho on his debut. Pedrinho. And Khalifa with a sensational strike, but the flag went up immediately. Oh, the flag went up immediately. That's a shame. That's a shame. Pentagon Challenge, yeah, this was just a test run and nothing more. At no point was the Hexagon Challenge that we will actually win the things. We will just try and win the things. If we come away with none of the trophies, we come away with none of the trophies. We will hold on to, with dear life, our lovely little league title that we've picked up and Super Cup, but they sadly don't count. Tomorrow we'll be on to the Quad Challenge. Indeed, down to the what's the term? Treble. I couldn't think of the word treble. I mean, we still beat them on XG even when they had a penalty. We did get we didn't get completely FM'd, But given the circumstances, we did get a little FM'd. And I think that you know, kind of we can take some solace in the fact that we didn't deserve to lose necessarily. Whether we have any opportunity to improve that situation for the return leg, I have absolutely no idea. We do get Iraqi back. That's a big, well, we get loads of players back, to be fair. So there isn't another registration, is there? I've just got to make sure. There's Takahashi on international duty. Takahashi on international duty. Takahashi on international duty. Who is Takahashi? Who is Takahashi? He's a player in the reserves. That's okay. He's a player in the reserves that is about to be promoted to the senior squad, to be fair. He's currently on there anyway. That's fine. Let's get these guys all up into the senior squad. Shame, that was a cracking finish. It was as well. I was so looking forward to celebrating that goal because it was sensational. But sadly, not to be. Not to be. It's the taking part that counts. The At Least You Tried Cup. Indeed. I mean, I've said it's the Hexagon Challenge. I might have put things out on the marketing that says major continental competition. I haven't defined what major continental competition means. I mean, that doesn't mean it's intercontinental. Winning a league like the J League is a major competition within the continent of Asia. I think you know, there is just a misunderstanding on what this challenge was all about to begin with. Right. It's gonna be what matters is the challenge, indeed, in the charity, indeed. And that's a good moment to go and do this. So if you guys are wondering what this is all about, we are raising money for Gamers Outreach. They're an awesome charity raising money to provide hospitalized children an outlet for fun and adventure. They're bringing video games into hospitals so that kids can have that opportunity for play and for engagement and not have to, like, it's a stressful environment. It's a chance for a certain element of just being able to be a kid whilst in a scary situation. And we're going to be raising money for them, or we are currently raising for them. And you can head on over and donate via the link. It's already pinned at the top of your chats anyway there. I think we are currently on $300, which is sensational. You guys are absolutely incredible. At the next donation milestone, we will be getting rid of some more of the beard. We will be revealing my chin. And I say that as if I'm revealing it to you. I'm kind of revealing my chin to myself. I haven't seen it for years. Literal decades. Which is a scary thought, to be honest. Right, we've got Cazorla, Mitsuta, Notsuda, Ezekiel. On the left, we need Marcos Jr. because Pedrinho will be the man that's there. Pedrinho to get the start. Rewarded. He made a horrible miss, but he's also done. He scored the goal, which has to count for something. Iraqi's not quite back. He's still out for 11 days, so let's drop that down there. That is. Can we bring someone in from the under-18s? We can bring someone in from the under-18s. There's a defender there. He's tired. Oh, this defender's not tired. He's not playing, so he's not fit either. DM basis, by the way. What an absolute gentleman you are. Incredible. And he has redeemed a little bit of Wheel of Chaos. So let's do that in a second. Let's make sure that we redeem that Wheel of Chaos just before we play that second leg. Now that second leg where we're currently very short of players, and we're now going to be without our new signing Santi Cazorla for 2 weeks. Yeah. Oh no, not that one. I almost pressed on the wrong thing. Let's head on over. Let's get you added once more to the Wheel of Awesome. The Wall of Awesome. The Wheel of Chaos. I definitely remember my own naming convention for things. Now we've got a little bit of DM bassist up top there. Let's spread DM bassist out. Let's get him over on the kind of the mid right here at the moment. DM bassist. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful. Step one. Spread those G strings. Oh, indeed. Ooh, indeed. We want to head on over to a browser. Where we pop over to the picker wheel. Oh. What can we get next? What are we going to get next? How bad can the damage be? That's okay, I think. Oh, it's over to Allegiance. We've got another memo from the owner. My mistress doesn't like the colour green. If you get in between me and my horniness, there'll be a price to pay. We're no longer allowed to wear green. We are no longer allowed to wear green, and that means we are going for which? Where have we got here? I have absolutely no idea what this team is. Maybe they were South American? I'm not entirely sure. It's an official licensed product. The official licensed product is a regular fit tee. Let me do all the tags bit. So it's all about getting the lovely bits out. Again. So we are looking here at a lovely bit of AS Magenta. Let's head on over to the right bit there. That would help. Rodmo knows teams. How familiar are you with AS Magenta? Sponsored by Le Nickel LSN. I think it might have been Chile. I'm not 100% certain. Let's have a quick look at a little bit of a Google. It did certainly have a thing. So it's at New Caledonia, apparently. There we go, New Caledonia. That's where Carambo is from. Specifically AS Magenta or just New Caledonia. So we're up to only 4 shirts. That's not too bad. It's not too uncomfortable right now. As you guys do indeed play dress up all day. I'm definitely regretting having an American football shirt as the second one in the selection, but there we go. Right, let's head on over. Thankfully, I think it's reasonable to say that at least we didn't get something that requires us to drop more players. Whether that's going to help us in enough, there aren't many helpful spins on the wheel of chaos, unfortunately. Good job it's not 20 degrees out there today. Good job it's not. Oh, actually, it is apparently 20 degrees according to my PC. I'm not too bad. As someone that doesn't like being warm, it's not too bad. I haven't had to turn on the fan yet. Yet being the operable word. We're going with it. So I did miss a couple of things before. Now Carty was saying that new definition of the Hexagon is just win 6 trophies. It doesn't matter where. I'm completely on board with that. The Musterman chin reveal is the next thing up. It is indeed the next thing up. We are just $40 away from the Musterman chin reveal. Marita's injured. He's probably unavailable anyway. He was unavailable anyway. We've got a new goalkeeper. He's unavailable. Araki's still miles away. Cazorla's injured. So Khalifa's in. Our bench is now down to 2 strikers. We can't pick Marcos Jr. Those are the rules. Iraqi. It's still a 4-5-1, right? There's just 4 different stratas. Mitsuta is okay at passing. Ben Khalifa is okay at conceding penalties. Not Suda at the base of that midfield. He can tackle. Yamasaki should be the one at the base of midfield. But then we do that, we're playing with 2 players out of position. So we'll just have to go with that. We'll just have to go with that and see how it's going. So talking about football shirts, your recent purchases just arrived. What did you get? Coritiba's 2023 third shirt. Nice. Loan offers. None of that makes any great appeal to us. Here we go. Fitness test. We have got a 2-goal deficit to overturn. That means we're going to start on positive. We're going to play Soterau as a target forward. Because then we can bring on the pace of Pedrinho towards the end of the game. Endo is in as a player
European
that can
champion,
take part.
so I'm not one of the bottle. I think I'm a special one.
We need to channel the special one for this game. We can bring a left back onto the bench. He's knackered, but he is available. We can have an injured centre.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
It's 5 players, 4 of them outfield, 2 of them not really available. This might be it, guys. This might be the end of continent number 1. We need to overturn a 2-goal deficit away from home.
Let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. But I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
We don't have the players, so we're saying no pressure. No one's responded to it, but we've gone with it anyway. Jaris, did you see attributes? We do indeed have attributes. We don't have the time to do data-based analysis. We are doing 6 trophies in 36 hours. That's 6 seasons in 36 hours. We have to be quick. We have to be playing with a certain sense of urgency, and so that means we're playing with attributes. We're playing a relatively normal game, apart from the 36 hour thing and the challenges and the wheel of chaos. Okay, so we're not playing a very normal game, but here's Yamasaki already on a yellow card, sent it into Soteru.
Treatment milestones and fostering a sense of accomplishment.
Most of us gaming specialists are lifelong gamers. My first impression of seeing these go-karts is just the huge potential this has to bring gaming to families in the hospital that didn't think that gaming was gonna be possible.
With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually for kids receiving care. Not only in the US and Canada, but go-karts have been deployed worldwide.
Bigger than Seattle Children's, Almost every therapeutic gaming program in the country's backbone is the Gamers Outreach Cart. Many patients say it helps them feel like they're at home.
I'm Kevin.
I'm Abe.
And here at Children's Hospital Colorado, we are so fortunate to have these go-karts from Gamers Outreach.
Kids are able to use them in their rooms to normalize their hospital stay, and we can deploy these not only at our main facility, but at our other locations throughout the state as well.
It is always so awesome bringing these into patients' rooms and just seeing their faces light up. So thank you, Gamers Outreach, and everyone who makes this possible.
Thank you.
Go-karts help make gaming possible inside hospitals. They're portable video game stations that are designed specifically to address the challenges in hospital environment. Each cart is equipped with a lift mechanism, a tray for medical equipment, a screen that tilts depending on a patient's situation, and the entire cart is manufactured with medical-grade plastics.
They forget about what's
Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. Thankfully, gamers are here to make a difference.
I'm Sarah, and my kids are, I have 3 kids who are all Seattle Children's patients. My son Luca is medically complex. You know, just to see him kind of brighten up a little bit when that cart rolled in.
Spanning from our first push into hospitals with our go-kart, our quest now encompasses our newest program, SavePoint, which will help impact even more lives. SavePoint offers toys and prizes to kids via high-tech vending machines in hospitals, rewarding patients as they reach treatment milestones and fostering a sense of accomplishment.
Most of us gaming specialists are lifelong gamers. My first impression of seeing these go-karts is just the huge potential this has to bring gaming to families in the hospital that didn't think that gaming was gonna be possible.
With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually for kids receiving care. Not only in the US and Canada, but go-karts have been deployed worldwide.
Bigger than Seattle Children's, almost every therapeutic gaming program in the country's backbone is the Gamers Outreach cart. Many patients say it helps them feel like
This seems like as good a time as any to come back. Welcome back, guys. Firstly, I want to start by saying a huge, massive thank you to everyone who's been along so far, stuck around during lunchtime as well. You are absolute stars. Lovely to have you on board. It has been one hell of a chaotic morning. We are currently doing, for those that have just joined in, may have been stepping in and out during the course of today, we have completed the first part of the Hexagon Speedrun Challenge. The Hexagon Speedrun Challenge, we are doing 6 continental no, we're not. We're doing 5 major continental competitions. We are heading on over to Asia and doing the AFC Champions League, then to Africa to do the CAF Champions League. We then will head to South America to do the Copa Libertadores, North America to do the CONCACAF Champions Cup, and on Sunday we finish with the UEFA Champions League and the World Cup. This morning, we did Asia, the AFC Champions League, whilst in charge of Japanese side Sanfrecce Hiroshima, and we failed. So when I say we completed the first part of the challenge, we have reached the conclusion of the first part of the Champions League, of the Hexagon Speedrun Challenge. We were knocked out in just the second round of the Champions League after topping our group stage, we then faced the team that came second in our group stage in the second round, and I did not read the rules. So our players all left on free transfers at the end of the season, which happened to be halfway through the competition, and we only were able to register 15. We had as many defenders as we could possibly have, and we absolutely flubbed it. We lost our home leg 3-1. In the away leg, we won 3-2, but that's sadly not enough. And so let's head on over, show you where things lay in the South African DStv Premiership, so that we can make our choice of team for the next section. So welcome in, by the way, Bill Houdini. Thank you very much for dropping in. So you found me during last year's charity marathon stream. So the last one I did, or the only one I've done so far, and it wasn't a charity stream, just for transparency's sake. The last one I did was over the Christmas period, where it was all about just making sure that there was a place for people to come whilst their normal routine had been disrupted a little bit over the Christmas period. A lot of people's favourite streamers, a lot of those videos and content you might engage with over the time, they're all off doing family things, and so I just was there to fill that void. Whereas this time, this is for charity. This is for the marvellous Gamers Outreach, and as DM Basis says, it is actually a fantastic cause, isn't it? It really is. So for a little bit of explanation as to how this came about, they obviously have people who work with the Twitch community trying to find streamers to be involved in their streamathon. They reached out to me a couple of months ago, and I spent my time doing a little bit of research because I'm not familiar with them. I don't have a natural connection to them to begin with, but I was keen to learn a little bit more and see what they do. And their work is all about providing access to video games and people to play with for children that find themselves hospitalized. Now, when you're hospitalized and when you're young, that's a really, really scary environment, and it gives an outlet for fun and adventure and a chance to express themselves and a chance to relax and a chance to feel normal. And that's a huge, huge part of that's something that resonates a lot with me. Like with the Christmas streams that I did, it's all about providing that element of normalcy, normality. And these guys do this on a phenomenal scale. They are US based, however, they do have some outreach into for hospitalized children, so they can have access to video games. I think we all can relate in some way to the use of video games as that outlet, that escape, and so it only makes sense. So if you guys are interested in, I'm going to try as much as I feel comfortable to do. So I'm not the greatest at pushing out donation links and stuff, but if this is something that you think that you would like to send donations in, there is the link to Tiltify. It's also pinned over on the chat, both on YouTube and Twitch, where you can read a little bit more as well. So we do have various rewards going on, things that will influence the way that the save plays out as well.
When the seagulls follow the trawler, it's because they think sardines.
Can you hear that sound alert?
To the sea. Thank you.
That stopped. Could you hear that sound alert? I do apologise for talking over it. I didn't hear it. In fact, I don't hear anything. Interesting. Has it not? Okay, there we go. Yes, it's audible. Fabulous. The issue there is that my other headphones haven't actually disconnected properly. And so I didn't realise that I'm not actually able to hear anything here. That is entirely on me though. So let's pop that. There we go. That's better. That is a lot better. Right, okay. So I do apologise. Now I'll be able to hear things. Right, okay. So we are now going to be in South Africa. It's the only African league available in the vanilla database for Football Manager, and so that's our only choice. And there are just 2 teams that qualify for the Champions League, I believe. So if we pop to the Premier Division here, it's qualification for the Champions League preliminary round if you finish first or if you finish second. So, as it so happens, we expected it was going to be Mamelodi Sundowns, and they only just scraped in. They finished second despite their usual dominance in the league. They finished behind local rivals SuperSport United, and those are going to be our choices. So Bill was saying you were in a place in life that felt like charity then. I appreciate that. So you lost your dad and you really helped get some relief before getting back on my feet. I'm glad to hear that was there and that was a great outlet. And that's it. I think the thing is like whether you claim it as you feel like, as it felt like charity, or that it's about that community. That's ultimately what I'm aiming for, is to have that space where people could feel safe and welcome. And I'm really, really glad to hear that it did. By the way, so thank you very much for confirming it was audible. Welcome back, RJ. Welcome back, Johnny Trotter. Welcome back, Medical Car. Welcome in, Eddie. Now, I assume that Rowan, Benny, you may have already drifted off since the raid that came on over earlier. I do apologise that I missed it whilst we were on lunch, but thank you very much. I hope if you are still in, you're doing really, really well. Yeah, those are our choices then. We have a choice between SuperSport United and Mamelodi Sundowns. So let's go and set up a poll. I want you to choose which team we get to take over. Who do we take over? So I'm reading aloud as I type the words. So we've got SuperSport United and we've got Mamelodi Sundowns. Now, I will be completely and utterly honest with you. We've got that running over there. So that poll is running up on Twitch right now. For YouTube, if you want to just pop your suggestions in the... I can do... Oh, no, wait. Ignore me, YouTube. I'm going to send you a poll as well. I can do it there. Who should we manage? SuperSport United or Mamelodi Sundowns? Fantastic. I didn't realise we could do this over on YouTube now as well. This is incredible. Marvellous. Marvellous. This is sensational. So how was Japan? RJ, it was certainly chaotic. It was fun. It was a bit of an anticlimax. We were knocked out in the second round of the Champions League, so we failed. We failed on stage one. We did win the league. We took over with 12 games remaining in the season, and we took them from 4th all the way up to top. So that's good. Unfortunately, it's not really the goal of this challenge. So it doesn't count. However, those trophies are most definitely going on my lovely little trophy rack. Certainly excites me potentially. But it's entirely at your volition. You can decide whether you prefer one or the other. And we will go with what it is. At the end of the day, both teams have qualified for the Champions League, so they're both probably much for muchness. SuperSport United did finish 4 points ahead of Mamelodi Sundowns, so that does suggest that they are potentially the better team. But yeah, let's see how it all shapes out. So there's a 18 to 20 passing goalkeeper. Put him at deep lying playmaker. Very deep lying playmaker. Yeah, roughly in the goal deep lying playmaker. Indeed. Cool, so Eddie, wait, South Africa, what have I missed? Has the save gone south? So Eddie, this is as I was explaining just a little bit earlier, this is a charity stream. It's completely separate from everything else. We are doing the Hexagon Speed Run Challenge. That means over the next 3 days, 36 hours, so 12 hours each day, we are trying to complete the major continental competitions in all 5 active continents where there is one, and the World Cup. So that's 6 trophies, 6 hours each. We've done Asia this morning. We're now off to Africa. Tomorrow will be the Americas, and then I come home for Europe, and then the World Cup right at the end there. And so we have our votes in. It's 6-3 in favour of Mamelodi Sundowns over on Twitch. It is equal. It is equal over on YouTube. So that does mean Mamelodi Sundowns. It is. Up the Sundowns, Blue Lions. Up the Sundowns, indeed. Marv, you responded in the WhatsApp chat. You're a star. Thank you very much, my dude. Thank you very much. Right, so we have to add a manager now. And that manager is going to be former South African international legend, Dr. Khumalo. Now, this is perhaps a little controversial because Dr. Khumalo spent pretty much the entirety of his career at Kaiser Chiefs, apart from a little spell in America. And Kaiser Chiefs aren't exactly fond of the Mamelodi Sundowns, but we're gonna go with it anyway. We're gonna set him as an international at continental level. That's fine. We're going to assume that if he's managing, he's got his licenses, and we'll just leave it bang in the middle there. I think so. We do need to learn the squad. Oh, interesting. So they were playing. It looks like they were playing a 4-1-2-1-2 with Allende not even in the starting lineup. That is bold. We're not going to have a intra-friendly thingy-majiggy. We are, though, going to hop into responsibilities. Let's just make sure we've got everything off as much as we can. Advice and reports down to never. Scouting, it's all sorted there. Transfers are all sorted. Contracts, we'll leave that, that's fine. Media, training, tactics, match, and set pieces all delegated out. That's going to be a key thing. It's nice to have it remember what we've done, which is cool. Saves us a little bit of hassle there. We've got players who are going to be expiring in 12 months. We don't have to worry about this time, where we should have worried about it a lot more. But players like good wages over here, $3.5 grand a week for Themba Zwane. Now Themba Zwane is an international left winger, reasonable. So I've had Themba Zwane in FM23 perhaps, and obviously I play attributeless normally. So this is players I've had that I've not seen their attributes before, and Zwane is still quite good. Look at that, acceleration 13, pace 12 at age 35, good dribbling, good crossing, good vision, great passing 15, can play centrally as well. Did it say he was transfer listed? He's transfer listed. We might need to change that. I think that he's a player we could certainly work around. It's a draw. You signed Williams in the past in the game. I think he finished high in the 2024 Ballon d'Or award. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Doctor, please. Doctor, give me the news. Got a bad case of loving you. Diamond all over again. It is indeed. McQuaino, I think, is a pretty decent player as well. 16 passing. There we go. That's a much better quality of player than what we've seen up until now. 44 caps. Let's look at the squad properly so we can work out what we're going to do tactically. So Ronwen Williams, 18 passing, 16 kicking, decent agility and positioning, rushes out, good at one-on-ones. He is a sweeper keeper if ever I've seen one. Jody February has a great name. Not as good agility-wise, not as good at rushing out or one-on-ones. In fact, Jody February is pretty bad. So we're going to have to hope that Ronwen Williams doesn't get injured. Brian Onyanga, 30 years old, centre-back that can't jump, can head. Not slow, but not necessarily quick, decent positioning, kind of okay. Onyanga doesn't fill me with great confidence. We've got Moroccan, Boutouil. Boutouil can jump, can head, better at tackling and marking, good positioning, lacks determination, left-footed. Otherwise, I think he's kind of okay. Kuliso Mudau, decent acceleration, okay tackling and dribbling, lacking a little bit mentally there. Divine Lunga, what a great name. So do Mamelodi not have a really good striker? And where's Coetzee these days? We'll see. We'll see over due course. They did only score 40 goals this season, which is a little underwhelming, but maybe there will be. So Jonta's back. Welcome in, my dude. Was on the way to training and halfway there, I find out it's been cancelled. Oh, that's frustrating, isn't it? That's frustrating. So good stamina, good acceleration, decent enough defensively, can't dribble but can cross. Mentally, middle of the road. Divine Lunga looks okay. Rivaldo Coetzee, there we go. There's a Coetzee. He has jumping reach of 12, passing of 17, Great position, great off the ball, great determination. Looks like a proper two-way player. Can't dribble. That is something. So we're not looking at like a proper box-to-box midfielder kind of player. But there's something quite interesting there. Something definitely quite interesting. Possibly roaming playmaker-esque. We have Mvala. Mvala is a good defender. 15 tackling, 14 marking. Bad positioning though. Okay in the air, 12s and 13s. Good acceleration, good strength. Yeah, feels like more of a midfielder perhaps than a centre-back. See, Rushin Daruk. Rushin Daruk is average in the air, good at marking, good at positioning, good anticipation decisions. Not so, yeah, kind of okay. He's not fabulous, but probably serviceable. Aubrey Madiba is described as a winger. That would make sense because he's not great defensively, but he's not bad. Dribbling's okay. Off the ball, determination, flair. I'm not convinced by Madiba. I'm not convinced by Madiba, to be completely frank. Terence Mashego. Now, great stamina, great determination. So a player that can work hard. Good enough defensively, good enough going forwards. Solid left back. Solid left back, I think. So you're thinking of Katlego Mfela. That name does sound familiar. We will... If it is, it's not coming up though. Have I spelt it correctly? Mfela. Let's go with Katlego. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of Katlegos though. There's also a load of Catlejos as well. Sat in second, 1 point behind first. Also, you got to the DFB Pokal final and the Conference League semis. Fabulous. Fabulous stuff. Right, where were we? We need to run through this. We've got Bung good all round. He's got okay stamina, okay acceleration, okay positioning off the ball, okay at defensive stuff, okay at like the dribbling and carrying the ball. Zungu looks all right. McQuainer we've seen, great passer, bit more of a playmaker type. Our best passer is going to be Ronwen Williams. Orbus is leaving anyway, so that's not particularly important. Nku, pace, acceleration, dribbling, finishing. Doesn't look great. I can understand why he's transfer listed. Out for 6 weeks is Esquivel. Esquivel, that looks like Lissandro Martinez, surely. That's Lissandro Martinez, 5'5", left-footed. That is Man United's greatest centre-back. Right, good passer, good tackling, good. He looks to me like a box-to-box midfielder as well. He can tackle, he can mark. Maybe not with his positioning. So okay, maybe they're right with the Mazzala. Someone that can certainly be quite interesting and dynamic. Junior Mendieta, another Argentine. Better mentally, good leadership. Kind of probably more of an inverted wingery type. With like okay passing, okay dribbling, but not really the pace to affect things on the outside properly. Then Bazwane, as we've mentioned, can play centrally. Good passing, good vision, good flair. Maybe is a bit of a luxury player in that regards, but I'm sure we could find a way to work that. Lorch is transfer listed. Again, understandable. Mbule, Sufo Mbule. He's the man with pace, a winger. Dribbling, crossing is better than his passing, but not necessarily special. Off the ball's not great either. I'm sure we could make use of that pace. Tashreeq Matthews. Reasonable pace, probably another player that you might describe more as... It's kind of nothing. I mean, like passing, crossing, finishing all around the same level, so he could probably do any of them to the same level. He could either be like an inverted forward, he could either play higher up as like an advanced forward, or as a traditional winger. but he does all of them at the same level of underwhelming. Neo Mayema, another one that can't cross, but his passing's okay. Dribbling 12, passing 12, long shots 15. Lacks determination, which seems to be a theme. Marcelo Allende, great acceleration, not great pace, but where he comes alive is technically he's really, really good. Some of the best first touch and dribbling we've seen. Okay passing, okay finishing. Not a physical presence, but maybe someone behind the striker could be very, very good. We've got Maseko here. Thapelo Maseko. Exceptional pace. Can carry the ball. Not great mentally. Great acceleration, pace, stamina. Off the ball isn't that great. Finishing is, though. He's not much of a dribbler. But sensational work rate. Shalalila is surely a player that we're going to be building around. And then we've got Nasir as well up front. Ethiopian. Great determination. Pretty decent at the physical stuff, at the technical stuff. Physical side isn't quite as good. So I'm questioning it because we don't necessarily have the pace, the strength that I'd like to see. But I'm thinking this is where as someone mentioned, we go for. So the 4-2-2-2, that's the top one up there. I think this might be the time we go for the 4-2-2-2. So I started early. I'm sorry, Crodmo. I popped a message in to say that we'll start up 10 minutes early so that we can run over what's happened in South Africa and make our vote. Right. So Cronmo's seen what Marv's manager redeem is. I look forward to seeing that in a moment. So Kanyisa Mayo is who I was thinking of, but he's now playing in right. Okay, so Kanyisa Mayo is a very, very interesting player because I've done all this database stuff with the database stuff with the Moneyball Clinic, and if I go and look through every single player who over the course of all those simulations aggregated together, the player with the highest goals per 90 is Kanyisa Mayo. So there we go. A cracking player at this level for FM. So if you're ever in South Africa, in fact, let's do that. Let's keep an eye on him because he is sensational. You assume that you won the Asian Champions League whilst I was gone. Don't mention it. We got knocked out in the second round. We fell very, very short. So when we were looking at the players that we had here, Mashego looks good on the left. Lungu also looked quite good on the left, I seem to recall. Lungu was solid, but I think Mashego was better. Maybe not. It's the stamina and determination doing it. We can see over time anyway. On the right, we had Madiba or Mudau. Mudau was quicker. Don't think it makes too much of a difference in terms of quality there, but we do at least have two players in total. And Nyanga was the right-footed one that wasn't great, so it's Butil, left-footed, solid enough. And then Daruk, again, not brilliant, but good enough for what we want to do. McQuaina in a more defensive capacity could be really, really good for us. If he's over on that side, potentially. Esquivel, when he comes back from injury, is a really, really good box-to-box player. But had bad positioning, right? Yeah, that's... Zungu was the other one that I quite liked. So I like the idea of Zungu and Esquivel for this role, potentially as a volante would be fabulous. Then a deep-lying playmaker, potentially with McQuain as someone who can pass better. Then if we have that kind of setup, I would want Zwane on the left. Advanced playmaker makes sense to me. Shadow striker on the right, which could be Allende. Shalalele is right-footed, but I still feel comfortable with him. in that respect. And Masako. Now, we don't have that deep lying forward profile. We could do with somebody who's a bit more of a big guy, but we could, in the meantime, just check through these guys in terms of strength. Oh, actually, no, let's go double attack, double advance forwards. We've got loads of pace there. So if we go for double advance forwards and we just go for an attacking midfielder support, but with get further forwards. And then the standard thing, fullbacks on attack. Sweeper keeper there. And so same thing we saw before. We're going to look at narrow, high tempo, focus play, but underlap, pass into space. So it's all going to be very, very meta adjacent because we don't get much time with the teams as we're going to play through. Counter, press, distribute quickly, roll it out. Let's push up those lines. Step up more. So something like that is what we're potentially looking at. We just want some kind of striker who can add a little bit more physicality as an option. So possession, striker. Let's go for jumping reach and heading. See if there's anyone within our aim. We've got a decent budget there, so that's quite cool to see. We might need to send people out scouting, but we got some players here. Evidence Matt Goper. Evidence Matt Goper is a player that I've seen before do all right. 15s, 14s, decent enough strength, right-footed, got experience at this level. That's great. Let's scout him, add him to shortlist. I'm not familiar with Vugala Mulidze. Might be okay. Lacks strength. That's probably not what we're wanting right now. We've got Mafanu Futhi Mlotshwa, another player that lacks strength, even if he is quite good in the air. I'd like to, if possible, sign domestic players. Simon Ramabu, again, another one that lacks strength. Uwais Saeed, lacks strength even more. So did you miss the bit where he explained why he's got cans on his head now? Wireless headphones tend to have only a limited amount of time, and we've got 12 hours to go. So they're going to charge. In fact, let's remember to plug in the chargy bit. They're going to charge, and these will probably run. They would have run down in about another hour or so. These will probably run down about an hour before the end, by which point they should be ready to go again. That's the theory. Pulang Marema. Oh, now Pulang Marema is, not got strength, but has always been quite effective for me. Although in this, he's never scored more than 11 goals in a season. Maybe not now that he's 34. So let's have a look at some of the other players that might be willing to consider a move that aren't necessarily local. Although, could we get Liam Jordan back here? Jumping reach, strength might be on the higher side. Probably doesn't look right to me. We can scout him for a bit though. Let's add to shortlist. And Evidence McGope, we've already looked at. How about someone in the Egyptian second division? Haruna Garba. Haruna Garba is a fabulous name. Good jumping reach. Right, probably okay strength. Let's pop that on and add to shortlist. So there's Fruits and Mayo now. Of Fruits and Mayo. There's a statement indeed. Absolutely. Johnson, so did I miss the challenge? Isn't Pentagon Hexagon usually about winning all the Champions League? So it is indeed. But we only have 6 hours per continent, so we're going to go continent by continent. We take over a team that's already in the Champions League for that continent, and we basically see how many trophies we can win. But if we fail, then we just fail. It is part and parcel, sadly. Jason Gonzalez doesn't score goals, but he does do being big. Report, there we go. Let's fully scout you, add you to... Oh, there was not a player. He's not being capped yet. But for the Bafana to have the Bafana Nana, that would be a thing. That would be a thing indeed. Strength isn't great, balance isn't great, so it's a no, but do I recognise the names of any of the South African players that are going to come up down here? We're not going to run through loads of them. Just if we see someone's name, we go, oh, okay. Oh, what was the guy? There was a guy that I signed back in FM23 who was just immense. He was like 6'5". He was like 100 kilos. He just absolutely dwarfed every single player. It was a Nicopolidis. If it is, it's not going to be spelt that way. It's named Tristan. Tristan. We have friendlies already coming up, which is cool as well. That's all being arranged. He retires. Staff meeting. We let that go. And then it's just going to be a case of probably heading forwards a little bit. We need to... Or were there any transfer deals already arranged? There aren't. That's cool. So we can pop this forward by... Let's head to the Monday. Let's head forward a couple of Mondays, in fact. Because that will give them time to get the scout reports back on a couple of those guys that we were able to do full. And for those that we could only do a week on, we'll have those reports there as well. Maybe we can make a decision of some sort. Bafana Nana should open a banana stand. Absolutely. Absolutely. You've got a bunch of good ideas. Doesn't he just? You borrowed that one from Arrested Development. I mean, how much does a banana cost? $10? I mean, okay. I was going to say Arrested Development is great. I feel like Arrested Development was something that it is great. Should have ended about 2 seasons earlier. That's what I like. It just felt like just ran on just a bit too long. Just a bit too long. So Eddie, isn't there an Estonian or Latvian giant in the game? Saw him pop up in some other streams. So Eddie, are you thinking of someone like Roberto Uldrikis? I know that he's a Latvian. There are plenty of real giants. Tristan, whatever his name is, he's actually South African, which is why I was trying to think of him. I thought that would be appropriate. I'm going to, in fact, can I look it up? I probably can. You're disappointed you get no love for a bunch of good ideas. It's a bunch banana joke. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Low-hanging fruit. Easy pickings for that joke. Johnny keeps on beating you out. Like, you might do all right, but Johnny is just levels above. Levels above. It's nice and ripe, that one. See, like, that's fine. That's fine, but Johnny's just like taking the mick, really. Just far too good. Far too good. Right, so I have found the place where I was writing about it, but can I find the transfers? It's not signed at that point. Does remind me though of some names that I need to avoid potentially. So Tristan Nikita-Reedus. So Nikita Reedus. I'm gonna see if he is around, just because I remember him fondly. It was Uldrikis. There we go. John, sir, you've bottled the Conference League semis. You're about to have a Leverkusen 2001-02-esque season, aren't I? But isn't it good for the narrative? I mean, the amount that you'll want to set it right and do everything, that will be absolutely worth it. Hey, Winky, did you participate with the FM tournament of the FM show? Winky, so I was discussing this on Wednesday. I'm not going to be taking part in the FM shows. I just don't have the capacity for it at the moment. With the FMNL Super League, with Twitch, with YouTube, with my commitment this weekend to these charity streams as well, sadly, I just don't have the time for it. Right, dear bassist, work is done, thank Christ. Now to go for a wee walk and get some shopping. I'll be back a bit after the 6 for the rest of the evening. No worries, enjoy your wee walk. I'm going to pretend I'm not jealous. See you tomorrow if you're back. Yes, Crubmo will be disappearing within due course. That's sad to say. So Winky, you lost your first game, but you've won the second one 5-2. Nice. Do you know there was the rest of the results from your group as well yet? We've got some players released. Maybe we should be taking a look at some of these, like Kamaholo Makocho. Oh, Kev and Raiders, welcome in. How was your stream, sir? How is Zoya Luhansk? It is Zoya Luhansk you're with, isn't it, at the moment? I hope you were doing well, my dude. How was the stream? Let me do the let's head on over and make you look at my hideous, somewhat less beardy face, because we're doing something a little bit ridiculous over here today and tomorrow and on Friday. We're taking part in the I've created the Hexagon Speed Run Challenge. This is going to be 3 days, 36 hours, 6 trophies. Those are the major continental club competitions in each continent, plus the World Cup. Now, 6 trophies was the plan. We are already down to 5 trophies because we've done Asian Champions League and we got knocked out in the second round. But there is no time to linger on it. We've moved straight on to Africa, and you've joined us in a very, very good time because we're getting used to the squad. We haven't actually played any games yet, so welcome on in. So, Mr. Musterman, how does the charity efforts? The charity efforts are going well. These guys have been absolutely sensational. We've raised a phenomenal $315 already, which is incredible. That said, if any of you guys have come in and you really, really want to give money to Gamers Outreach, let me tell you a little bit about them. Let me start by popping on over and doing a little bit of that, which should give you a link over to their website. But Gamers Outreach are a charity that work to provide equipment and support to children in hospital so that they can play video games. Because when you're a child and you're in hospital, it's a very scary, intimidating, isolating environment, and having that outlook for fun and adventure and normalcy is huge. So I really, really like what they're doing. They do this streamathon every year, along with a LAN event over in the Americas, and we are aiming to raise money for them. Our next milestone is at $350, $35 away, and that will see more of the beard go. We are slowly removing the layers of the beard. We lost a sideburn, we've lost another sideburn. Soon, well, next, it will be the chin. We will leave ourselves with a Fu Manchu and a lovely little soul patch, and we'll slowly work up. And then we also have a spice challenge going on as well. So once we hit certain milestones, we will be going through a Hot Ones-esque challenge. I have struggled. We're only 3 sources in out of the 7, and they aren't the spiciest, but I have been sweating. My tongue has been numb. It has been a challenge. So welcome on in. Let's take a look at what we're looking at. So basically, we're looking through players being released by their clubs. We've looked through most of them, but if I see a name that I recognise over in South Africa, we're going to take a look. We are taking over Mamelodi Sundowns. So we only get 6 hours per continent, which means we add a new manager at each club. We take over a team already in the continental competition for the upcoming season. That means we have taken over at Mamelodi Sundowns, who finished second in the DStv Premiership over in South Africa. And we need a couple of players. We could do with a defender of some sort. We could do with another striker, because we are playing a little bit of kevball. So United City, Zoya's going pretty good. Few too many goals conceded here and there, but sitting second, way behind Shakhtar. Fabulous. Fabulous. So this is what we're thinking. It's a little bit of kevball. We've got attacking. It's very meta adjacent, basically. So we're going to look at having attacking fullbacks. In fact, I haven't asked them to do that yet, but we're going to ask them to cut inside. I like to ask them to dribble less. I want them to take fewer opportunities to try and beat a player. We are also going to ask Zwane to hold up the ball. And we've got Allende getting further forwards. And we've gone with double advance forwards. These are our best strikers at the moment. Peter Shalalele and Maseko, both very, very quick players. But we want somebody big to be a target over there, because we don't currently have a more big-bodied striker available. So let's... Oh, thank you so much. Bless you for the donation. That is absolutely incredible. Zeep, $35. You are just incredible. Now, before I get rid of the beard and bring with a Fu Manchu, we need to also do one other thing, which is I need to get you on the wall of awesome. I definitely need to get you up there on that wall of awesome. That means that lovely spot over here. I do appreciate that it's not the greatest angle to view things from, especially as I'm not the greatest at writing. Captain D, what a legend you are, sir. What a legend you are. Right, we need to do the next step then. So the Fu Manchu. I need one other thing. I'm not delaying. Honest. Oh, is it over here? Might not be over. Right. We've done it. We found it. We found it. And this seems ridiculous, but it is a hair tie, because the soul patch is going to remain. That means that I need to make sure that it's kind of out the way. That means I'm kind of tying this up against my lip, and I'm now going to talk like this. It's still absolutely fine. Pro streamer indeed. A pro streamer, absolutely. So beard off, off. It is indeed going to be off. That's just getting the soul patch out of the way. It's going to be key because I forgot to sort out a mirror, which means I'm going to be using my phone camera to see what's going on here. And that needs to rest up against something, like so. And then we get our lovely little bin, which is going to sit in between my legs as we go and remove the next. Oh, I have not seen my chins. I have not seen my chins for over a decade. I am genuinely terrified by this. But here we go. All in the name of charity, so that makes it worthwhile. Let's see. Let's bring this off. Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Don't worry, Quadmo, there is more. I can't do it all in one swoop. I do though need a better angle here. This is far more, yeah, it's definitely not quite as wispy as I thought it would be. That's for sure. Let's have a look. I really should have got sorted out a mirror. There we go. We keep the soul patch. Next up will be the wisps coming off. After the wisps come off, we will end up sporting a zapper. Let's see. I wonder whether we keep the... Let's keep this going. Let's keep this going. Right, so we've got the tie here. Why don't we, for the sake of the next few hours, let's have ourselves some moustache pigtails. Nobody's had moustache pigtails, have they, surely? Because it looks dumb. But I don't mind looking dumb. It is certainly a look for sure. And now that the hair's been cut off, it's not as if I need these pigtails for anything much right now, is it? So let's see, we pop this bit here. Oh, there's an air of Chopper Reed about you now. I'll take that. Merv Hughes, I'll also take that as well. Are we attributeless? No, we are beardless. We are beardless indeed. So welcome in, Jim. Did I lose any bet, or is it just too hot? Jim, this is a charity stream. As written about over on our social medias, over on Discord as well, where I know you are. So we've got the charity stream going on. We're going to be streaming for the next 3 days, and various things are going to be happening. We're going to be doing a hot sauce challenge, or I am in the middle of a hot sauce challenge, and we're getting rid of the beard. Oh, trying to adjust that hurts a little. That's absolutely fine. I mean, I say that's absolutely fine. I mean, I look like an absolute tit, but then I look like an absolute tit at the best of times anyway. Yeah, we've got enough there for the soul patch. That's very, very, very uncomfortable. Beautiful. It is very uncomfortable, but it is absolutely worth it. So thank you very, very much. Zeep, you are a star. We are now up to $350. Our next target is going to be $400, and that involves going over to a peri peri hot sauce. That's meant to be 100,000 Scoville heat units, or 50 times hotter than the very, very first one that we did. So let me just get that updated on the graphics down at the bottom there. That is incredible. Oh, let me do that. We've got our scout reports back, and evidence Macpoba is going to be worth under 250,000. He can jump, he can head, he's got okay strength. I think that's our answer. I think that I'm quite happy with that. Kanyiso Mayo is not the profile we're looking for, but if we do need ourselves another advanced forward type, he's almost certainly going to be the option. Liam Jordan, we still don't have full reveal on. His poor finishing is questionable to me. Haruna Garba, yeah, looks a little bit more middle of the road. A little bit more middle of the road, I'm afraid. But if we can start underneath and then work up. All right, let's go at the top end of the valuation, and hopefully that'll be okay. And then let's go for centre back. We're looking for the same kind of strengths there. Attributes, that's the term. See, I don't even know the word attribute. That's the problem. We've got a Daruk. Should we sign another Daruk? He doesn't look particularly good. What about Sabaya? Sabaya's jumping reach is good. Heading's good. Tackling isn't great. Tylo Sanja. Those things all look like they could be quite good. Stamina's a concern. Balance is a concern. Makaba. We have information on Makaba. not necessarily great. Benjamin Wallace. Ooh, Justice Chavala. How hot was that burger sauce from the burger place? I don't know, unfortunately, Chris. Unfortunately, I have no idea. We don't get that information. We don't even know what was in the sauce. Oh my. Oh my, I didn't even see that come through. I do apologise, but a part-time farmer waited until I updated the graphics and then came through big. Came through massive with a $50 donation. That means you've got to put up with my face again for a moment. This time you've got to put up with my face again, because the first thing I do is I head on over, and even if you don't give us a name, whatever you're going to put on that donation, as long as it's, you know, tasteful, means that we're going to get a big time farmer up on the Wall of Awesome. The Wall of Awesome needs a big time farmer just underneath the Big Marv. Big Marv, a part-time farmer even. Love you, RJ. A part-time farmer. You are an absolute star. What a genuine, generous and kind gentleman you are. Where have we got? Over here. One solitary tortilla chip. One as yet unopened bottle of South Devon Chili Farm piri piri sauce. This one's a thick one. I've said that before. I have definitely said that before. It smells quite piquant. I don't mind that too much. I don't mind that too much. This is quite a flat chip. I'm not sure it's the best for saucing. We have perhaps over-dabbed. After saying that I'm not going to put large amounts on, that is probably a mistake, but there we go. We live, we learn. So, first point of contention to make is that these hair ties are very, very tight. That actually made it difficult to open my mouth fully. In terms of the spiciness, there's some immediate heat. It is definitely currently like at the back of the mouth. It's not so much on the tongue. That's not awful. I say not awful. I mean, it's definitely got some kick to it, and I can feel a little bit of watering in my eyes. But that was a pretty pleasant experience. I think that might be my favourite so far in terms of flavour profile. Yeah, fair enough. That's not the worst we... Like, it's probably the hottest we've had to deal with, but I think that the flavour...
We are in Champions League, man.
That was my next question.
Dilly dong, come on.
Dilly ding, dilly dong, indeed. Yeah, I think that was okay. Let's scout Justice Chalaba, because whilst I say that's okay, I did also say that I am starting to... I can feel like the tears in the eyes. Less so much about the feeling the tears in the eyes. I can see the tears in the eyes. Because all of a sudden things are looking a little bit hazy. Which is a thing that can happen. Not necessarily a thing I was prepared for, but that's okay. So that's it. You told him you're gonna need the Quadmo. I might need it. When is the milk allowed back? The milk is allowed back now. It was just for the next shot, which does mean that does come back onto the wheel as well. So it is possible that the milk could be taken away again. So let's get that added. Now, for those that don't know what I'm talking about when I say the wheel, if you donate, when you head on over and donate, there is an option to donate specifically for the Wheel of Chaos. It's a $10 donation, and we spin a wheel that gives us a random change to either the challenge or the stream itself. One such challenge was the inability to drink milk after the next hot sauce. Thankfully, that was on the last one, and we're kind of okay. An offer's come in for Junior Mendieta. We're saying no to that. So you're going to have to think about stretch goals based on the first 6 hours performance. We might well need to, indeed. You are right. You are very right. As I was saying, once the beard's gone, it's not like I can really offer to shave my balls on stream. I don't think that's a viable option. Because even if that's what you wanted, no one should want that. Let's agree at 350k. So we might be losing Mendieta. That's fine. Although that is 4 times above his value, so maybe we'll get away with that. Why are you turning red? Indeed. Jabbits, welcome back in, my dude. How are you doing? I don't know what you mean. I mean, this is a perfectly normal stream. This is exactly how I look at every moment of every time. Okay, there's lots of competitions. They're expecting us to win some of them. That's obviously the other issue as well. Is one of the parts of the challenge of this is we do need to keep our job until the Champions League later stages. So if we whilst we're instant resulting, we can't get away with ignoring the league entirely, because if we lose our job, then there's not really much we can do about it. So we've got to be careful. Those friendly games, we had a load of friendlies there, and then nothing coming up before these games. So let's try and organise some. Can we get teams over? Very much doubt it. Yeah. Are there any closer by? So let's try Barocca. That genuinely made me jump. That genuinely made me jump. Thank you very, very much. Now let me refresh so I can see what absolute chaos is about to unfold. It is a beautiful, beautiful redemption from Jabbits there. It is the Wheel of Chaos. Thank you very much there. Now what we'll do is I'm just gonna set these up so that we can get some movement going on, and then we'll head on over and do the next steps as well. So away against, yeah, Cathalong, we've got that going. MacGopa 275 on 3. You are awful, 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 Orlando Pirates. 325. We should have just accepted what they said. We'll go back down to 250. We'll make that offer. Because it was 250 and 50k, I'm pretty certain was what they're originally offering. We offered 260 and they've now gone all the way up to like 400k. So hopefully they'll come back and say 250 and 50k. That's the hope, right? Cool. So let's head on over. Let's get Jabbits. Let's get you up on that wall. Oh no. Oh no. I may have just knocked over the bin of hair, and now we've got hair everywhere on the floor. Right, so step 1, Jabbits onto the wall of awesome. We're going to pop you in this lovely little spot here. Get a little bit of overlap, but the name will fit in completely. It's a Jabbits with a single B. Jabbits. Are you 1993 or 93 or 1993? Awesome. Onto the wall of awesome you go, sir. Onto the wall of awesome you currently stand. Sensational. That wall is going to be full anytime soon now, which is incredible. Almost ridiculous, in fact. And then we're going to spin the wheel of chaos. There are a lot of opportunities for various chaotic things to happen. And it appears... Okay, it is, however... We've received a memo from the owner. Another memo from the owner. I've just watched Game of Thrones. I don't understand it, but apparently winter is coming. Need to keep warm. That means we need another shirt. Another shirt means we are going to open something else from the glorious classic football shirts. Let me make sure we've got it all there. Let me get rid of the tag. Oh, it's not a tag this time. It's a safety pin. So let's come back here. Let's head on over to the main bit here. And our next shirt of choice is Ankaraguchi. Turkeys Ankaraguchi. A shirt without any sponsors. It does in fact just look like a training top. Oh, it's not sorry, it's Genshlag Baligi. Shows you how much I know. Shows you how much I know. And now I need to get this on over the headphones. Should have taken the headphones off. Past the beard. And we are up to, I think that might be 5 or 6 layers now. It is very, very warm in here. And that may or may not be the source, to be fair. Right, so, right, chaps, Gigmo is out. Have a lovely evening, Crudmo. I hope you're doing well. I hope you have a great gig tonight. A great, great gig tonight. Taking meal away. Will must be a Thatcher fan. Evidently. So where is this now, Panji? We are currently in South Africa. This is part 2 of the Hexagon challenge. We will... Must respond. That's got to be for a transfer thing, right? Aubrey Madiba, we'll just reject that. And we can let that go through. All the friendlies, they're going to be managed by the coaches. So yeah, this is continent number 2. We failed in Asia, unfortunately, which is starting to get towards the evening. What are people's plans for this weekend? Has anyone got anything exciting planned? Anyone got anything they're looking forward to? Maybe it's the football, the particular games that you're really, really keen to watch. Maybe it's a little bit of madness, a little bit of craziness you got planned. Right, 2 injuries and a suspension is how we're going to start with this, which is not necessarily the greatest of starts. So that'd be Sabaya in. That would be Lungu in. And Masele, that's why we signed him. So that's cool. We'd look at potentially Magkopa here. Attacking midfield, advanced there. And that would be a deep line forward on support. So Allende would be out for the other new signing, which would be Domingo. And then we're allowed to put 9 players on the bench. Those 9 players would be a goalkeeper. It'd be like Kurtzy and Mvala. And the return of Mendieta. Mbule. Maima. Shaluli. Ooh, we go with Madiba and Matthews. We're going to put Shalalile in instead of Maseko there. So that's probably, based on the players we've got fit, what we think might be our strongest lineup. I suppose there's never going to be a better test than starting the season against one of the big teams, the Kaiser Chiefs. What a classic team. The team that Dr. Kumalo, the manager's profile that we've created, spent most of his career at. So it would be like a homecoming for him, this, in some respects. So how long was the beard in the making? Eddie, I have not seen my chins in decades. Literally, we're talking, I think possibly the last time I kind of shaved it down properly was like only a few months ago. Before that, we were talking about 2013. I remember when I was homeless, managing to get hold of some scissors so that I could go to interviews, and that was like literally a hand trim job. No electric shavers or anything like that. Literally, I spent about 2 hours in a public toilet, just cutting it away until it was nice and neat. Before that, maybe about 2008, I think. So yeah, it's been a long time since I've been without beard. It's going to be quite crazy. You can jam at Joe's garage. Exactly. I knew you would appreciate a little bit of Zappa. Right, a good start. 5-2. Hat-trick for Shalalele. Double for Zwane. That's a good sign against a good team. I don't mind us conceding goals. Training, rest, 1 day. Zwane doesn't need to be transfer listed. So transfer status, no. Why has that gone to Middow? I'm managing to press the wrong players. No status set there. That's cool. And then we move on. So for those that have joined, generally speaking, in the afternoon, let me just explain. We're going to be instant resulting basically every domestic game. There might be occasional moments where we're not. We're going to be playing every single Champions League game. My aim is to finish the African Champions League campaign by 11 p.m. tonight. So we need to move through at quite a pace. So even if we end up playing, if we play 12, 14 full games, not 12 or 14 games live, that's going to take up a pretty fair whack of time. And we are now down to about 6 hours left in the... Not even 6 hours, 5 hours left in the challenge. So we've got to move on at a reasonable pace. In African football, clubs don't just want opinions to subjectivity. They want evidence. Boom. Beautiful work. A lovely little evidence Makoba pun there. Do we have any of these guys back? Allende isn't. Daruk is. Daruk can come in for Curtsy. Esquivel can come onto the bench for Mendieta. McQuainer is back, which is marvellous as well. So let's give McQuainer the start. He is meant to be a starter as far as I'm concerned. Otherwise, Magopa is knackered. Right, Magopa's knackered. That means we go with the double advance forward. Like so. And let's see how we cope. It's another home game. I was going to say how we cope with our first away game. It's another home game. Domingo, one of our new signings, is out injured, but it's another 5-2. That's a scoreline I can get behind. Domingo's going to be out for 4 to 5 weeks. Boutail is out just for a couple of days. A couple of days is certainly far more acceptable. Let's get these guys rested. Hop on in. We've got players on... 11 players on international duty. Now it says the squad registration is on that Sunday, but there is the possibility that means midnight on Sunday. So I want to head into Saturday just in case we actually need to do the registration on the Saturday and it's last thing there. So yeah, it is more than 10 years. Your chins haven't seen each other all that time either, eh? Indeed, they haven't. These hair ties are doing a great job of stretching my skin upwards, because I can only feel like 3 chins. We've got one there, got one here, and we've got one there, and that's not too bad. And I'm pretty certain there are more. I'm pretty certain there are more. So homeless, I know the struggle as well, my friend. It happens to many of us. It's how we move on afterwards that defines our progress, to be fair. So we've agreed to sell Madiba for 90,000. We've got an offer of 97. We will reject this one here. Oh, oops. Okay, he's going to be upset at us. That's fine. So we're going to reject the one that isn't good enough. No bid in there for Mendieta. That was just a news article about it. So we may well need ourselves a new right back from the looks of things. Yeah, it's, you know, many people have found themselves in that situation. We find a way to move beyond it and learn from it. And I think that's obviously the not the greatest gift from it, but there are things that we can gain as a result that we would have never otherwise experienced. Okay, so this game is a cup game, which is, now it makes a little bit more sense why it was scheduled whilst there were loads of internationals going on. So that's kind of cool. Right, it appears that the squad registration for the Champions League was in fact the Sunday. So that is some relief. We've signed a couple of youngsters. That's cool. So all these players are going to be missing. We might as well just go in for a quick pick. We've got Shalule, we've got Maima, but Magopa isn't available, so we don't need to change the attacking role there. Medal, Lunga, Butail's back. Have we got any players here? Potentially I'd like to get Mendy. Is it Mendieta I'd like to get in, or is it... Who's the other one? Esquivel. That's the player I'm talking about. Esquivel is the one I want to get onto the thing there. We're going to simulate the match and we can move forwards. Divine Lunga has been given the captain's armband. Yeah, you get up, you get back up, dust yourself off, and go back at it. Exactly. My word, we are full of goals. We have conceded 2 goals in every game, but we've scored 5, 5, and 4. We are going to be nothing if not entertaining. And let's make sure these guys are all rested. Still can't see anything about registration, so maybe that's coming through at midnight this night. Yeah, it was in fact midnight of that night. That's cool. We can have a maximum squad of 40 players. There seems to be no restrictions there, which is great. So let's just do the whole lot, even the players who are transfer listed. You know, there's no real harm in it. So we've got a squad of 30 players. That should make us feel good. Cocky Smash, what did you return to? No comment. This is just exactly how things should be right now, right? This is a perfectly normal look. There's nothing peculiar going on whatsoever. And so here we come. We're coming up to our first game of the Champions League. It's the preliminary round. We've got an away game against Faisal Kenema. So we need to qualify first. You know, that's how these things work. That makes absolute sense. We should feel reasonably confident coming into this. So South African sides have won the South African Champions League like a couple of times now. I think Mamelodi Sundowns did it back maybe in 2016. Maybe more recently than that. There's been a couple of wins here and there, but not that often. Welcome in, Game Breaker. Lovely to see you, my dude. How's everything going? You get in there, lad. Welcome in, Regainer Wave. So the beard is disappearing. Hot sauce levels are ramping up. Exactly. You meant the football team. His beard looks just like usual. Fair enough. So we failed. We failed, Koku Smelsh. We got knocked out in the second round of the Asian Champions League. But we can't rest on our laurels. We've got to move on to the next continent. The next continent is Africa, which means we're over in South Africa with the Mamelodi Sundowns. And hopefully we can do better this time round. Hopefully. So as a non-Norwegian, how do you people react when you see Werder Glimt 2, Lazio 0 in your preferred live score provider? Well, deserved XG-wise too. I think so. All I really know about Werder Glimt is that they're the toothbrush team. I think it's cool. I think it's really, really good for European competitions when the perceived smaller teams cause upsets. I think it's really, really exciting. I am also acutely aware that there have been many situations over the years where smaller teams end up in the finals of these competitions and it makes for bad finals. So it's a kind of a weird thing because I kind of would like a team of Lazio's potential quality to taking part in big games, because generally speaking, they're kind of decent. Not guaranteed, but you want to make sure that there is a certain level of competitive parity, and you can't guarantee that in all circumstances. So we will accept the bid, we will reject that one. Masako is... He's part of our plans, so that's fine. We do need a right back to replace Madiba. So let's take a look and see what the deal is here. South African right backs. We could potentially try and sign Reeve Frosler. Looks like he has decent pace, international level. We've got Keenan Ayer. Again, not massively off base of what we would want. We've got information on Patrick Fisher. Patrick Fisher can tackle, can just about mark and pass, can cross. Not necessarily great, but we've got revealed information on him, which does kind of help. Cool. Right, let's do some scouting on these top guys. We've got still a little bit of time before the window will close, and if that doesn't come through, we will also consider Patrick Fisher there. These guys, they're beautiful, but we've got a game. We've got a proper game to play. Samarin describes Berda Glimt as the Bolivia of Europe. That's fair. So Eddie says it was Orlando Pirates 2016. Awesome. Orlando Pirates were 95 and 2013. That's cool. But I was right when I said 2016 Sundowns. Get in. Yeah, I think that's a fair comment from Cockus Melch, considering it was against Lazio. I think most people celebrated. The less savoury side of Lazio, indeed. I can understand that position. Not AFCON, but CAF. I knew what you meant. Right, so our first game that we're actually taking charge of. We've still got loads of players on international duty, which is slightly annoying. We've lost 2 players to injury as well, so that would mean Boutail comes out, Sabaya comes in. We'll move Nyango onto the left. This is actually crazy. How on earth? So one of the contributing factors to us losing in the Asian Champions League was that were only able to name a bench of like 3 players, of which they were all strikers. We had loads of players unavailable. Partly my fault. Now we've got ourselves a big old squad, and we are unable to fill a bench here against Faisal Kenema. Faisal Kenema, obviously, famously of Ethiopia. They do have real players. We did load in like all players in international competitions, all players of national reputation. So we should have a reasonable amount of challenge there. We have... None of these players have registered. I should have registered. I should have just made use of the fact that we could register up to 40. But oh well. Feels good to take a shower. You should try, Musterman. Don't make me jealous. Don't make me jealous. It's like when the stream finishes this evening, that shower is going to be amazing. Absolutely amazing. So we're favourites for a reason. I have faith in you. And let's see how we go. Let's see how we go. Finally, a chance to see us in action. Sapanji asks, is it a 4222 diamond? It is not a diamond. It is a box. A Brazilian box, one might even say. RJ, I won't even remove clothes, just jump in. I mean, there is every chance that I will be cutting myself out of the clothes.
Honestly,
might be the solution.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Yeah, FMGNG. Get in with the soundboard redeems there. That speed's absolutely fine. Here's Shalalili out to Madame.
Do I not like that?
I mean, unfortunately, that was possibly the worst combination of timing. To say, do I not like that, as Mudau's cross falls into the path of Shalulili, and that is 1-0 within 24 seconds. Evening, Zerachal. How are you doing, sir? Welcome on in. So Panji, somehow Man United just signed Maradona for free. I mean, that is incredible. He's been dead for quite a few years. I know you're playing the retro database. That's quite cool. It would always have been, that feels like a good what if. Wouldn't it be interesting to know what it would have been like to have Maradona in the Premier League? Right, can we get in a second early? Here's Shalalele, finds Zwane. Zwane takes aim and absolutely blasts it over on his weaker right foot. Sitsibaya with some interesting defending there. Lets it bounce off his back into the path of his teammate. Gets it back again. Here's Mudau once more. Mudau has asked to leave if a bid is met, and the bid has been met. He's had a pretty good start so far. He fed Maema. Maema's shot was turned behind for a corner. Zwane will take that corner. I'm sure Zwane is left-footed. Zwane is right-footed. I may have swore, but I was wrong. Mibrate with a corner now. Here we go, Halilo to Sharifa. What do they have cooked up? They have cooked. There's some nice triangles here. And oh, off the underside of the bar. What a finish. What a finish. Great goal. This will be a thrashing. Second leg can be instant resulted. I hope so, but it's not looking that way now. Not looking that way now. It is a nice Brazilian style kit for the Sundowns. Absolutely, Zeep. Right, so since I have to be an adult and work and nap and stuff, how's the stream going? So Zoachal, it's been bad. It's been good and it's bad. It's been chaotic. It's been fun. It's been exciting. But we have failed our first challenge. We aimed to win the Champions League in Asia with Hiroshima, and we got knocked out in the second round. So this is our second attempt. This time in Africa with Sundowns. And we might be seeing some similar patterns emerging, because this looks like a game where we've certainly been in the ascendancy, but we're now looking at a draw. But there's plenty of time for that to be rectified. And we actually need to turn this back down to key highlights. Because of the timing, we need to go down onto key highlights here. Let's see how things go. Well, says John Shotter, indeed. There's a tiki-taka corner. And it's now 2-1. It's now 2-1. Now, look, we said that Jody February is not a good goalkeeper. He is the backup. We currently have loads and loads of players out because of international duty. But that's quite frustrating. That is quite frustrating. We have 2 good chances on target, but both shots on target have gone in. We need to get a response. That response is going to see us demand more into the last 10 minutes. As Shalolele turns, Shalolele finishes. There's no flag. They're not even questioning it. It was a lovely turn. An immediate response. Let's pop him or Nyanga. Nyanga as the ball player. You as the central defender. You in a more defensive capacity. And we can bring on Lende. And we can bring on Lorch. Lorch is a fun name to say, isn't it? So let's bring on Lorch. And let's bring on Mendieta for deep. Let's see if we can respond. Let's see if we can respond. So OMG, says Eritral. Indeed. Wait, the stream lag on me. Don't worry, Panji. Don't worry. It's all going to pot. You don't want to watch it. It's all good. Managing Hiroshima must have been a blast. Too soon. Right, Masele. Back to Sibaya. Here's Mendieta. Can we play a pass that's nice and easy? We can. Here's Lunga now. Inside to Miami. Gets it back. Lunga. Oh, I thought he was going to play the pass. He does eventually. Low cross and launch. Yeah. We are nothing if not entertaining. That is at least At least 6 goals in every game so far this season. I kind of want Fasil to have another shot on target, because it really, really hurts seeing them having scored 3 goals from 2 shots on target. Right, Allende with the corner, sends it into the near post. Stoya Sibaya! This is silly, silly, silly game, and I love it. I love it. In a stressed kind of way. Here's Lorch. Lorch playing it inside. No, yep, comes back to Unyango. Unyango to Sibaya. Sibaya spending some time. It's a brace for Sibaya indeed. One for both sides. Misele back to Sibaya. Here's Misele now driving forwards. Mudau on the right. Mudau inside to Maima. Maima, we're moving it back now. Nice and patient. Unyango, the ball playing defender. Unyango waits, plays it inside to Mendieta. Misele spreads it out wide. Mudau sends the cross in. Shalulele on the hat-trick. Shalulele! Oh no! No! To come on for Shalulele, even though he's on a hat-trick. At least 2 conceded every game though. It's absolutely madness. Absolute madness. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the man of the new graphics card. 'Tis a good day. Awesome. Awesome. Is that a 5th, like a new series one, or just an upgrade generally? 4-3. That'll do. That will do. We've now got, hopefully we'll have our players back from international duty by the time that we get to the home leg. Let's see. When is the home leg? It's in 6 days. In 6 days. Nope, everyone's still going to be on international duty. What's the international in 2025? Why are they on such... What is the internationals around August 2025? Genuinely, that seems questionable to me. I'm confused. Right now, thank you, Zeratul, for the donation. That is a sensational $35, which is incredible. That means there are a spin of the Wheel of Chaos. Plus, Zeratul is going to become one of the manager characters for tomorrow or Sunday, which is absolutely incredible. I will be messaging you in due course, Zeratul, to get some details about that. Before that, let's go on over and do all the wonderful things that you have just activated. You have activated, to start off with, an appearance on the Wall of Awesome. An appearance on the Wall of Awesome because you are awesome. That is the whole thing. It's called the Wall of Awesome because it's for people who are awesome. Let me, work out how to wear clothes. Up to a silly amount of layers now. So Zeratul going to make place right next to Kvers. You are a star. An absolute star. Next up, though, we need to do the next little step, which is head on over to the Wheel of Chaos. Am I ready for chaos? We have already decided that I will not be allowed milk at the next hot sauce we do. So let's see what's going to happen. What's going to happen? We have got... Okay, that should be fun. We've received a memo from the owner. Hemorrhoids is no laughing matter. I don't appreciate the press referring to itchy bum time during last game's coverage. Attend the next press conference and make sure that's not acceptable. So we've got to attend the next press conference and be an arse. As many bum jokes as we can fit in. We've got to be confrontational. Should be fun and silly to do. Now that's not going to be the actual next press conference because we've already gone on holiday past the press conference for the Fasil Kanema game. But we're going to take it off and be ready for potentially the post-match one potentially a tunnel one. We don't know when the next press conference is going to be, so we can't go on holiday really until we know. So let's head on over media, set all to me. We're going to see what happens, and we're going to try and squeeze in as many bum puns as possible. Always love to squeeze a little bit of bum in if we can. Let's also check on out. I need to update the milestones because we are now across £450, which means we need to remove some beard as well. But before we do that, I need to set up for the very next. Let's get that lovely little graphic done. That's downloaded there. Move that into the magical folder. That is ready. So for that, here we go. Oh, I do apologize. That's the noise of thing. We need to pop on over to. Let's click this bit here. We've got that bit to do there. We need to head on over. I need the camera on my phone because I didn't think to buy a handheld mirror. It's time to get rid of the wisps. That probably means cleaning up a little bit of the other stuff that's going on with the beard as well. Let's see if I can get my phone to balance against something. There we go. Those hair ties have worked out quite handy. Less handy in this situation. Second one is not. The wisps are pretty much gone. That's, well, the first part of them anyway. We're coming down to Zapperland now. And for Zapperland, that means we come from the side of the face.
We are in Champions League, man.
That was my next
Dilly
question.
dilly dong, come on.
Dilly ding, dilly dong indeed. No, I need to.
Honestly, I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Can I find a way to hold this and get.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
I'm unfortunately going to block the camera. I do apologise. My word, that is skin that has not seen the light of day for many, many years. Absolute butcher's arse of a face. I don't know if butcher's arse is a term that has ever been used to describe someone, but that's what I'm going with. I'm going to assume that a butcher's arse would be rough. Yeah, something like that. We'll have to count as done. We've missed the bin on pretty much every element of that. So welcome in Viva, by the way. Welcome in PBS Movie as well. Lovely to see you. Feels like you're watching a Manscaped ad. I mean, it is the worst. It would be the worst Manscaped ad ever. An ad of a man that doesn't know how to shave because he doesn't shave. There is a young fellow under all that hair. I mean, I wouldn't describe this as young, that is for sure. There is a fella. There are some chins. I can see the chins now. Oh, look at them. Look at them. That is a hideous, hideous sight. That is quite something, eh? Quite something. Right, I suppose I can do all the washing up in a moment. Washing up, tidying up. So I will try and brush as much hair off me as I can. We've got an ad break that's going to come up in about 10 minutes or so, which could be when I get to clean. So we're down to the moustache, we're down to the soul patch, we are almost beardless. We're also almost near the end of the hot sauces as well. This is absolutely incredible stuff. This is quite something. My word. Oh my word, there's just so much hair everywhere. So much hair everywhere. We've got a game against Fasil Kenema coming up. In fact, we've got a game against Fasil Kenema coming up. Can we squeeze that in before the break? Probably not. So what we will do is we will go on a break in a moment. Not immediately. Let's just run it for a little bit. That guy can come on to the bench. You can come onto the bench as well. You're too far away. Yeah, and then I can tidy up the thing. I can try and brush down my face a little bit, and then we can head into the game. But let's just catch up a little bit. There was obviously a lot of chat whilst we were going through that. So, Sherbs, you bought a 2080 Super from a friend, replacing your 8-year-old 1070. That's fair enough. That's still pretty good. RJ still on the 1070. I think I've only upgraded when I got the PC, to be fair, but I was rocking a 1060 Ti for a long time. The fact there was a post-it note somewhere in Britain with your username on, that is what dreams are made of. Exactly, Quez. Eddie says, as far as I know, AFCON 25 is scheduled to be played in August of this year. Okay, I didn't know that. That's quite cool. That's quite cool. You have the same hair trimmer, by the way. I mean, let's be fair, I use that so very rarely, essentially just to stop the moustache ending up in the mouth. It is weird. It is very weird. DM Basis, I really want to raise lots of money, but I also really want you to be left with a proper Ron Jeremy porno tash. I suppose it can always be grown back, just the tash. We could try something on those lines. Welcome in, Nick. We're doing pretty well. We have raised an astonishing $455 for Gamers Outreach, part of their Gamers for Giving streamathon, and that means I have lost currently about 4/6, 2/3 of my beard. That's the way it works. We've got 2 more goals. Once we hit 550, once we hit 650, we will be getting rid of the soul patch. We'll get rid of the moustache, and I will be as bald as a baby's bottom. Once we hit $500, $600, and $700, I'll be doing the hot sauce challenge. So we have a hot orange habanero sauce up next. We've got a ghost chili sauce up after that, and a Carolina Reaper. And for the next hot sauce, I'm not allowed any milk either, which is quite going to be quite horrendous. But anyway, that's enough.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Beautiful. So why is there SPQR in the Ankara badge? Are they claiming to be part of the Roman Senate? Absolutely. Doesn't everyone claim that they're Roman somehow? Gillette, the best a muster man can get. There we go. Right, cool. Yeah, we're going to head on a break. When we're back from the break, we will then head on into our second leg of the game against Fasil Kenema. I will see you in about 3 to 4 minutes.
This is
Okay, and we're back, and we're going to head straight into the game. I see we've got 4.5 hours left, so we need to really race on. All the time gained by failing the very first stage has already kind of been lost, so I need to get my head in the game. We are defending a 2-goal lead, 1 goal. I can't remember what the final score was. Was it 4-3? Here we go. We've got the press conference that we need to do. Welcome in, Looney Hoon. Lovely to see you, my dude. There are no... Well, actually, there may be some playoff trophies at some point. We don't know. How was the rest of your stream, my dude? Actually, no. I was there until the end, and then we headed out over to Ticker in that. In fact, I'm an idiot. How you doing, my dude? I hope you're doing well. So Marv misses your 1080 Ti. I don't blame. Back when everything was so small and compact. I suppose actually, to be fair, the 50 series is a lot more refined. Nick, unfortunately, I don't have credit card or PayPal. That's absolutely fine. There was no obligation to donate. Obviously, I'm very grateful for anyone that does donate to the cause, but I want to be very clear. If you can't donate, that doesn't mean that you have contributed any less. I appreciate the company of people today, tomorrow, Sunday. It's going to be a crazy long thing. But obviously, also very much appreciate if you do donate as well, which would be incredible. Right, so we need to be RC in every way possible. So we need to say, sorry, what's the question? How do I feel? I feel... Ooh, what's a bum joke we can make about a question about how we feel about the game? I feel like we don't necessarily need to be a bum joke. Just needs to be about I feel like chicken tonight. We'll go with that. I feel like chicken tonight. Do you hope your team can produce today? That feels like we're going down the route of chicken jokes here. Do you as soon as you say produce, do you think your team can produce today? What do we need to say in response to do you think you can produce today? No, I hope they are trash today. There we go. We're going with it. No, I hope they are trash today. Okay. It's never ideal to lose players to international duty, of course. But is it perhaps easier when Ronwen Williams misses out on what many people consider a more comfortable match for Mamelodi Sundowns? That's not so easy one to respond to. We're just going with chicken things here. We have a 5-year production plan in place. That's what we should have gone for. I laid all my eggs in this basket. Let's go with I laid all my eggs in this basket. Beautiful stuff. And that's it. That's our 3 questions. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. Right, here we've got a 1-goal lead to protect. We should be okay. We should be comfortable. We are a better team than Faisal Kenema of Ethiopia. But we have a lot of players missing because of those international games. There's going to be some question marks there. So we'll keep an eye on the analysis. Last time out, we conceded 3 goals from 2 shots in target. Sibaya scored for both teams. Mudal now sends the cross in. Nasir's the target. He gets his head on it. Alo spills it and Fasil get it away out of danger. That was some intense handshake. That's how we do it. How we do it in the CAF. Or we could have gone a long way there. Not even a full stadium. Must be a lack of KFC giveaways. It must be. Must be. We will check over in the league table stuff at the end. The Shalalili, that is offside. Absolutely fine. But like, I think the average attendance for South African games is really, really low, because you've got teams who are in the stadiums built around the World Cup. So you've got these massive 70,000 capacity stadiums. We're 1-0 down. It's happening again. Tekla Michael. Defenders are appealing for offside. Was someone in his line of sight? Because the header was fine. The header is fine. We're 1-0 down. February gets his head to it. Gets his hand to it, to be fair. Can't do enough to keep it out, though. Yeah, so they're like these 70,000 capacity stadiums. And, you know, maybe they'll get like 5,000-6,000 fans in. It must be so surreal. Right, here's Nasir. Nasir tries to get the cross in. He does indeed. And it's a penalty. It's a penalty. Clearly, ref. I didn't see it. What's the penalty for? So it's also a huge country. Absolutely. February and Nana. It does feel like that, bless him. Poor old Jody is just absolute trash. Shalile with the penalty. Let's get us some celebrations. Right, back in the lead. It did take a penalty to do it, though. Here's Zwane with the corner. May aim as the target. They get it clear. And Agenahu? We're going with Agenahu. Has a chance to come away with it. He plays it inside. This is a counter-attacking opportunity. Look at the man over on the left. Get back into position, Mudu. Well done. Fengistu forwards. Now maybe there's a chance for us. Oh, Zwane. Zwane, what was that touch? Suleiman goes round the outside and Yango makes the challenge. Suleiman keeps the ball, though. Sharafa sends it in. Mudal heads it away only as far as Halu. Halu to Halu, and that's wide. We're all right. Can we not talk about Banana? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Right, here's another game. Look at that. Look at that. 1 shot on target, 1 goal. We've created 1.77 XG's worth of chances. I have a feeling this is going to be a very, very frustrating run. And Nasir is coming off. We're going to bring on all the players now. All the players means we're bringing on Esquivel. We're bringing on Allende. We're bringing on Mendieta. And if we're doing that, yeah, I think we can just run with that lineup there. I'm going to move up to attacking. Let's see what happens if we go to attacking with this formation. Mendieta to Esquivel. Esquivel into Allende. Turns, finds Mudal. He goes back to Sibaya. Mudal now. Look at that space in front of him, opening up. Drives to the byline, sends the cross in shallow. Right, there we go. For all my complaining about teams scoring with their only shot on goal, we have done so. Granted, it was a penalty, and now we've made it. Advancing to those games without worrying too much about our form potentially dropping a significant amount. Right, Allende is going to come in for Zwane. That's the obvious change there. We're going to bring Onyango onto the bench. Otherwise, I think that's pretty much the full strength squad. We're going to put Kutumela on. Let's give Peter Shalalele came off the bench and scored, and Rivaldo Curtsy. So there's our success. That'll do nicely. Shalalele got injured. Domingo got injured. All minor injuries though, so that's fine. And then right, 1, 2, 3. We've got 4 away games. And then let's head to the 1st of November. Let's set that up. Sekikune, Amazulu, Golden Arrows. That feels like a lot of games. In fact, okay, let's let's head to... That feels like more games than there were on that list. There we go. Probably because I can't separate... In my head, I'm not separating them between... We're not going to do team selection when possible. We'll let our assistant manager do the honours. And we'll see what kind of damage that causes. Whether the assistant manager picks teams that just don't make sense and we end up losing all those games. Or even if they pick a team that makes sense, but we lose the first game and that causes our morale to drop. And not being around might help the process. So if we're lucky, we get to see Post-it Manager again. We might do indeed. And like, if we want to see Post-it Manager, and I don't want to bully people into donating, but this is a charity event. So we have, for everyone who donates will find themselves up on the Wall of Awesome. We're going to be running over the next 2 days as well, so no rush in doing it so far. But if we get up to the next interval of for $500, it's more hot sauce. So all we need is $45 more for us to move on to the hot orange habanero. But we're not going to get there right now, that's for sure, because I'm about to go on a break. I mean, you can still donate during the break, if that is what you'd like to do. I will see you guys in about 3, maybe 4 minutes time. See you short.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually. We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners. We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up.
Welcome back. Welcome back. And so we've returned from holiday literally just a few seconds before, which is why I was about a second behind on coming back from the break there. They've been absolutely fine without our involvement. So I'm going to take on board your comment, Dan Bassist. We're going to move this ahead. This can go on in the background. We'll go all the way forwards until the Champions League game. We can leave it on holiday. We can trust our coach, hopefully. And let's do a little bit of bingo. Now, I say a little bit of bingo because I've had it there, ready to play all day long. But it's all about timing, all about making sure that we can manage the time element of the challenge. So here we go, guys. In there, you've got a link coming up on your chat now to head on over to bingo. Bingo is a really, really simple game. It's a game that we all get to play. You head on over to that link, playfootball.games, or you can go there yourself and enter the room code. This game is really straightforward. Every single player gets a unique bingo card with 16 squares. On those 16 squares, there might be the badge of a club or the flag of a country, a picture of a specific player, a competition or like an award. We then all get the same list of 60 players, one after the other, and we get 10 seconds to decide whether we think they match one of the squares on the card. If we do, we click on the square. If they don't, we click on skip. Our aim is to try and get bingo, fill all 16 squares. It's not a common occurrence. We don't tend to find that we get bingo all the time. It's going to be difficult. Sometimes you'll get a player and you're not necessarily sure. Sometimes a player will come up and they might match 3 or 4 and you don't know what's going to come afterwards, so you don't know which square to go for. Once a square has been chosen, that answer is locked in. You can't click on that square again. You can't undo your selection. So be careful, be thoughtful. You've got 60 players that are going to come through the list. So there is some reward to patience. Now we're going to give it about a minute and a half or so before we start the game. Give people a little bit of a chance to join if they so wish. So that'll be absolutely fabulous. Now, I do run a scoreboard. Generally speaking, we do this during my regular streams. This is a regular occurrence, and I run a scoreboard that runs all time and weekly. I'm not going to be recording the scores from this for that. It's a very, very different type of stream this weekend. Moreover, trying to go through and find the right spots in a 12-hour video is a much slower and arduous process than doing it on a 3-hour video potentially. So I'm also doing that a little bit to save myself, I'm afraid. Selfish, I know. Oh, now Zertril does say no catching up to Crudmo then. Not for that reason. But Crudmo isn't here, and Crudmo's not going to go back and watch through. So I can I can pretend that we played games that counted and give everyone 100 points. I think that's the only fair way of handling that situation, right? Cool. Right, we will kick things off now in a couple of seconds and go. Agreed. Perfect. I think if we come to a quorum of like 3 or 4 of us that think that that's right, I think we can be happy to move forwards that way. Oh, there's a good player to start with. Now, generally speaking, I will let the first few players run through because we get the same players in the same order. If I get really, really far ahead, that means you kind of get a little bit of foresight into who's going to come up. So I will let the first few kind of run through, so we don't have that little snippet of information to treat as an advantage, I'm afraid. Welcome back, Supreme Kwan. Welcome back. How are you doing? How was work today? I know it's a scary sight, isn't it? A very, very scary sight. I feel naked, and we're not even completely naked yet, which is possibly the worst element of it all, is that there is going to be more going over the next couple of days. Right, I feel like I can play now. I feel like I can play now. Do I know, does Brozovic match any of these criteria? I'm not sure, so I'm going to let that run. Politano. I only think of Politano as Napoli. I don't think of them meeting any of these criteria, so we let that run. Frank de Boer. Surely Frank de Boer at some point has been involved at Ajax. So we'll go there. Martin Braithwaite, we can play for Barcelona. I feel confident in that regard. Oscar Bob. Surely his answer... Oh, that's managed by Guardiola. There we go. Andre Lunin. Andre Lunin, I don't think matches any of those, so I'm going to let that skip. Giovanni Dos Santos. There's a cult player if ever I've seen one. We're going to let that one run through. I'm not feeling that great. What a goal by Doué midweek. What an absolutely astonishing goal. Like, I mean, even though it was scored against Villa, there was nothing I could do than just kind of sit back and applaud. What a sensational goal. I felt as if I missed so much. You have missed quite a lot. You're more worried about you than how the save is going. I mean, we have now been going for... I missed Ericsson. I wasn't paying attention. We've now been going for 9.5 hours. And certainly there is a little bit of flagging starting to come my way. That is absolutely for sure. But that's part of the point of the challenge. We've got a lot to get through. It's absolutely fantastic. I'm very, very grateful for everyone who's dropped by. We've not done so well with our first part of the challenge. The second part seems to be going a little bit better. I don't know about Rodriguez there. Ortega. Skipping on Ortega as well. So hopefully we're going to end today's stream on a high. Now, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, that's for sure. But good signs currently. Ronald Araujo, we're skipping on as well. Yves Bissouma. I don't think he matches any of those, but I might be wrong. Camoranesi. Gonna let that one. Steve Malbronk, we were talking about Malbronk the other day. What a player. What a player. Savinho. Kylian Mbappe. Has he won the Champions League Golden Boot any of those years? I'm going to say that he has. Angel Di Maria has won the World Cup with Argentina. Sead Kolasinac is Bosnian. Asmir Begovic has played with everyone. But we will skip that there. Frank Kessie, I don't know if he's Ghanaian or not, so I'm going to let that one run. Bonnie Ivory Coast? I'm going with Ivory Coast, or that means I'm not going with any of them there. So Frankie de Jong, I don't think he matches any of those. Tyra Malacia. Sully Ali Montari. Montari's played for a lot of clubs. I know he played for Inter. Did he play for both of them? I feel like that's one of those that has come up on the cross the divide thing, so I'm going for it, even if I might come to regret it. William Gallas, another cracking player. Skipping though. Dragasan. I don't think he matches any of those. Mohamed Salah. Surely hasn't won any of those. We can let that go. Jeremy Menev. Skipping that one as well. Coutinho. Yep, more skipping. Malcolm. Yeah, I'm not having a good time with this. Did Heinze ever end up at Real Madrid? He played with Cristiano Ronaldo. We can run that one. Marcus Edwards we can skip. Mario Götze. Ruud van Nistelrooy. That's one we can play with some confidence. Gio van Bronckhorst. Maybe he won the UEFA Cup at some point. Saul. Sal's played for a few teams, but again, can't recall any of them. Ortega at River. Karim Benzema. Is he playing the I'm sure he spent some time in Turkey. That feels like a move that would have happened at some point. Thuram, Pedri, Gary Lineker, Davor Shuka, Patrice Evra. We're going to say he's at Villarreal, and we're going to hope that the last one comes our way. I don't know how bad that's going to be. Not the worst. Honestly, the Asian Champions League is deceptively difficult. I think the Champions League and the ACL were going to be your biggest challenges. I think that's absolutely fair. I think we with the leagues that we knew that we had available, it was always, you kind of want Saudi Arabia for their money. But I feel like with Japan we had a good chance. Mistakes were made, but that's a good learning experience. And it would be bad if we won at all of them, I actually think. So I'm kind of grateful for that. World Cup winner Mbappe, yeah, that's true. Milan Kessie, Muntari Milan. We've got that. We did get Muntari Milan, so that one counts. Evra and Littmanen were played at the end there, but good job. GNG, 13 correct. Sensational work. Bob in with 12. And then really, really tight there with DMB, that guy there. And Marin, all just a further one behind. Good job, guys. Good job. Let's head on over. Oh, no. Let's click the right button there. And we've got that. Let's see what the deal is. Have we lost any games? They've carried on winning. They have carried on winning at an obscene rate. Our game comes up against Petro Luanda. What is our squad situation like?
It's not the statistics. You tell me. How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, bless you, Zenergy. Welcome in, my dude. Welcome in. That is 4 consecutive months you've been subscribed. You are an absolute legend. Lovely to have you in, my dude. I hope you're doing well. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. We are currently got 100% record over in Africa, but winning in the league isn't the challenge. The challenge is winning in the thingy. What's it? The Champions League. That's what we've got to do. So let's see how things go from here. We didn't register a goalkeeper, so we are down to no goalkeepers. That's fine. Zungu, McQuaina, Masele, Daruk, Kurtzi. They've played absolutely no rotation appears to be going on whatsoever. Semashengo in. Shalalele's injured. We're going to give Zwane some games. We're going to play with 2 attacking players that aren't fully fit. We put Domingo up front. That's my thinking. So yeah, loving the hair and beard. It is quite a shocker, isn't it? Quite a shocker. So Dearbase, you're always going to come up against the Saudi team in the final, like in Al Nassr, and that was always going to be difficult. I think that's absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. We can't. So because he's fit enough, he has to be on the bench. I'm not risking a game without player on the bench. A goalkeeper on the bench, that is. So here we go. Into the group stages. Game against Petro Luanda to start off with. Africa and North America will likely be the easiest, relatively speaking. I think it depends. I mean, we are going to be putting the team choice out to vote as well. And I think that will have some impact, especially with North America. I think that if you guys vote for an American team, I think that's going to be quite a struggle. An early warning shot there from Luanda. Because of the way that the game struggles with dealing with the contracts and exceptions, that whatever team we take over might be a mess. I think if we get a Mexican team, our chances might be better there. Dang, that was not solid. That was not solid at all. Here's Nankishi. To Bondo. Here's Janino. That's going to be 1-0. We're moving up. Let's be more aggressive, because that is not the start that we wanted. That was not the start that we wanted. Nankishi does well, plays it back to Bondo. Jolinho nicely peels away from the defender. It's a relatively simple header from that point. We've been poor in the starting elements of the game. Analysis now. Momentum does look to have shifted a little bit in our favour, but we're not creating chances. Nankishi, Makoba does well, reads it and gets the ball clear. Here's Domingo coming away with the ball. Can he? Okay, he just stops. This is a bad game. Jolinho, that's 2-0. Kutamela's coming on. Let's get you to stay wider and around the man. Down, Mashago. So it's Jody February. I think Jody February has saved like one shot all season, but it's not. The whole defense was gone. That's a bit of a shame. Oh wow, this is not good. It's not good at all. Maya, beautiful ball, slipped in behind. Butoel was not paying attention. Jolinho has once again got free. That will be typical, really, wouldn't it? That we manage a game and our 100% record this season we haven't created anything. Oh no! Right, I think we're going to go. Like, momentum's in our favour, but we're not creating chances. Okay, we've had as many chances as they have. Allende with the corner. Sends it in. Buttael brings one back. That's what we needed. We needed that. And we were getting better towards the end of that half. We started to create some chances. So show a bit of desire. You weren't that bad, but well, you were absolutely atrocious. We made a first half substitution. That has kind of helped us a little. Domingo's not been great. I think we maybe bring Ezekiel on. But he's another player that's not match fit because we've left everything up to our assistant manager and he doesn't seem to have rotated at all. Silva with the cross. Zungu gets it clear. Sibaya has a chance to come away with it. An early goal here in the second half would be massive. Ezekiel feeds Makopa. Makopa with his shot. It's always going wide. Sinister Mephisto, we are in April, past February. Fabulous. We are in April. That is true. I'm not sure I catch what you're getting at there. I'm sorry. Zenergy, it is your fault. I do apologise. I would love to claim that it's my fault and take ownership of this situation, but no, it's 100% you. I'm joking, obviously. Greavesy, welcome in, my dude. Welcome in. It's So we're currently doing a charity stream for the next 3 days. Well, next 2 days. Today we're doing 12 hours. Tomorrow we're doing 12 hours. Friday we're doing 12 hours. And part of that charity stream involves us equalising. Boom. Part of that involves a little bit of sacrifice. The sacrifice is my beard. We are shaving it off part by part as we hit a whole set of different milestones. We're also doing a hot sauce challenge as well. We've been going through a few of them. We've still got a few left to do. But we are hopefully going to raise a decent amount of money. We've already done sensational $455 so far. We want to do more. We want to do more, and we will do for the next few moments. What are the changes we're going to make? I feel like McQuainer is looking tired, so we're going to bring on Kurtzy. No, we're going to bring on Maselli. We need to make sure that some of these players that haven't been getting game time do. So let's get those two on, and hopefully that will improve things. Hopefully that will improve things. So RJ's got to go. No worries at all. Thank you very much for dropping by, my dude. I have very much appreciated the presence of a part-time farmer. As a Z, Mendieta on the pitch. Makoba can come off now. Otherwise, I want to keep Kutamela, Zwane, and Esquivel on for as long as we possibly can as well. Here's Mudau coming forwards once again. He's caused so many problems today, which is beautiful. Zungu, Sibaya, switch of play eventually out to the left. Butail turns back inside, back to Sibaya. It's no real effort to close us down. We can take our time if needs be, even if it does make for a very, very dull highlight. Here's Esquivel. His pass is cut out, and now a chance for what are they called? What are they called to come forward? Here's Kamara. Kamara beats his man. Kamara. Beautiful, beautiful goal. It's lovely work. He beats his man, places it into the corner. And this is time that we start to get nervous. This is the time we start to get nervous. Chris, Patreon takes a lower cut too. Proper Moneyball. That is very true. That is very true. I mean, although I'm not sure if that actually will be true, because with Patreon being American and some... I will respond to you guys when things stop happening in the game. We are entertaining, if nothing else. February comes rushing out. He had to, that's fair, and we've conceded an own goal. After the last game where we gifted them an equaliser in the last minute, I'm starting to worry. But have we won a penalty? That looked very much outside the box. Defensive errors in excess. That will be outside the area. Come on, just let's get us through to the end of the game and we can feel good. We can feel good. Yeah, so you also need to figure out the private Discord. It is such a fight at times. Like, we outperformed our XG by the numbers, even though it feels like we should have done better there. But we've got the win. That's the bit that matters. And Club Africain were also held by Luanda. So another good result for Luanda there. Oh, we can rest these guys up. It's a game against Chipper, and then we've got the games back in the Champions League as well, which is cool. So let's move back here. Chipper is a cup game, so again, we're going to try and focus as much as possible on getting those players fit that the assistant manager didn't see ironically fit to play. Right, Eddie, need to find something else to unleash the RMS upon. The RMS? What is RMS? I feel like I should know what RMS is. Yeah, you'll have to tell me. Oh, welcome in, coach. How you doing, my dude? No worries whatsoever. How was training? How was training? And how was your stream earlier? How are things going with Blythe? Repetitive motion syndrome. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not familiar. But I guess that's the need to constantly do something, right? Patrick Fisher was a player we were looking at. Like stroking a beard, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yes. Yeah. The fidgeting. I will just call it. So against Chipper, then it's an away game against Club Africain to begin with, but we have already beaten them. We've won the Super Cup against them, so we've got to feel reasonably positive in that light. So coach, the stream was decent, intake preview was good, results were decent. That sounds pretty good all around, right? You can't really knock any of that. So into December, so it's this, we've got 2 games, then we can move forwards to around February time, which will be quite handy. Pardon me, Ron Williams is back, so we're going to pop him in the starting lineup. Guatemala, Shalili is back as well, so that's cool. Not too worried about some of these guys, but I am interested in having you play and McQuaina play. Let's have Esquivel and Mendy Etta. Shalaleli can come off the bench. Nyanga, I don't mind Nyanga not being quite as fit. That's fine. Let's get Lunga in the lineup there. Let's get Rook in as well. I feel like that might get us knocked out. That's absolutely fine. It's a cup. We don't mind too much. It is just about getting players back up to fitness. We're not going to get knocked out. We are not going to get knocked out. We're going to win the semi-final 7-1. It's not a 7-1 game by the look of those stats either. That seems very, very harsh. Divine Lunga is out injured, but just for 1 or 2 days. That shouldn't be a major issue, but kind of might take him out of contention for the midweek game away against Club Africain. Well, hey, we've just hit the 10-hour mark. Incredible stuff. How am I still going? How am I going to do this another 2 days as well? Right now, guys, look. Again, I've got to say very, very candidly, I don't want to. I'm in a battle against myself here, right? So I want to raise as much money as we possibly can for charity, but I feel really, really guilty about saying, hey guys, donate now. I don't want anyone to donate if they cannot do so. Whether that is that you've got you can't afford to, or you've got other commitments coming up, or you've already spent an obscene amount on various things already and you feel like you need to rein in. So please, as much as I'm about to try and bully you into donating, please don't if you can't. But it's been 2 hours, I believe, since we had our last donation. And that means that it's been over 2 hours since I've had hot sauce, over 2 hours since I've lost some beard. And we should probably get that moving forwards in some respect. Because this is all for charity. This is all about raising money for Gamers Outreach, this fantastic charity who work to provide like product and support to children in hospital. So it's all about the provision of video games within a hospital environment for those that are hospitalized, providing them with that sense of normalcy, that sense of adventure and fun and excitement and agency during a time that is really scary and uncomfortable. So I'm going to call for it. I'm going to say it out loud. Let's try and get some donations in. We have done sensationally. You guys have been absolutely incredible. $455 raised already on day one. I am absolutely blown away, but I am going to pressure you guys into donating more. So over there, you've got it pinned up at the top of your chat, but let's just send it over again. Anything you can do will be brilliant. And it moves us towards more various punishments over the course of the stream as well. We will be back tomorrow. We'll be back on Sunday as well. So there is no pressure to do it tonight, even if I am pressuring you right now. You know what I'm talking about, I hope. Let's get these changes in. So Allende and Zwane, Makopa. We're going to bring Shalaleli straight into the lineup there. Esquivel, is he good enough for the bench? I think he's fine for the bench. Otherwise, we've got close to the starting lineup. So without Esquivel, it'll be Zungu. And we might start unbalanced as we're playing up against Club Africain. And see how we go. Welcome in, Vitor. Lovely to see you, my dude. Good afternoon. I'm glad to have you in, Clam, to see those ideas. Lovely to see you. So Blue Baron is in. Welcome in as well. How's everything going? You bought a D-rated player using your pizza chart. We will see how it works out. Good luck with it. Good luck with it. I hope it goes well. Oh my. Oh my. Blimey. Michael. That is exceptional. I now feel guilty for bullying you into this, but that is truly exceptional. I will be in touch with you at the end of the stream tonight to get some details for that the In the Dugout. But that's $100 donation, which is absolutely incredible, which means we've got to do a couple of things before we head into this game. And that starts with getting you onto the Wall of Awesome. I mean, you should be on the Wall of Awesome multiple times, really. Let's get some pride of place right within where the camera should be able to see. Here, I'm moving some spots around so that we've got another bit here. Michaels, what an absolute gentleman you are. That is incredible. That is step number one. Step number two is we have hit on another challenge. Well, we've hit on a few challenges. Now, earlier on, we spanned the wheel of chaos. South Devon Chili Farm again. Not sponsored. I had to pay for it. Let's make sure that's not too liquidy. This is meant to be. I've lost the count. This is meant to be 225,000 Scoville heat units, which, as far as I'm aware, means it's meant to be very hot. Very hot. I'm sorry about the Doritos noise. Well. Not Doritos. So, Steve, no bullying. I've been filling it out before you started. Bless you. What a G. Exactly. The applause, the GG. Incredible. Eddie, number one, 100%. Phil, you should play The Wall by Pink Floyd whenever someone receives this great honor. That would be an idea. That is a good idea. So if we're not in the millions, you could be doing better. We will be getting there. In fact, so the next one is a Ghost Pepper. Now, Ghost Pepper is not in the millions. It's around 950,000 Scoville units. And then the Carolina Reaper goes up to 2.2 million. But the scale's weird with Scoville. Maybe comfortably numb after this hot sauce. Quite plausibly so. So let's get this all in there. That's probably more than I should do. And now I say that's more than I should do. And then I continue adding more. So let's make sure we get this up to the camera. Make sure we've got a good big dollop in there. This is meant to be spicy.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
I'm a European champion, so I'm not one of the bottle. I think I'm a special one.
You are an ostrich. Well, your head must be in the sand.
Holy. Moloch. Moloch the Devastator. Moloch the Destroyer. Moloch. Holy Moloch.
When the seagulls follow the trawler. It's because they think sardines will be thrown into the sea. Thank you.
Honestly, I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Oh boy. Ooh. I'm not allowed milk, but I am allowed water.
I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. You know, but I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
Okay. That is... Wow. 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 That was soothing. That was genuinely soothing. For this time it was in my mouth. The moment I swallow, just everything comes. Oh, that is spicy. That is sensational. That is the point of a hot sauce challenge, right? That is the point of a hot sauce challenge. You can see how much the eyes are watering. Within moments, my word. Oh. That is quite incredible. There is a glistening. And we're not done. We're not done, but we are going to... Let's head on over to the game. Let me deal with the nose that is now running. We're going to head into the game. After that, I need to shave more of the beard off as well. The soul patch is about to go. But before we get to that, I might realize that I need to compose myself a little bit before I attempt to shave. So we might as well let the game crack on. Am I okay? I'm good. I am definitely suffering. But I'm good. I am less good now that we've gone 1-0 down. It's nice to finally have a game where Ronwen Williams is back in goal, but it hasn't changed our fortunes in that respect. So that plan to start the game unbalanced, blown out the window. Out the window completely. Oh my. The tingling is sensational. It's just mere. Every now and then I get a little bit of respite. There's a small slither in time where I feel like, okay, the world is calm, all is good. And then, literally that door closes. Immediately it just fires right on the top of the tongue. I mean, there's barely any spicy, painy feel in the throat. It is all tongue. Which is the way I like it on a Friday night. We cross it in and there's a goal back. There are 2 hotter spices to come yet. And what's really... It's not just all heat. There's a really nice flavour to this, to be fair. Like every time I draw up saliva in my mouth as Shrafi tries to create a chance and swallow, the flavour is really, really nice. That's a lovely goal. A lovely goal. We weren't level for long. I mean, so like that, the essence of that flavour, but watered down. Delightful. Just sadly, my body does not react well to it. Lovely low cross. Shrafi fires high into the roof of the net. I am in joy of spice. Just we can't handle it. Quickly, tell us what the future looks like. The future looks sweaty. Very, very sweaty. Do we need more chaos spins? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. We've been... Wow. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed with you. Utail will come off because of his booking. Let's bring Daruk on. Zwane to drop to the bench. I think we bring Domingo on. We can't really up the tempo. So let's see how we go. So have we now found Musterman Spice, the long-rumoured 6th member and creative force behind the Spice Girls? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Zerachel, we the chat offer money and the streamer suffers. Oh, what the world has become. I mean, but there's entertainment in it, right? Here's Khalil, driving forwards, plays it to the edge of the box. Grissy sends the cross in, and Shrafi, some bad defending that time. We faced, was that 3 shots on target, 3 goals? Okay, it's starting to calm down a little now. Khalil, back to Grissy. Grissy sends it in. I have no idea what McQuainer was doing. And that fall ricochets around. Falls at the feet of Shrafi. We aren't having a good time of it here. We are going to 4-2-3-1. I think we're going to a 4-2-3-1 from this point. Which would be... What is the setup is inside forwards, isn't it? Inside forwards. Attacking midfielder. And then we'll go with a pressing forward of some sort. We want you to sit narrow, hold up ball. Apparently. Sit narrow, hold up ball. Defensive midfielders. I think something like that is what we generally look at. It's ball playing defenders as well. And so who was going to play those roles? We're going to have Allende on one side, Domingo on the other. And Ezekiel in for McQuainer. His mistake. He loses out. Mendieta on for Shalalele's return from injury hasn't been great. Mendieta on that side. Does that improve things? Allende's better off the right, so that's probably the way we go. Let's drop down to positive, though, with those changes. See how we get on. I said it's getting easier. I mean, it's still there. It is still very much there. Look at those shot maps, guys. Look at those shot maps. They've got 3 massive chances close in at goal. That is good counter-attacking football. Can't necessarily complain too much about that. Even if we might concede a 4th right here. Amri. Back to Omrani. Omrani to Hamrouni. What does this do for... It's going to be interesting to see after 3 games. Could this be a worse result than in Asia? We could go out in the group stage when more teams go through from the group stage. Domingo to Allende. Back to Mudal. Zungu now. Come on, 1 goal here would help us with our goal difference. Domingo. We get away with it. Here we go, Mashengo. Oh, come on. Krez, even though I was crying and sweating, you can't say that the fire noodles I ate didn't provide a good dining experience. That's the thing, isn't it? Something entertaining, something different to do. Oh, we've got to feel kind of rotten done by that. Like, chance quality to have 0.25 XG per chance without a penalty. They created good quality chances. We were at 0.1 per chance. The 3-1 feels a little bit on the harsh side. Yeah, I'm really not happy with that, guys. I'm really not happy with that. And that drops us. That's going to be... That's a thing. That's a thing that's happening. We are possibly in some trouble. But before we have to worry about that, we've got a knockout. We've got a final against Sekakune, and then a game just a few days later away against Kaloum. Kaloum we only beat 4-2. Yeah, we might need to make... We can't make changes though. Surely we can't. We've won basically every game, apart from in the Champions League, against teams that we are better than. We have to make changes, but we can't. Right, oh shit. We have a break coming up. So I'm going to see you guys in about 3 minutes. I suppose I'll see you then. And we're back. Us being back means we also have to do the other part, because we went past the threshold for removing the soul patch. That'll bring us down to arguably one of the worst moustaches of all time. Only beaten out by a moustache that will never be worn on this channel. So let's get rid of it. I hopefully don't need the camera this time. I can run enough of what I can see on stream because it's nice and central. No, maybe not. I think I've just cut my lip. I will stop talking now. Oh, the mic's not picking up the razor noise. That's quite cool. That is when I'm not talking. There we go. A respectable gentleman or something. Far from it, to be honest. Far from it. Even with the bin, most of it ends up down me. There we go. That is a look. That is a look. Come on the tash, says DM Basis. Come on the tash, indeed. Indeed. No, Frank Zappa, don't cut it. No. I'm now less real estate to twiddle on. I'm gonna have to start twisting the edges when I need to fiddle. Mustache, Joey Barnes sends his regards. I mean, yes, yeah, we don't want regards from that. Le Mustache. Hide your wives, gents. I don't think you've got any worries on that front now, do you? It is a very, very weird sight. So I don't generally look at my OBS stuff. I have things up and running so that I can access them when needs be, but I don't tend to look at them. So every time I nip to the toilet in a break, I kind of get caught out by the mirror. It's a very, very weird experience. We're going to make some changes for this game, and that change is going to see us bring Ezekiel in. Do we have... Right, McQuaina is now out. Mudau is suspended. Sabaya is carrying a knock. Zungu will get the starting role there. And this is a cup final. I was going to say the cup final. It's just a cup final. And we'll run with something like that. And let's see how these guys get on in my absence. Hopefully it's going to go. So Eddie, you've got to go. No worries. Thank you very much for dropping by, my dude. Thank you for the stream and all the donations. Hearts are in the right place. Those hearts maybe don't always show because it sits behind a thick plate of bone, but that's there to protect the heart. Indeed. Indeed. And it was lovely to have you along, Eddie. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. We've won another trophy. It's not a trophy that we're particularly bothered by, but we have won the Telcom Knockout Cup to go with our other cups that we've won this season. That penalty was perfect as well. Right in the corner. I mean, the keeper didn't move, but even if he did, he'd had no chance. Yeah, the Jazz Manager, once that turns into a YouTube series, so I'm playing through, and it's gonna have more of a narrative focus, but that should be really, really fun. I think it will capture a certain essence of the Tomb of Number 5 series, but with a little bit more added to it as well. That's the hope. That penalty stayed hit. It did, didn't it? Didn't it just? Right, here's the Rook. The Rook sends it across, gets cut out. Can he get it in the second time? He can't. It's well dealt with by Ablor. Ablor will just punt it clear, and Zungu allows us to get back on the front foot to Esquivel, to Zvane, to Lunga. Lunga's in behind. That was another goal. I mean, that is a statement of obvious nature. Not a good sign. Esquivel with the corner. Gets cleared by Sharif. It falls to Kutamela. Kutamela to Zungu. Mashengo. Mashengo's going to take aim from distance. It's dipping, but never quite in time. Here comes the pause. We need... So Zungu has scored the goal, but we need legs. We need legs. Legs means that we need Kurtzo in at right back. We're bringing on Mosele for Zungu. We're staying attacking. We're staying attacking because we're playing the better football. That might be risky in the last few moments. Allende with the corner. Sends it to the far post. Butael rises highest, just wide. Just wide. Every single game has looked like this. Loads and loads of chances compared to none, but it's tight. We're just not defending well. Allende with the corner again. Kirsty's the target this time, but Camera grabs it. 5 minutes remain. Here's a chance for that team whose name I can never remember. AS Kaloum to come forwards, and Mangura feeds Sumar. Mashengo gets the challenge in. Williams picks it up. We have seen late defensive errors in the last 2 games. Oh. Oh.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
What is going on? What is going on? This is surely the definition of repeated FMing. I mean, it's not, because like FMing, generally speaking, you will talk about it being like losing to a team that has just one shot. And the way that the results have fallen with Luanda and Club Africain drawing, we're not out of it, but we should be. We absolutely should be boned, I think is the term. But that is, we had the crazy like cross that we decided, a defender decided to turn back towards our goal, which allowed Straffrey to score. We had the crazy back pass in injury time to give them an equaliser. And then the same this time around. We get the ball and we just pass it to the opposition. Oh, that is brutal. Brutal. If ever there was a good reason to rage quit, indeed. Indeed. Are we going 0-6? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. That is... Why? What have I done to deserve this? Feels like a personal attack. Right, our next games in the Champions League are not until February. So, at what point? We've got Nedbank Cup first round, 18th. We're going to holiday through till February the 2nd, I think. Actually, when does that transfer window open? That transfer window opens January the 1st. We're going to holiday through then until the Chipper United game. That way we've got like a good 4 or 5 games where we get to set the lineup with instant result to get players back up to fitness. We also have the time to react to transfers that might have gone on. But also we get to get forwards because we are now at 9 o'clock. We could only have 2 games left. But we could also have like 8 games left. And I don't know which one it is. So we want to move the game forward as much as we possibly can. Wow. Wow. So what are your guys' thoughts? What do you think is the issue? Do you think that I should have dropped the tempo, maybe gone down to balanced, even if when we were at balance we were conceding goals? Do you think that I should accept that a 12-hour session means that sometimes we're going to end up in these ruts where everything just goes wrong? And this would normally be where you just quit for the night and you'd move on to the next day, and everything would magically fix itself overnight, or something else. There we go. That is a pretty horrendous run so far, but there we go. You turn down tempo, add an anchor man, and max time wasting. Since we're obviously rubbish from 88 to 95, that's fair. That is absolutely fair. I mean, would you like? What is the just boot the ball away? Everyone onto no nonsense centre back, no nonsense fullbacks, like the defensive midfielders. Like, what do we change their midfield? We need like a no-nonsense everyone. So what happens is if they get anywhere near the ball, they just punt it as far away as possible. I don't mind you giving the ball to the opposition. Just maybe not next to our own goal. We're not even playing out of defence, are we? We're playing through the middle. We're playing down the flanks. We're underlapping. Are we playing out of defence? We might be. That might be an issue as well. In my opinion, once you waste time in the last minutes trying to save a result, you end up losing. I disagree with that draw. I think that we've shown throughout the Darmstadt-Mariaham times that time wasting is a really, really effective way of winning games. Generally speaking, we've been quite good in the last 10-15 minutes at closing them out in that series. Our problem had been closing teams out at the beginning of games. And in fact, the Milan series is almost the exact opposite of this. Where in the Milan series, we are normally really bad in the first half and having to make changes at half time to rescue it. This time we've been really good in the first half and just collapsing at the half time break. So whatever we need to do is we need to do this in the first half and then potentially switch to whatever we do with AC Milan, IFK Mariaham at half time. We might be okay. Or we somehow get the worst of both worlds. There'll be some way that we mess it up. I can't even blame it on the spice. I can't even be like, I was still recovering from a situation that impacted my ability to pay attention. So Steve said, implement a Route 1 tactic for the last 10-15 minutes of the match. Might well be what we have to do. I suppose we'll play it by ear for when that game comes up, but I think we might need to be more shithousery in those last 15 minutes or so. I mean, I say more shithousery. We just need to have some shithousery, rather than shit footballery, which is what we seem to be playing. Hoofball. If only hoofball worked, eh? As in, like, we've discovered through many times with football managers that trying to send the ball long is still a very, very low occurrence activity. Your defenders might send it long, but the difference is that they will send it long once every 10 passes as opposed to once every 12 passes in other settings. Olifab! Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. It is lovely to see you, my dude. What have you missed? You have missed us being rubbish. I say being rubbish. We've won every game in the league. We've won 3 trophies this season. But in the Champions League, we are struggling. We've thrown away games in the dying moments, despite massively dominating. So that's what you've missed. Basically, business as usual. How are you, sir? How the devil are you, my dude? FMGNG, the spice is what made Tom Brady so good, according to South Park. Anyway, that's true. That is true. I mean, DM Bassist has put it much more eloquently than I could have done. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah is the exact response. You're only here for a second. You've had your sleep meds. That second has made my day. It's delightful to see you, my dude. Medical Car has said exactly that indeed. This is the single greatest moment of the stream. It's lovely to see you. I hope those sleep meds hit straight away, because there's nothing better than having them and just bosh out for the night. Exactly, as GNG says, great to see you no matter how long for. We need to all descend upon Netherlands. I mean, I wouldn't put you in that position. Don't worry, Holofab. But we definitely need to have something to do. It would be great to see you as much as we possibly can within good reason. So you walked 40 meters, ate a sandwich and 2/3 of a meal, and drank some thickened Pepsi Max. I mean, apart from the thickened Pepsi Max, the rest of that sounds pretty good. I understand the need for it, but yeah, thickened is not a nice sounding word. So Steve, have I read the Millwall shithouse football thread on Reddit? I can't say I have. I can't say I have. I try my utmost to avoid Reddit as much as I possibly can. You know, every now and then I'll check in to see what's going on in the Football Manager thing, and it's an interesting place. And the Taskmaster subreddit occasionally as well. So generally speaking, nothing much has changed in terms of the league from going. We're still in first. Granted, there's been no games played, but they doesn't look like they've organised any friendlies in our absence, which I'm a little surprised by. What's that monstrosity on your face? Oh, Holifab. Oh, Holifab. I mean, part of the charity scheme involves us shaving off the beard gradually, one by one, and this is what we're at the moment. We are just $95 away from removing the moustache and being as bald as a baby's bum. It is very, very weird. It is very, very weird not having my beard to rely upon. So DM Bassist absolutely loves Reddit, but it's tailored very specifically to what I like, so there's no shit drama. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I think I might be registered to at most like 3 communities, but still there's the occasional bits that seep through for sure. I've never laughed so hard at anything on the internet. I'll give that a little bookmark. We'll see how that goes. Cool, awesome. Right, Cape Town City game. What was the one? We moved it up to the 27th, wasn't it, I think? Yeah, 27th. That's a chance for us to react to any transfers should they happen. Maybe there's some big injuries. And hopefully we can get ourselves in a good spot for the last 2 games. They are at home. That's got to count for something, right? So blimey, blimey is probably the politest way you can put it. DM Bassist is just animals, wrestling, and history. It's all good. I mean, that does. Well, actually, I was going to say that. I feel like history is the kind of subject that Reddit can get quite passionate about. Passionate. That's the diplomatic term I'm going for. Passionate. I suppose it depends what kind. Does it depend what kind of history it is? Or like, because all history, when someone's really, really interested in a subject, they have very strong opinions. And something like history, where almost all the things that happened are agreed upon, even if not necessarily the surrounding forces are agreed on. I can imagine that's tricky. And so you follow the Ask Historians or something similar.
It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Holifab. 10 gift subs. Those gift subs have gone to Stevie T400, LKB 2529, Rev Coolbeast 15, Holbrook Gaming, Veltons 1000, Veltons 100, Mattenbro, CR Miller 2094, Red Must 20, Max JK 27FC, and HBG 93. What are you doing? Exactly, DM Bassist. What are you doing? That is very, very kind. We need to find a way to stop this, for sure. That will be what I have to task Crudmo with when he's next around. No, you are very, very kind. It's very much appreciated, dude. Yeah, very much. So I was saying, DM bassist. What we will do from that is I will find a way to move all of that into the charity fund. So I should be able to calculate that out, which would be really, really nice. That'll be cool. Does mean I'll have to add it onto the thing tomorrow because I'll need to do a little bit of maths, which should be all right. DM basis was saying, sorry, you follow the Ask Historians. It's a very moderated. You must answer by citing sources, etc. sort of sub. I can see that works. Seritrol, yes, indeed. Something occasionally related, which will be there. Donating to charity while bouncing a balloon on a needle in a wind tunnel. Absolutely. That is some incredible stuff. Let's see what's the lie of the land now? We are still in first. We have still won every single game in the league. We have bids in for Marcelo Allende. Are we allowed to reject these all? Looks like we can, so let's do so. Thembinkoshi Lorch, player out on loan. It's not part of our plans. Sure, we can send him out. The rest of the guys, though, absolutely fine to get rid of. Let's see what the... Oh, more players on international duty. This international duty ends there. Then we've got some game time. When's the games? Have they been rearranged? Champions League group 21st to the 2nd. I didn't see them in there at all. Am I being really that dumb? 21st to the 2nd. 21st to the 2nd here. No game showing up whatsoever. The game against Chipper United is. That's on the 14th of the 2nd. Right, we're going to carry it forwards to that game. As there's the international duty, we can leave that in charge because we're not going to have much of a choice in that regards. Okay, Mustard Orcs, Holofab in a coma, Holofab out. I mean, Holofab in a coma is my favourite Smith song. It has to be said. No, it's so lovely to see you, my dude. Hope you're doing well, and hopefully catch you in due course, my dude. The middle car has got it right, indeed. Salute indeed. Yeah, so we're gonna head on through. Are we gonna mess this up? We've already messed up one thing. So we already messed up on the registration when it came to the AFC. So if we mess up here, I mean, it's just par for the course, right? But I feel like we should be all right. Oh, we've got loads of players on international duty in January. Does that mean that's another African nations, but in 2026? Word, there's a llama. Welcome on in, sir. It is lovely to see you, my dude. How is everything going? How is the break from streaming going? Probably is a little bit dumb for me to pop out a lovely little follow llama because we're having a break, but this man is so incredible that we should definitely shout him out. How's it going, sir? How is it? Lovely to see you. We are currently We've just hit 11 hours for the day. And it's not going well, Llama. It's not going well. We messed up the Asian Champions League. We found ourselves in a situation where we had only 15 players registered for the later stages. We could only name strikers on the bench. We had no defensive depth, no midfield depth. And we threw it away. We threw it away 3-1 and 3-2. So 6-5 on aggregate in only the second round. We don't have the luxury of trying again. We've got to move on. We've headed across to South Africa, where we're going for the African Cup of Nations. And we started off okay. Not that okay. We drew a game we should have won. Then we won our next game against the worst team in the group. Then we lost a game that we should have won. Now we've just drawn a game that we should have won, and we're suddenly finding ourselves in a position where we might not make it out to the group stage of the African Cup of Nations. I'm worried. I am very, very worried. We could be going 0 for 2 on the very first day of this challenge. But I suppose that only sets the scenes for hopefully a day of redemption tomorrow. Who knows? So always appreciated. Have a night off tonight. FM on one screen and you on the other. That does sound like the perfect evening, apart from the me on the other bit. Essentially, night off and FM on one screen. That is the perfect Friday night. I am also amazed that it's Friday. Somehow it feels like it's only, say, a Monday or Tuesday today. I am very, very discombobulated as a result. So what games have we got this weekend, by the way? I'm trying to remember who Villa have. Obviously won't be able to catch it, so have we got Southampton? I honestly have no idea. The Aston Villa are in a legitimate fight for top 4 in the league. A possibility to finish within a Champions League spot once again. And I feel so completely and utterly unbothered. We might finish 4th, we might finish 9th. Kind of all much of a muchness, right? We do away Villa Southampton at 3 tomorrow. Okay, I have evidently paid enough attention to know what the game is. I suppose I should feel pretty happy with that. But yeah, it's just weird. I don't know where that overarching sense of apathy has come from. So we've got Aberdeen. Rangers have got Aberdeen on Sunday, and it's going to be embarrassing, I'm sure. Isn't that going to be one of those games where either you play really, really well and you lose 3-0, or you play absolutely awful and win 3-0, right? But nothing in between. Not even a hint of anything in between. Oh, our assistant manager has finally overseen some draws in the league. Those draws, however, mean we are still 5 points clear. We're only 5 points clear. We do have one game in hand. But Peter Shalaleli is already on 35 goals for the season. Marcelo Allende has been playing up front from the looks of things. He's got 36 goal contributions, 21 and 15. Here comes the game against Chipper United. Let's do a bit of a quick pick. Now we've done the quick pick. Do we have Mudal back? Not quite yet. So De Roy, Kurtz. Why is Kurtz? Where are you just not playing? Nope, Sabaya's out injured for 3 months. February's out injured for 4 months. Zwane is going to be retiring. They haven't played him at all. So we might as well trust the assistant manager's team selection because he hasn't lost games, to be fair. Yep, 100%. It's going to definitely be one of them. So Steve, Michael even, my team going up against Man United on Sunday. Thanks to all Premier teams, they did so well in the European competitions to get that extra spot. I mean, it's going to be crazy. There are going to be so many teams in that fight right towards the end, and we could all finish anywhere. I mean, Newcastle, like Villa, you could end up third. You could somehow end up 9th, which is going to be Absolute madness. Right, Chipper United. That's going to be instant result. Nedbank Cup first round, instant result. Then we end up into the games. I say the games. There's 2 of them left, isn't there? Both at home. Sandwiching a game against Maritzburg. Team selection there. Let's see what happens when we simulate. Can we get a nice big win? We cannot. It's a 3-all draw. Draw's not bad. I mean, okay, these are the same thing is happening for the AI as well. Another. I'd like to. Every time we see these things, it's like we've had 3 times the shots, but not necessarily that much more in terms of XG. So let's just have a look here. XG table. We're massively overperforming it. We are we're conceding more than expected there. But we are generating a crazy amount. 60. And the next highest is 48. Whereas kind of we're in amongst it defensively there. So I suppose it's kind of working out fair. Kind of working out around what we want. But for us to be generating that much XG, I do wonder whether we're just not creating good enough chances. Lende wants to move to Fluminense. That's understandable. We're not going to, though. We are going to say that they have to offer 1.3 million. That's reasonable. His value was... Okay, his value was a little higher than I thought. I thought it was around 500k there. But maximum end of 650. So double that. That's not too bad. As a minimum asking price, that is. Or, well, a maximum asking price, really, isn't it? It's not minimum. And even then, it's only a gentleman's agreement. Why am I should have moved this on that way. So Nedbank Cup, we will put fringe players in. If we get knocked out, we get knocked out. That's absolutely fine. Let's keep as many of these guys. If we do pick rotated squad, we go more rotation. That is rotated a little bit. The defense seems to be pretty much all selected as is. So let's get Lunga in there. Let's get Medal some game time. Mvala definitely wouldn't play, not in that condition. So could this man be... They're just not playing Esquivel at all. Esquivel has been quite good for us, but he's in no condition to play, sadly. So we'll go with something like that. I think that's hopefully enough of our players to get game time. They're not going to be fresh for the game, but for midweek, but at least they shouldn't be completely stone cold by the time we get to that game. See, so Royal AM. That's not their thingy. What's it? Is it? That's a standard badge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. That'll do. Lunga gets injured. He might be fit enough for the bench for the game, but otherwise should be fine as long as Mashengo doesn't pick up a knock during the course of the week. And saying that out loud definitely won't have jinxed it at all. Definitely won't have jinxed it. So let's see. Right, we have a break coming up in a second. So what we'll do is we'll pop on that break. And then we will be heading into the game against Petro Luanda. It's a must-win game for us. So both these games that are going to be coming up are going to be must-win. We'll bring it right up to the moment. We'll pick the lineup. It's just so that we can head straight in once we come back off the break. It's a 3 o'clock kickoff as well. Exciting. So if we go quick pick, Mudal, Daruk, Patel, Mashego, Vala, McQuaid. Right, and we're back. We're back, so we're going to head straight into the game now. And we've got players that that was the player they suggested. We're going to trust our assistant manager, who's generally speaking got it spot on. Julinho, let's try and see if we can mark him. He caused us so many problems last time out. That hat trick was an absolute dagger in our heart, including that late goal. So let's mark you. That's the main thing I want to focus on there. Nankishi, see if we can close him down as well. Whenever the ball comes into him, he was a little bit of a problem. And then we'll look to try and manage the game later on. Try and manage those moments. So Michael, do I have enough hours for MLS's weird contract setup? Probably not. Now we're going to do the MLS last. Tomorrow, that is. So that'll be the evening session, which will kind of give us an idea of where we are. Well, whether it's the MLS or Mexico, I am going to try and strongly convince people to vote for Mexican teams, but it will go out to vote. That's going to be the key thing. It's always going to be up to you guys in chat as to which teams we're going to take over, out of a select few that I'll pick from, depending on how many options we end up with. Mudau, oh, what an ad! That is an absolutely, that's kind of okay. That last chance not necessarily. It's now under 0.1 XG per chance. I should learn to shut up, shouldn't I? Having our last two games at home might make all the difference. I hope so. I hope so, because I don't want this to end at the group stage. That would be disappointing. There's a promising sign that they had a little bit of a moment towards the end of the half, but that also wasn't a full 5-minute session, so we can't necessarily judge off that. Allende's not winning headers, that I understand. Let's see. We're going to tell them that we expect more when they've come away with us saying, like, we're all green. We've definitely stepped off. So let's see what happens if we lay the gauntlet down and say that they should be playing better. Here comes Shalalele. Sends it out to Machego. Machego down the left, swings the cross in. Domingo is the target. There's the referee's blown for a penalty. I saw nothing, absolutely nothing. But we're not going to complain. Should it be? Commentator's curse. Exactly. The penalty has been awarded. Surely it's Allende who's going to step up to take it. Our number 11, Allende. Allende sends the keeper the wrong way. 2-0. Driving forwards. They've got a man down, but they're not going to stop. They're going to send the cross in, and that's going to be a penalty. This time it's Mashengo. Mashengo, who almost scored an incredible goal, concedes a penalty, and there's a way back in So way back in, we've seen this story before. We've seen this story before. Silver runs up. Williams goes the right way again, but doesn't quite reach it. It wasn't even right in the centre. Frosty Moose, welcome in. Yo, recently found your content. Now I'm addicted to it. When your next Everton video coming out? It won't be next week, I'm afraid, Frosty Moose. We're currently doing this charity stream, which means I'm going to be streaming for 36 hours over the next 3 days. Subsequently, that means that's 3 days where I don't get to spend time on editing. And afterwards, so say Monday, Tuesday next week especially, I'm going to probably need a little bit of rest. So the next Everton video will be the week thereafter. Right, Buturil is looking tired. We have no defenders on the bench. So we're going to focus on our midfield here. That's going to be Masele coming on. Let's put him in a slightly more defensive role. Let's drop that tempo. Yeah, I was right. We don't have play out of defence. Yet all those errors we've seen have been us playing out of defence. Allende to come off. Let's have ourselves that more physical player up front. Drop Allende back a little bit. I'm expecting you to perform. No. No. Williams pushes it over. We were in control for the whole game, and all of a sudden, now we've given away a penalty. What are we going to see in these last few moments? We need to see this out. We need to see this out. Pass into space comes off. We have one last stoppage. Buturil is the player that we should probably be taking off, but it won't be. We're going to bring off Maseka. We're going to make a change up front, some fresh legs to run at them. Welcome in, Dutch FM. Lovely to see you, my dude. No bingo, because of we are rushing through these 6-hour seasons. I will put some bingo in if there is a spot at the end of the stream where we're ahead of schedule, then we will. But otherwise, we will try and I need to manage the time, I'm afraid. But lovely to see you, my dude. Maseko coming forward. Maseko can square it to Esquivel. That's what we needed. That's what we needed. Oh. Maseko on as a substitute. Those fresh legs just drives forward. No one's going to stop him. He could have crossed it to the back post instead. He sees Esquivel there. Esquivel. Oh, we needed that. Oh, we needed that. Feels like the World Cup then. Also high tempo seasons. PL was on commentary only later in the season. Indeed. So the Dutch FM, this is, imagine that what we're doing is, oh my Gopa. This is silly hours. This is silly hours. Now, if I've said that there's a game where we might feel like we've been fortunate with the goals we've scored, it has got to be the game where we have scored 7 goals from just 3.3 XG. That is ridiculous. Does that put us top? Results between the teams means that we've got this massively superior goal difference, and we do. I don't know if there's seeding in the next round, but I hope there is. I hope there is. So Michael was saying, went on holiday for the 23-24 season with the 180,000 players loaded. Even with full detail, it only took a few hours to come back from holiday, and that's on a very new Mac Mini. I've always said that I'm impressed with the optimization in terms of the speed of processing, but it does become noticeable, especially if you're there at the PC whilst you're playing. It feels like that time is much longer than it really is. Generally speaking, it does a really, really good job in terms of processing times, but yeah, it always feels bad. Like watching a kettle boil, isn't it? So there we go. Al Ahly, Belouizdad, Cape Town City, Zamalek, Casablanca and Mazembe are through to the next round. Let's just see I want to see 43 goals. Yep, we are the top scorers, just ahead of Luanda. Does it tell us when that draw is going to be made? Nedbank draw is there. We don't know when the draw is going to be made, so we're going to hop on over to the next game until we kind of get all this information. We will instant result through those. We're going to win the fucking African Champions League. We are. It's 7. Beckham would be proud. We're winning the fucking league. Are we using up all our goals? Possibly. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, given all the data it takes, FM is optimized very well. Agree. You're about 200k players in your game. You tend to load upwards of 50 to 60 leagues, and it really does run fairly well even at that point. Blacksaw says the same. Yep, when playing the matches and waiting to proceed for the next match, it takes ages. Okay, he says the other way around. I think that, yeah, if you're it's what I've said. It's the boiling kettle fallacy. When you watch something, it takes forever. But if you go away, if you know that you're going to be processing it. Hello, Gamers Outreach. How are we doing, guys? Lovely to see. You have probably joined at the worst moment. I don't care. You love it. We are at just shy of 12 hours for the day, and we're doing well. How is everything going? I assume that you are there at the LAN party, rather than them being sidled off into the worlds of the interwebs. How is everything going? Lovely to see you guys. It's a little bit more peculiar there, but guys, do head along and give that a follow. They will be doing a couple of streams, I believe, over on you've got the just chatting streams over the next couple of days. Is that going to be like an hour recap? That's what I assume is going to be the case, but I'm not 100% on that. You've noticed that's impressive. Thank you for participating and sharing your community response. It's, as I was saying to the guys earlier on, you know, when I was approached, one of the first things I did was I went and did my research, and I really appreciate the work that you guys do. One of the things that is very important to me, whilst I don't have a direct personal connection to the company, is that to the charity, I do apologize, is that the idea of being able to provide a space where there is some normalcy in a situation that is so difficult and scary for children. Being able to have that outlet where there's fun, where there's adventure, where there is normality is such a huge thing. It's about making sure that kids can still be kids, and that is such a beautiful moment that there was absolutely no doubt that if I could get involved, I absolutely would. I did have a nice big full beard at the beginning of the stream, and maybe I should be critical of you guys, not Games Outreach, of the community, because I've still got a moustache. We've got further we can go. Sure, we have another 2 days worth of streams, but yeah, let's get rid of the moustache as soon as we possibly can. We've still got 2 bottles of hot sauce to get through, and probably a whole load of stretch goals that I need to think about overnight. Right, from a match perspective here, we can, generally speaking, maybe make a couple of changes. We don't need to make a massive amount, so let's get Esquivel in. Let's get... Ooh, shall we give Nyango a game as well? Let's make sure that we're getting some game time out there.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Are we shaving the head once the moustache goes? Quite possibly going to have to be the next stage. It's that or the back, and that's going to be really difficult. On my own, trying to hold up a camera to watch where the no, so yeah, head's probably going to be the place goes. I've got a couple of little ideas that we can possibly work around. So let's let those guys do the honors there. So full Monty soundtrack queuing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wouldn't that be something? Okay, full confession, right? If there is, like, everyone has like a certain film they'd love to be in. that film that they want to, they'd be like, yeah, that'd be either great fun or I could be amazing in it. I wouldn't be amazing, but the film for me that would be, without doubt, would be Full Monty. Just to do the scene where they're queuing up in the Dole office and the hot stuff starts playing. You've got the he's just I've never learned the choreography for it, and maybe I should. Maybe that should be the stretch goal, is that I learn the choreography and perform the entirety of that scene. There isn't a hope. There isn't a hope that will happen. We thank the beard for its service, lost for the cause. Hopefully we can get it all grown back just in time for next year, right? As though obviously it had to be dancing on stream to the Darmstadt songs. There we go. Do I still have the Darmstadt songs? I do still have the Darmstadt songs. But I need to sort out some Milan songs at some point as well. That reminds you of Family Guy. Peter trying to convince Meg that the most romantic thing she can do for a man is shave his back. It's true. It's true. Shave a man's back and he'll purr like a walrus. What a quote. What a quote. But you'd have been a great Michael Corleone. That is a statement. That is a statement. I can't remember the name of Sofia Coppola's character, but I think I could have done that role justice. I can't direct like Sofia Coppola though. She is a very, very good director. A very bad actress and very young at the time. But yeah, we can't hold that against her. Right, Mendieta onto the bench. Let's get Esquivel up to fitness again as well. Let's put Daruk in. Let's get Mashengo some game time. How are we doing with Sibaya? Is still 2 months away. February is still 3 months away. I mean, February's not 3 months ago. It was a month ago, according to that. Neo Mima can come on the bench. Let's give you guys the game time. And I think if we can beat Supersport United, that's surely going to be one step in. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-1. 6-1's a good result. We stay 6 points ahead of Orlando Pirates. Kurtz has picked up an injury. It's only for a couple of days. We can survive with that. We can give these guys a rest. Head on to the Supersport game. Another Supersport game. So Steve, Michael, for movies, Train Spotting. It's shite being Scottish. It is indeed. But we do have Iron Brew, so there's that. Deep fried Mars bar. It's a fair shout. It's a fair shout. I mean, so Michael, which character would you want to play in Train Spotting? Who would be? Do you see yourself as? Why can't I remember their names? Why can't I remember characters' names? That is shocking of me. That is absolutely shocking of me. There's Thingy What's It Boy. There's Sick Boy. Brenton. I'm looking it up now. Spud. Begbie. Jesus, I can't remember any of them. Renton and Sick Boy. So Sick Boy wasn't in my head. I just knew it was Something Boy. And that is all I can do. It's just Something Boy, Something Boy, Something Boy. And then I start singing Born Slippy in my head. And all I can hear is boy. Begbie, how could we forget Begbie? All I can think of is Dirk and Viv, but that's not even the right show. Indeed. Indeed. So yeah, is there a character, Michael, that you would particularly want to play? Because I used to be a big Robert Carlyle fan back in the day. It's weird being a fan of an actor. But like there was something about Robert Carlyle that was just like, yeah, he plays cool characters. There's a little bit of edge to it. There's not, but not like over the top. In fact, actually, I think I just liked actors that were in that one episode of Cracker. Like that episode of Cracker with Robert Carlyle. And then obviously you have Coltrane as well. So like those two. Genius. Captain Zeep, you're right. We'll be crawling into a public toilet in no time. What a scene. What a scene. Right, McQuaina is back from suspension. That means we're going to... Oh, Curtsy isn't back, though, from his injury, so we will make those changes. Let's put Lunga back in. Let's give Kutamala some game time. Let's give someone else some game time. Let's give Maima a start. Let's rest Domingo. And we should be good. I mean, we've been... So this is the problem. We're starting Esquivel on all these games, but they're clearly substituting him off at half-time. So he scores 2 goals. Nothing else happens. I bet he was bought off at half-time. Just after half-time. However, that scoreline is crazy. That is 11-2 against the team that won the league last time out. That is actually crazy. Right, let's rest these guys. How are we doing in terms of... We still don't know our opponents for the quarterfinal. Why don't we know our opponents for the quarterfinal? Is there... There are no games scheduled. It's not like they're waiting for anything. They're just kind of letting us wait. Fair enough. Fair enough. 11-2. Crazy score. Crazy score. To let you guys know how this is working, we're doing 6 different continents in the space of 3 days. And generally speaking,